Heyo, what's going on, yo? We are back. I moved my microphone, so hopefully y'all can hear me when y'all start getting in here. But if not, I can rearrange. But I felt like my desk.
This battle is.
What the?
How are you planning to outsmart those clever foes?
I don't know yet, man. No, that's my Streamlabs. Ignore that. But tried to declutter my desk here a bit. I don't know if today is going to be quite as long of a stream here. I've got some stuff to do in the morning, and we're starting a bit late. But I wanted to check out. It looks like Nick Shirley testified before Congress on the Minnesota fraud scandal. You know, he had allegedly uncovered. So I wanted to check that out. And then we were gonna, hey, CC Carroll, how you doing, bro? And then we were gonna probably just get on X, and I was scrolling through some of the ICE stuff, and I wanted to just catch up on some of that since we haven't covered it too much. How you doing, CC? What's going on with you? You're a hard man to get a hold of, but I hope you've been well. Let me hop over here and make sure everything is set up on the stream correctly. Again, if y'all are doing good, man, just woke up. Oh, perfect. Yeah, my sleep schedule got a bit thrown off as well. Oh, no, I tried hitting you up on Discord, I don't know, over the last week or so. But I don't know which account. When you jumped on here the other night, you said you had to you said you had to make another account. So, oh, you did? You added me on Discord again? All right, I'm gonna have to check. Let me see. Okay, you probably did. I'll just have to reach out. Oh, it's the older one. Okay. I think it's this one. I'm gonna just send a message. Hey, but how you been, man? I haven't had a chance to catch up with you. I know you were talking about well, we had spoken about one of the last times. You said you had set up a channel and everything, and we didn't get too far into that before you went and disappeared. But yeah, I wanted to check this this hearing out. I thought this would be kind of interesting. I'm gonna make the chat a little bigger for y'all. Oh, hold on. I can't hear anything. What's going on here? All right. Bear with me, guys. I think my inputs got flipped around. Yeah, hit me up. Alrighty, I just sent you a friend request. You did? There's a message request. It's no British brainwashing fail, but still good. Dan to man. That was a very fun game we played yesterday. I totally feel de-radicalized after playing that. Now I know how to get help. Oh, there you are. I see you now. Oh, this account. Okay, gotcha. Ew. What's going on? But y'all cannot hear the video, right? Why must we have these technical difficulties? All right, maybe it's... Let me just refresh it.
Subscribe is
No, we're not sponsored, guys. Dan DeMan will let you know.
Have been established yet, We know that hundreds of millions of dollars in cash are being transported to areas where foreign terrorist organizations...
All right, my fault. Let's go back.
Struggling with
What the hell? All right, guys, we're getting it out the way. Not sponsored. Astro, not sponsored. One day. Wait, what the hell? Oh, okay, this just doesn't have sound. Okay, my fault.
And the elderly.
Got it, okay.
Shirley entirely released and court is
It wasn't me this time, it was them.
following a...
I'm gonna try to get to the beginning where their audio starts.
Children.
All right, right here.
Programs designed to provide meals for children. Federal prosecutors ultimately convicted 57 defendants and described the scheme as the nation's largest COVID-era fraud. The issue gained renewed national attention in late December 2025 following a widely shared YouTube video posted by one of our witnesses.
My brain is, I don't know, blank right now. If y'all have a poll suggestion for chat, let me know.
This is Mr. Nick Shirley. Mr. Shirley's work highlighted suspected fraud in Minnesota child care programs. His reporting prompted federal authorities to intensify investigations, expand oversight, and coordinate multi-agency enforcement efforts. A week ago today, Mr. Shirley released a second video that documented alleged fraud in the transportation industry intended to provide rides for children, the disabled, and the elderly. Mr. Shirley uncovered companies with questionable addresses and vehicles intended to transport children, the disabled, and the elderly that remained idle for extended periods of time. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Shirley about what he was able to uncover. But how did we get here? Hopefully another witness, Scott Dexter, a former fraud investigator for the Minnesota Department of Human Services, can shed some light on that for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that this massive wave of fraudulent activity didn't just have the consequence of ripping off taxpayers. It has drastically impacted legitimate organizations that are truly helping their neighbors. Jennifer Larson is here today to share her story about how this massive fraud has crippled her organization that serves autistic children. We'd like to think that these fraudsters will one day face justice, but it appears that is not always the case. For example, Yasmin Ali, a daycare and home health care owner charged with stealing millions from Minnesota taxpayers, after being granted bail, disappeared before a trial and has not been located since. That was more than a decade ago. The tentacles of this fraud ring are widespread and include crimes other than fraud. For example, the aforementioned Yasmin Ali. Her brother, Adaris Abdullah Ali, pleaded guilty in 2009 to lying to a federal grand jury about his knowledge of a group of young Somali men in Minneapolis who traveled to Somalia to fight with al-Shabaab, a foreign terrorist organization against the transitional federal government of Somalia. We can also consider the fact that at least $700 million in U.S. cash transported via passenger luggage through Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. The incidents are all currently under federal investigation, with the majority carried by couriers traveling to Somalia, other African nations, and the Middle East. While no definitive links to funding terrorism have been established yet, we know that hundreds of millions of dollars in cash are being transported to areas where foreign terrorist organizations are active. What could possibly go wrong? A whistleblower has alleged that TSA personnel at MSP, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, repeatedly identified and flagged routine encounters with Somali men carrying large suitcases filled with bundled cash, often exceeding $1 million. During an interview, a former TSA agent at MSP from 2016 to 2021, now a whistleblower, Liz Jackson, noted that she saw, quote, suitcases packed with millions of dollars in cash moving through MSP again and again, carried by the same type of couriers, which raised questions that she feels law enforcement and political leaders still haven't answered, close quote. Jackson further explained her repeated encounters with Somali men carrying suitcases packed with cash, and in one case, a bag filled with new passports. According to Jackson, the volume, consistency, and profile of the transactions she witnessed were well beyond ordinary or everyday behavior. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has noted,
To be fair, when you guys travel, don't you carry around a suitcase full of money and a bag of passports? I know I have a suitcase with $1 million in it anytime I get on a plane. I'm just playing.
that the department is currently investigating where Minnesota's taxpayer dollars are being placed. Additional reports show that Somali individuals in the United States send roughly $215 million abroad each year. On January 9th, Secretary Bessent indicated that the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, informed 4 money transfer organizations that they're under investigation for their roles in the fraud scheme involving the theft of funds from social services in Minnesota. He also indicated that some banks in Minnesota are being investigated by the Internal Revenue Service's Civil Enforcement Division for allegations related to money laundering. As you can see, there's much to unpack surrounding these numerous fraud schemes taking place in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota. I would be remiss if I didn't suggest and urge additional investigation throughout this entire country. I know that in my home state of Arizona, our Democrat Attorney General came in to office and quickly said that there had been $2.5 million in fraud just in the Medicaid program alone, and in recent studies released over the last year in Arizona, it's been suggested that as much as $7.2 billion in fraud annually take place in Arizona's similar programs. So this is not just a Minnesota issue, but it just happens to be at the forefront of why we're here today. I look forward to today's hearing, and I thank the members and witnesses for taking part. Now I yield back and recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for convening this hearing this morning to talk about the harm that fraud can cause. And thank you for everyone that is here this morning to testify. It's so necessary that we continue to investigate and prosecute all forms of fraud, including government fraud, which can turn many into victims. That is because a person committing fraud against a government program steals from all of us as taxpayers and abuses the initial purpose of these programs. They harm the organizations that need these programs to operate, and most importantly, they harm the people that the program is designed to help. Whether we're talking about a program that feeds school children, helps seniors find housing, helps people overcome addiction, or provides services to address disability.
For the sake of getting through this, I will try not to pause too much. I'll be in the chat with y'all. If you guys want to hop on stream and give your 2 cents afterward, or maybe in the middle, we'll take breaks, join the Discord, read the rules, and we could have y'all on to either give your 2 cents or, what have you.
It is critical that the dollars that we invest in these programs actually serve the purposes that we have in mind when we, the lawmakers, created them. That's why the Department of Justice has always combated fraud, including prosecuting dozens of people for perpetrating fraudulent schemes in Minnesota in 2021 and under the Biden administration. But prosecutions are not enough to combat or prevent fraud. So the Biden administration also established a COVID-19 fraud enforcement task force and increased oversight of programs that were being targeted by fraudsters. Minnesota lawmakers have also taken steps to reduce fraud in their state, strengthening the state's ability to stop potential fraud sooner and improving investigations to hold those scammers accountable. But President Trump has taken a very different approach to fraud. Just last week, Trump added quite a few fraudsters to his growing list of people that he has pardoned, not because they are deserving a second chance, but because they hired his friends, back-channeled a donation, or served his political purposes. He has pardoned many people charged or convicted of fraud and other financial crimes, wiping away more than $1 billion in money that would otherwise have gone to victims of crime. President Trump has also fired inspectors general, instructed his DOJ to stop enforcing bribery statutes, and gutted the offices that investigate white-collar crime. That is how we know this hearing is not really about fraud. It is about trust. The Trump administration does not want you to trust these programs because if you don't trust them, they're easier to destroy them. They do not want you to trust entire communities because if you don't trust them, they're easier to intimidate. But we cannot let that happen. We will continue to fight for robust and responsible oversight and for the continuation of initiatives that make all of our communities safer, healthier, and more resilient. Across the country, there are daycares, schools, hospitals, treatment centers, research facilities, nursing homes, fire departments, police departments, airports, and more that all depend on state or federal funding, not just to help those in need, but to serve every single one of us. If President Trump succeeds in an attempt to freeze child care funding across 5 states, which is temporarily blocked by a court order, the effects would ripple across families and businesses throughout our economy. It would affect more than 500,000 children, and these are children that are not just within the state of Minnesota, but 500,000 children, their parents, the businesses and organizations where those parents work, and the many people who depend on those businesses to fulfill needs in those communities. That's the fallout from just one program, addressing one need across only 5 states. If President Trump continues this assault on critical programs, the harms could be far greater. These latest attacks come on top of the cuts that President Trump and congressional Republicans already forced through, which are taking health care from 10 million Americans and reducing food assistance to over 40 million Americans, including many, many children. We don't have to choose between programs that are susceptible to fraud and nothing at all. With proper oversight, we can make sure that every American is fed, that everyone can access housing and medical treatment, and that our daycares and our schools can keep guiding our children towards a better future. I look forward to hearing more today about how we can achieve this goal. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan. No, I don't recognize him right now, but I will recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us. In a just world, the Judiciary Committee today would be investigating why a masked ICE agent shot 3 times in cold blood and killed an unarmed citizen, a 37-year-old mom, Renee Nicole Good. We'd be investigating why Trump's DOJ is harassing and investigating Renee's wife instead of investigating her killer. We'd be asking why ICE agents are trained in basic CPR, but 911 tapes have shown none of the agents performing CPR on Ms. Good. They left her bleeding alone in her car for almost 3 minutes and definitively rejected the help of a man who came forward and identified himself as a doctor. We'd be investigating why in another Minnesota case, ICE agents deployed tear gas under the car of a family of 8 people, including a 6-month-old, a 2-year-old, and 2 kids with severe asthma who were just trying to get home from a basketball game. The baby stopped breathing, and his mom had to administer CPR as they desperately waited for medical help to arrive. But our colleagues want to talk about fraud in Minnesota, fraud that was already being investigated and prosecuted under the last administration. It is true that social services fraud, serious fraud, occurred in Minnesota. That's why under President Biden, the Department of Justice opened multiple criminal investigations that to date have already resulted in more than 90 people being charged and 64 people being convicted of federal criminal offenses. Indeed, Minnesota lawmakers acted to root out and prevent fraud going forward in the public benefits program. That's why last year, the Minnesota legislature passed legislation to empower the governor to cut off payments or to claw back funds whenever fraud is detected. And that's why Governor Walz appointed the first ever director of program integrity to make sure the state is effectively investigating and preventing fraud and corruption in their programs. The fraud in Minnesota was discovered not by a right-wing social media influencer who's been harassing people in communities all over Minnesota in recent weeks, but by the hard work of real local investigative journalists, brave whistleblowers, and state and federal auditors. It is this fraud, which we must take seriously, is not unlike the $2.5 billion breathtaking Medicare fraud scheme uncovered last year in the home state of the chairman of this subcommittee, as he himself mentioned, or the massive COVID-19 unemployment assistance fraud scheme uncovered in Chairman Jordan's home state of Ohio. Fraud is endemic in government all over the world. There are fraudsters attacking our public institutions, trying to undermine them and rip them off. Even our president has been convicted of 34 counts of criminal fraud by a jury of his peers in New York related to the fraudulent payments made to porn star Stormy Daniels, and also civilly convicted in New York for different kinds of real estate fraud. Fraud is not headquartered in one state or one municipality, much less one ethnic, racial, or religious community. But President Trump couldn't resist the temptation to use fraud in Minnesota as an occasion to mobilize the power of the federal government to bully and intimidate first and second generation Somali Americans who live in that state. Many of the people convicted in the fraud schemes were of Somali ancestry. So, under the pretext of cracking down on a fraud that had already been discovered, investigated, and prosecuted, Trump surged federal immigration officers to Minnesota and aimed them at the Somali American communities, calling the people who live there repeatedly garbage. This is despite the fact that it is a complete non sequitur, obviously, to send immigration agents to conduct fraud investigations. And the deployment of law enforcement resources against an entire ethnic community after the criminal prosecution of a small group of its members is to promote the sinister ideas of collective guilt and guilt by association, two doctrines that are emphatically rejected in Anglo-American jurisprudence and by our courts. The community targeted in Minneapolis is made up, incidentally, overwhelmingly of U.S. citizens. 95% of Somalis in Minnesota are U.S. citizens, including 58% of whom were born in the United States. Well, what is the Trump administration's actual record on fraud? Well, let's see. President Trump pardoned the big-time drug dealer and convicted fraudster Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, sparing him a 45-year criminal sentence after he brought in 400 tons of cocaine into our country. That's 800,000 pounds of cocaine that he said, quote, "We are going to stuff up the nostrils of the gringos." And Trump pardoned him. And if you're interested in that particular sweetheart deal, that would be a great subject for a hearing, Mr. Chairman. Just last week, again, the president granted pardons to more convicted fraudsters. Julio Herrera Vellatini was scheduled to be sentenced this month for participation in a political corruption and fraud scheme alongside his co-defendant, the former governor of Puerto Rico, Wanda Vasquez. In late 2024, when Mr. Herrera was facing felony bribery charges in a different case, his daughter donated $2.5 million to the MAGA Inc. Super PAC. Then in May 2025, Mr. Herrera's lawyer, who had served on President Trump's legal team, negotiated a deal allowing him to plead guilty to a trivial misdemeanor offense instead. Several months later, Mr. Herrera's daughter donated another $1 million to MAGA Inc. And what do you know? President Trump generously granted Mr. Herrera a full and unconditional pardon just last week. They're making a fraud out of the pardon process in America with pay-to-play rules as they pardon recidivist, hardened, unrepentant fraudsters. Well, indeed, in total, President Trump has pardoned more than 1,600 people, depriving victims, survivors, and taxpayers of an estimated, check this out, $1.55 billion in restitution and fines owed to us, the American people, while shockingly, because other presidents didn't do this, but Trump did, while shockingly allowing corporate fraudsters and tax cheats to keep all of their ill-gotten gains. This is a massive an unprecedented swindle from working class people and crime victims as the administration gives all of these ill-gotten gains right back to the criminal fraudsters who stole the money in the first place. And finally, Mr. Chairman, President Trump has dismantled the infrastructure that actually prosecutes white-collar crime and fraud in America, actually roots out waste, fraud, and abuse. The Trump DOJ gutted the public integrity section at DOJ that prosecutes government officials who break the law. And nearly a year ago, his DOJ suspended enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery, saying all bets are off. He's gutted the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is the first and the only agency devoted solely at the federal level to protect American consumers against being cheated by big financial corporations. The CFPB delivered $21 billion back to more than 200 million Americans who were victims of fraud and other predatory business practices, and the administration has been gutting the CFPB because they are on the side of corporate fraud and white-collar crime. That's the truth of what's going on there. They fired 17 inspectors general, the independent government watchdogs, whose job it is actually to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption, and left 28 IG offices without Senate-confirmed leadership at all, allowing the corruption and the fraud to run rampant. So if we're going to have a hearing about fraud in America, Mr. Chairman, let's do it. Let's take in the full scope of what's taking place in our country. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chairman of the entire committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Estimates are potentially as high as $9 billion we're looking at here, and what appears to be a decade-long scam, fraud. I mean, I always look at one program I talked about a couple weeks ago in an oversight hearing was this Feeding Our Future program, where taking federal Americans' hard-earned tax dollars, taking that money and supposedly providing meals to children. Problem was there were no meals and no kids. They're just stuffing it in their pockets. So I think this is a great hearing to have. We appreciate the witnesses and the work that they've done. Ms. Larson and the work she does and actually making a difference, doing a legitimate program. Mr. Shirley for uncovering this, and Mr. Dexter and others who are here. So with that, I would yield back and look forward to hearing from our witnesses and the hearing itself.
Traditional dropshipping is dead. What we need.
Whoa, we're not sponsored. Wait a second. There's ads on news? Well, while we get through this, I appreciate all the opinions here. I try to be as unbiased as possible. Left, right, share your opinions. Just don't spam. That's all we ask. Don't spam. It looks like the mod team tonight looks pretty left-leaning. I don't know. All the right-leaning mods must be asleep right now.
Mr. Chairman, I recognize myself for just some UCs. The first one is President Joe Biden commutes sentences for two of Chicago area's most notorious fraudsters. North Dakota judge blasts Biden for setting fraudsters free. Biden commutes roughly 1,500 sentences, pardons 39 in biggest single-day act of clemency, including fraudsters. Illinois lawmakers furious after Biden commutes sentences of state fraudsters. Without objection. And now,
Mr. Chairman, could I enter some as well?
Yeah, please.
Thank you much. This UC request is from ABC News, January 20, 2026, titled Trump's Pardons Forgive Financial Crimes That Came with Hundreds of Millions of Dollars in Punishment. This one is Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme. That's ProPublica. Columbus Dispatch. Columbus mother and daughter among 15 indicted in pandemic unemployment assistance fraud scheme. And finally, a Minnesota fraud scheme timeline from NPR News. Fraud investigation stretched across Walz's tenure.
Without objection. And now, without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record, and we will introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Scott Dexter. Mr. Dexter is a former law enforcement officer, having served for 28 years. He also served with the Minnesota Department of Human Services Office of Inspector General, where he investigated fraud in the Child Care Assistance Program. Thank you, Mr. Dexter, for being here. And Ms. Jennifer Larson. Ms. Larson is the founder and chief executive officer of the Holland Center for Autism, a clinic that provides services to children and young adults with autism. She started the Holland Center to serve families like hers that were not receiving adequate services and support elsewhere. Thank you, Ms. Larson, for being here today. Mr. Nick Shirley is an independent journalist. His recent investigations and videos have shed light on the scale of fraud in public benefit programs in Minnesota that are currently ongoing. And thank you, Mr. Shirley, for being here. And Mr. Dylan Hetler-Gaudet. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet is the Acting Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. POGO is a nonprofit organization that investigates alleged wrongdoing by the governor. Thank you, Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, for being here with us today. We welcome all our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. The record will reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative. And at the instruction of Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, I wanted to let all members of the panel know that when you have a question for him, please say his name so he knows that you are addressing him, please. I want the witnesses to know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, and we'll begin now with Mr. Dexter. You are recognized for your 5-minute statement.
Thank you. Chair, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Scott Dexter. I'm a retired law enforcement investigator with 28 years of experience, most of it spent conducting criminal and financial fraud investigations, with experience in surveillance operations. In 2013, after retiring from law enforcement, I joined the Minnesota Department of Human Services as part of a newly created investigative unit within the Office of Inspector General. Our mission was straightforward: identify and investigate fraud within the Child Care Assistance Program, known as CCAP. I was one of the original 4 investigators hired, all of us former law enforcement professionals with backgrounds in criminal investigations. Our cases were not selected based on the name of the center, the owner, or the community it served. They were selected based solely on tips, complaints, and the amount of CCAP funding being paid out. The highest funded centers were reviewed first, and many of those centers were referred to us through the public tip line or by licensing inspectors who observed activity inconsistent with a legitimate daycare operation. What we found was deeply concerning. Many of these centers operated out of commercial spaces with windows totally covered, no visible play areas, and very few children ever present. Through surveillance, data collection, and review of attendance and billing records, we repeatedly documented patterns of overbilling, non-existent attendance, and in some cases, children being signed in for hours they were never actually at the center. Our investigative process was thorough and methodical. We collected licensing and billing data, installed covert surveillance cameras, reviewed hours of video, identified parents and employees, and calculated estimated overpayments based on actual attendance. Completed cases were then turned over to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension for search warrants, interviews, arrests, and potential prosecution. As our investigations progressed, we noticed a trend. Many of the centers receiving the highest levels of CCAP funding were owned and operated by Somali individuals, and the families served were predominantly Somali. This was not the basis for selecting cases, but it did become the basis for accusations against us. We were labeled as racially biased, despite the fact that our case selection was driven entirely by funding data. An outside review was launched into our investigative practices. We were questioned about how we selected centers and how we conducted surveillance. Following that review, new restrictions were placed on our work, including mandatory panel reviews before we could move forward with investigations. Investigators were also pulled from conducting new or current investigations in order to enter data from all previous complaints received by DHS into a newly created database, a process that took nearly a year to complete. These changes significantly hindered our ability to do our jobs effectively. Ultimately, in 2019, I chose to retire because the investigative process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Through collaboration with federal agencies, including the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, we learned that millions of dollars in cash from the Somali community was being flown out of the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport by Somali couriers. At one point, nearly $70 million had been documented leaving the country halfway through a single year. Although we could not prove that the cash was obtained fraudulently, we strongly suspected that it was. We also encountered situations where federal partners were prevented from opening cases due to concerns about political sensitivities surrounding the Somali community and the refugee resettlement program. These decisions had real consequences, allowing fraud to continue unchecked. Throughout our work, we identified several loopholes that made CCAP highly vulnerable to fraud. Centers were allowed to bill for the full authorized hours, even when children were present for only minutes. Billing records could be submitted up to 30 days later, creating opportunities for manipulation. Attendance records were handwritten, unreliable, and often incomplete. And despite our recommendations, no biometric attendance systems, no electronic submission requirements, and no state-installed security cameras were ever implemented. Chair and members, the purpose of my testimony is not to cast blame on any community. It is to highlight systemic weaknesses that allowed large-scale fraud to occur and to emphasize the need for stronger safeguards, better oversight, and investigative processes that are allowed to function without political interference. Thank you for your time and your commitment to ensuring accountability within publicly funded programs. And I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dexter. And now we're going to recognize Mr. Hetler-Gaudet for your 5 minutes of opening statement.
Here we go again.
My apologies. I need to pull up a different video here. I didn't realize this was going to have ads on it. So right now, let's do a temperature check in chat. Which side do you guys fall on? Left, 17%. So the mod team looks very left today, but the chat doesn't seem very left. Right, 32%. Okay. And I walk my own path. Personally, that's where I fall. 50%. Holy crap. That's the most for this poll for walking my own path that we've had thus far. It's still early in the poll, but still.
Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member McBath, and members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on the important issues of preventing fraud and protecting taxpayer dollars. My name is Dylan Hetler-Gaudet, and I am the Acting Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. We are a nonpartisan, independent watchdog that promotes a more accountable, transparent, and effective federal government. We view it as our mission to combat abuse of power and corruption in the federal government, which includes working on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. The unfortunate truth is that fraud in government programs is a fact of life. Since the United States government has existed, fraud in government has also existed. Or much longer than that, in fact. For as long as human beings have been organizing ourselves into societies and building institutions to govern those societies, there have always been those who will seek to take advantage. This is a harsh but real truth related to the human condition, related to our fundamentally fallen and flawed natures. That said, it is still incumbent upon every one of us to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. This is especially true when the fraud implicates hard-earned taxpayer dollars and critical public programs and services. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of the Feeding Our Future program or any other program in Minnesota, whether we're talking about welfare fraud in Mississippi, which involved the participation of a world-famous Hall of Fame NFL quarterback. This is true whether we're talking about fraud in the context of it being perpetrated by large multinational defense companies in the context of multi-billion-dollar contract they have with the Defense Department. The point here is that fraud and the abuse of taxpayer dollars is not related to any particular geographic, demographic, or other boundary or characteristic. So why do these things happen so much? Mostly they are caused by deep structural flaws, gaps, and weaknesses in our system of government. They're also driven by recalcitrance and resistance to change on the part of federal agencies. To put it shortly, fraud is a systemic problem and it requires systemic solutions. So what are these solutions? I'm pleased to share a few of them with you today. We must first look at watchdogs, critical sources of information, and practitioners of oversight from within the federal government itself. I'm specifically talking about inspectors general, the Government Accountability Office, and whistleblowers. Rather than attacking, firing, undermining, and intimidating these individuals and entities as this administration and its allies have done, we must strengthen, preserve, and protect them. We must enact reforms to make sure that IGs and GAO can perform their duties effectively and independently, and we must add additional safeguards to make sure that whistleblowers can blow the whistle without fear of reprisal or retaliation. We must also take a long, hard look at the architecture currently in place for how we track, monitor, analyze, and assess federal funding. To put it bluntly, that architecture is broken. Key resources like usaspending.gov are in desperate need of overhaul and modernization. We need to enhance and improve the quantity, quality, timeliness, and integrity of the data and information we collect on federal funding. We need to promote more accountability, transparency, and compliance mechanisms within the chain of spending for federal funding. If we don't do this, we will never have a good grasp on where funding is going, where it's ending up, who is being helped by it, who is being missed by it, and what the ultimate impact is. Lastly, we must enact robust reforms and vigorous enforcement to crack down on corruption, cronyism, and conflicts of interest, which turbocharge waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. The presidential pardon is an acute example of this, with each of the last two administrations using the pardon power inappropriately to pardon convicted fraudsters. We must also promote reforms to crack down on the revolving door between agencies and industries, and to head off pay-to-play politics, all of which distort and corrupt decisions like the award of federal contracts. The takeaway here is simple. Focusing on individual salacious, scandalous examples of fraud is akin to looking at the symptoms and not looking at the disease or the root causes of the disease. The Project on Government Oversight stands ready, willing, and able to work with anyone here who wants to work on root causes and systemic solutions so that we can actually get our hands around waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the federal government. Thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hedler-Goddard. And I forgot to mention, when you get about 10 seconds left, I'll just tip that so everybody will know that as well. So, Mr. Shirley, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Awesome. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens here inside of the United States. I've helped bring to light widespread fraud that's happening inside our nation, and we the people have had enough of our hard-earned money going towards fraudsters as if it's no big deal. As I speak here, I want to ask everyone a question. How much do we trust when we pay our taxes it's going to benefit our nation? People erupted during the Boston Tea Party over just a few percentages as they believed they were being taxed without representation. Nowadays, we have the representation, but do we trust our representatives? My name is Nick Shirley, and I made a 41-minute video that I posted on platforms like X and YouTube. My video received over 100 million views, and it created instant change within our government. As the federal government launched investigations in departments such as Health and Human Services froze over $185 million in child care funding until businesses can prove they are legitimate businesses. I actually became aware of the fraud that was happening in Minnesota in June of 2025 as I was there for a separate video in Minnesota and started reaching out to me, asking me if I was making a video on the fraud. I said, well, what fraud? And this lady, she was a real estate agent, and she says, well, I'm having a hard time selling my properties because people are curious about these assisted livings that are popping up next door to some of the houses that we're buying, or the home health care clinics that are popping up, and we don't know who's next to these houses that we're trying to sell. And I said, well, I'm not going to come and make a video if I don't have any proof. So therefore, I left Minnesota, and I continued to look for fraud in the best way I could. And as I was getting my own information, a man by the name of David reached out to me, and he said, hey, I have been investigating this fraud for years now. I have been driving by these child care centers. I have never seen a single child, and I have received the information from the state of Minnesota as to how much money these places are receiving. I said, great, let me come to Minnesota and we'll make this video. about potential fraud that was taking place inside of Minnesota. We go to a daycare, and I'm instantly surprised by what we see. We arrived, and it was an industrialized building, and there was 2 daycares registered at that building. And the first thing I noticed is all the windows are blacked out, and there's no footprints in the snow of any children. There's no playgrounds or anything that would make it look like it's a child care. But above me, a sign read, open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. But there was nobody there. The doorbell did not even work. And then we continued to go to other daycares, and we noticed the same pattern. No children, blacked out windows, and one daycare, a learning center, spelled Quality Learning Center instead of Quality Learning Center. They had received $1.9 million, yet with that $1.9 million, they could not even spell Leering right on their sign. Governor Walz has said he's been fighting fraud in Minnesota since 2019 and said the buck stops with him. However, how long would it take for you to notice $1 million leaving your bank account and not knowing where it's going? That's essentially what had been happening in Minnesota for years, as billions of dollars has been misplaced. And meanwhile, while people like Governor Tim Walz call people like me a white supremacist, delusional conspiracy theorist, he actually decided to drop out of re-election because, I believe, of how deep and extensive this fraud is. Thank you very much. Since my reporting, the HHS department froze over $185 million, and to this day, not a single business has been able to prove proof of legitimacy. How fast would you be proving that you are a legitimate business if you have children to actually feed and to take care of? You'd be sending in that paperwork instantly. I made this video to document the widespread fraud that has been taking place, as I truly believe all fraud is bad. And people like me, my generation, we're sick of seeing tax dollars go towards fraud. We just want to have the same opportunities that our fathers and our grandparents had. And when you see people making millions of dollars by committing fraud, it upsets everybody from all age demographics. And so I hope today we can have a good conversation, and I think we can all agree that fraud is bad and that fraud is fraud. And I wish the best for our country, and I think that's what needs to be happening, is to crack down on all forms of fraud. So thank you for having me, and God bless the USA.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. And now I recognize Ms. Larson for your 5-minute opening statement.
You're trapped by a meaning
Pour one out for Joey.
duty that was never used.
He's not going to be able to make any friends at daycare, unfortunately. But you got to admit, not Lowe's, you said you think daycare workers make awnings and signage, or was that probably a sign company fucking it up? Even so, I mean, that's when you call the company and say, hey man, look, we paid for a learning center sign, not a leering center sign. Listen, is it the end of the world? Not really the end of the world, but it doesn't, really build confidence when you bring your kid over to the daycare and it says a leering center. I'm just saying, okay, we all make typos, but come on. Like, at some point of walking in and out of that door, you should have looked at that sign and been like, huh, something seems a little off here.
Chairman, ranking member, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today on this issue. My name is Jennifer Larson. I'm the founder and CEO of Holland Center in Minnesota. I've been an autism provider for over 20 years and started the organization for my son. I built Holland Center because families with children like mine were desperate for help, desperate for services and stability, desperate for somewhere they could trust their child would be supported and helped, not sent home on a bad day, not babysat in a classroom and forgotten. We serve the children that don't succeed in public school settings. What started as a small program grew over 2 decades into 4 locations that families rely on, not just for therapy, but for hope, routine, and survival. This work is a labor of love for me. Just like me, there are providers all over the state laboring with love to help these children. And this week, Holland and other programs all over Minnesota are collapsing. Not because we committed fraud, but because a crime ring was allowed to operate inside Minnesota's service system, and the government's clumsy response is now destroying legitimate, long-standing providers and devastating families that we serve. Families come to Holland, they do not have a backstop. Their children often receive 30 or more hours of therapy a week. These are not an extravagance, these are medically necessary. These children learn to communicate, regulate their emotions, reduce dangerous behaviors, and function in daily life. For many parents, therapy determines if they can work. Consistent staff and therapy prevents severe behaviors and regression. Structured care keeps children and their siblings safe. When services disappear, families do not just simply adjust, they face a crisis. For more than 2 decades, Holland has served hundreds of children year after year, employed hundreds of clinicians and staff, operated under yearly on-site audits, inspections, and documentation oversight, delivered real services to real children every day. We have always complied with everything the system required. Yet, within the last month, the state has withheld over $400,000 in Medicaid funds for my own program, and that number grows every single day. I had to infuse my personal funds to survive these weeks, but can't do that any longer without payment. Let me be clear, we are a fee-for-service industry. When we can't pay our staff, we lose our staff and children lose care. Families do not lose appointments, they lose the people they trust. What happened in Minnesota had nothing to do with the ethical, long-standing autism providers. What did happen was organized criminal networks that exploited autism services by opening fake centers, billing for children that did not exist, billing for services never delivered, and stealing millions of taxpayer dollars in the process. These are not minor compliance issues. They are criminal enterprises. Families trusted that the government was protecting the integrity of the system. It failed. Now, instead of doing the obvious thing and targeting criminal actors, the response has been to freeze everyone's payments. That decision does not punish the criminals. It punishes innocent children and families. As Medicaid payments are delayed due to prepayment review by an insurance company that is in the business of denying claims, providers are reducing hours, cutting staff, and starting to close. Families are scrambling for alternatives that don't exist, children are regressing, parents are leaving jobs to care for their disabled children. Autism therapy cannot be paused without consequences. Loss of services can erase years of progress in weeks, and abrupt disruption of services can cause lifelong consequences in these children. This is not abstract harm. It is daily trauma for families already carrying an extraordinary burden. The simple solution to the problem: send the criminals to jail and allow trusted providers with decades of clean audits, verified ownership structures to continue providing prescribed ethical therapy and go back to paying them what we've earned and resume paying them on time. I built Holland for 20 years. Families built their lives around the care that we provide. All of that is risk of destruction today, not by fraud, but by clumsy government response that failed to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities.
The gentlelady will suspend. We've got a photographer there. We allow photographers in here, but not between the panel of the witnesses and the members. You will please move.
Okay.
Photographer, please move.
Thank you.
Like right now.
Okay. Sorry.
All
of that is at the risk of destruction. Sorry, can I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Not by fraud, but the clumsy government response that fails to distinguish between criminals and caregivers. It treats children with disabilities as acceptable collateral damage. Fraud must be stopped and criminals prosecuted. I'm a taxpayer. I live in Minnesota. This is disgusting. But families and children should never pay the price for government failure. Thank you.
Whoa, not sponsored, guys. Hold up. Listen, I promise you guys, when we hit 10,000 subs, you will never see another ad, okay? Hit the subscribe button, guys.
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Besides the work Mr. Shirley has done, I want to recognize Powerline, who has done yeoman's work exposing this over the last decade, what has happened. And I just want to say, Ms. Larson, I live in northern Wisconsin. There's an autism school that was started in my community. Where did we visit when we wanted to start that a decade ago? We came to Minnesota, where you have been leaders in having good autism programs. And I think about the tremendous fraud that has gone on in nutrition programs, housing programs, but is there anything more heinous than abusing an autism program?
I can't imagine. It's so hard to believe that people are faking that children have autism and stealing money from the government. When I'm sitting here with my 25-year-old non-speaker, and now children like my son aren't going to have services because they stole money from the government and faked these things. And it's just, it is, like I said, disgusting.
With what's going on right now, what are the families that you're serving, what are they saying?
They're scared.
What are they doing?
Everybody's scared. There are centers that are programs that have already shut down. Staff are leaving. I, this week, asked my staff who will take unpaid leave because we can't keep going like this. I'm like I said, I'm $400,000 plus in debt now, and I'm not assured these are going to get paid back. I went to a bank and they wouldn't back the receivable because they said that's not a receivable. If it's prepayment review, you may not get it.
And Ms. Larson, none of this would have happened if the fraud did not occur. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Dexter, could have something been done about this earlier?
Yes. As I stated in my opening testimony, in the years that I worked there, we identified how fraud was occurring, the loopholes that existed, and
What were some of the warning signs, Mr. Dexter?
Well, the fact that part of our job was to go and collect attendance records. We would find attendance records that were either incomplete, non-existent. Obviously, there were times we found them to be fabricated because they were given to us way later, and the same with billing records. They were allowed 30 days after the end of the billing period to submit billing records, so they were not immediately available to us, and it kind of allowed overpayments or double payments to be overlooked. So we had the attendance record issue. We had the fact that there was no way to verify who was signing the children in and out, no way to verify what times those children were signed in and out.
Could I do a follow-up here? In Wisconsin, we learned this month that Ibrahima Diop, a Minneapolis school finance boss, placed on leave for failing to submit required financial paperwork with the Minneapolis School District and for signing questionable contracts linked to the Somali fraud scandal, was hired by the Milwaukee Public School System as a deputy superintendent at a salary of $240,000 a year. Do you think it wise? Might that be a warning sign that this person was involved, may have been involved with fraud in Minneapolis? Shouldn't they be concerned in Wisconsin that that they're hiring someone like that?
Well, if somebody that they hire has a past history and practice of doing that type of stuff, I would be very leery of it occurring again or that being the basis that they're hired.
So Governor Evers refused to open the books and is blocking federal audits of our food stamp and Medicaid programs. And he also vetoed 4 auditor positions in a recent budget. Do you think that is also a warning sign?
Yes, if it's preventing...
Or ill-advised, would that be a better way to pose the question?
Yeah, if it prevents the oversight and the ability to audit and look at the records to make sure, can have a check and balance system, I think that'd be very unwise because, again, that allows fraud to occur.
Because, Mr. Shirley, what is happening in Minnesota, it could be happening throughout the United States. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
If there's one thing we've learned or leered, as they say in Minneapolis, isn't it possible that this is happening everywhere?
Yes, I believe it is.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member of the whole committee, Mr. Raskin, for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank all the witnesses for your excellent testimony. Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, the administration has systematically undermined government oversight. The president has fired more than a dozen inspectors general, not for any cause, but seemingly just in retaliation for doing their jobs and to block unwanted investigations. President Trump has defunded the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and efficiency. He's removed independent leadership at the Office of Special Counsel and Office of Government Ethics, blockading whistleblowers and numerous investigations. What is your assessment, Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, of the Trump administration's apparent systematic opposition to internal oversight mechanisms in the federal government?
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. My assessment is that the last year or so has been one of the most anti-oversight, anti-accountability periods that I've witnessed in our federal government. And I think the things you laid out, as well as others, are the sort of proof in the pudding there. And I think, speaking of things that should be giving us pause and raising red flags, that should all be giving us serious pause and raising serious red flags about how seriously people who claim to take oversight, accountability, fraud, how seriously do they actually take it?
There's been a lot of attention given to Donald Trump's extraordinary use of the pardon power, as in the pardon of violent insurrectionists and cop beaters. But there's also been a forgiveness of $1.5 billion in restitutionary fines that various people had to pay. And a lot of them are fraudsters. The DOJ in Trump's first term brought bank fraud and tax evasion charges against reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley. They were convicted in 2022. They owed more than $22 million in restitution to taxpayers and to their victims. But then Trump suddenly, inexplicably pardoned them and forgave all of the money that they were supposed to be paying back to their victims. Todd Chrisley bragged publicly about his get-out-of-jail-free card, jubilantly exclaiming, "The feds got effed." Let me give you one other example. Trump, on April 23rd, issued a pardon for Paul Walchuk, a former nursing home exec who pleaded guilty to multiple tax crimes. What he was doing was taking millions of dollars from the nurses and orderlies and doctors who worked for him at his facilities, took more than $10 million that way, instead of giving it to the IRS for their taxes. He used the money to buy a $2 million yacht and to pay for high-end jet travel and to go shopping at Bergdorf Goodman and Cartier. Well, he was sentenced to 18 months in prison for stealing his employees' tax withholdings, and he was ordered to pay his employees back $4.4 million for the money he looted from their accounts. So he's going to have to pay that back. But then he got his mom to go to a glitzy fundraising dinner for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and she paid $1 million for her ticket. Then, right after Trump was inaugurated in his second term, Walchuk petitioned for a presidential pardon, arguing that he was the victim of political retaliation because they were Trump supporters. And what do you know? President Trump issued a complete pardon with forgiveness of all of the financial fines and restitution that Mr. Walchuk was going to have to pay back to his workers, the nurses and doctors and orderlies. So that was forgiven. That was $4 million taken away from the victims of a fraud and given back to the perpetrator of the fraud. Okay, now, if we had all day, we could go on all day with this because that's how their pay-to-play pardon system works. What does this do to our efforts to root out fraud and corruption systematically in the government and in crimes in different industries?
These ads are perfect because it gives me a perfect segue to go, guys, hit the sub button. Let's get these ads off the screen, okay? It costs a lot to keep this radio station functioning. I'm just a guy out here, look, orbiting a black hole in this radio station, okay? The rent is cheap out here, but, you know, keeping these lights on is expensive. Hit the sub button.
Reverse incentive structure. I opened my statement by saying that we all have an obligation and a responsibility to do what we can to prevent fraud and to hold perpetrators of fraud accountable. But that last bit, holding a perpetrator of fraud accountable, perhaps via conviction, doesn't mean much if all one needs to do is contribute to the right Uber PAC or attend the right fundraiser, and suddenly that accountability and that conviction is wiped away, including the financial restitution you mentioned. So those kinds of actions are at direct cross purposes with any effort to promote a broader, more systemic approach to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dexter, let me make sure we got this right. You get tips and complaints, whistleblowers or others come to you and tell you something's not right at these child care centers in your state that are getting all kinds of taxpayer monies. Is that right? That's how it started?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you go and do your work. And you got 28 years experience investigating things, and specifically in the crime and financial fraud area. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you go out and find out at these child care centers, there aren't any kids. No kids are there. I mean, there's some, but there's like, you don't see the playgrounds. You don't see any kids at a place where they're supposed to be helping children. And then you also find out most of them are run by Somali individuals. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And then you make some recommendations. You said, here's what we should do. I think you put this on page 2 of your testimony. You said there's some basic things you should do. No, you said they didn't have biometric attendance system. They should do that. They should have electronic submission requirements. They need security cameras. You made some recommendations.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
They ignored your recommendations, but it didn't stop there, did it? They ignored your recommendations. They called you a racist, right?
Correct.
Typical left. I always say the left will tell a lie. Big media will report it. You tell the truth. They call you a racist. Exactly what happened here. So they ignore your recommendations. They call you a racist, but it even got worse than that. If you can imagine, they started investigating you. Is that right?
Yes, we were interviewed by an outside firm for a report given to the Office of Legislative Auditor.
And what did that report look like? What did they say? They call you a racist? What did the report say?
The report basically questioned our investigative tactics, looked at how our unit was managed.
Even though you had 28 years experience in this particular area, tips and whistleblowers came to you, even though that was the whole catalyst for doing this.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And the end result is what? The end result is Miss Larson, who's actually helping people, she
Correct.
suffers and the people she helps suffers. Is that right, Miss Larson? Not to mention the fact that taxpayers are getting ripped off, but the people who do good work, who actually help people, you suffered.
The disabled are paying for the money stolen.
Yeah. And why do you think all this is the case? So, I mean, all this brings me to seems to be a typical pattern, but in the end, you got to ask why. Why was, when you point out what's going on, you have good people doing good work who suffer, the taxpayers are getting ripped off, someone's got to ask, well, why did they take not follow your recommendations, call you a racist, investigate you instead of just fixing the problem? Why'd they do that? What could be the answer? Anyone want to hazard Mr. Shirley, you want to hazard a guess why that's the case?
Well, they simply use that as a deflection technique to make you not want to speak out against the fraud.
Yeah, it seems to me it's politics, though. You think it's politics, Mr. Dexter?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the people at the top like, well, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be called racist. In fact, we found that out a week ago in a hearing where we were looking at this Feeding Our Future program. And we found out they actually shut that program off for a while. They said, time out, something's not right here. They found the same kind of things you found, Mr. Dexter. And they said, we're going to stop payment. And then it restarted. And the reason it restarted is because they threatened a racial discrimination lawsuit against the authorities there in Minnesota. So, okay, forget about the fact that when we do this, we restart the money, we're going to hurt good people like Ms. Larson and the people she helps and rip off the taxpayers. We're going to do it all for politics. And we also found, interestingly enough, the Attorney General in Minnesota had a meeting with the key folks in this particular program, and then they find out a couple weeks later they start sending him campaign contributions. I think it's politics. I think it's politics driving it all. And that's why it's appropriate we're investigating here at the congressional level. That's why it's appropriate the Department of Justice has put in place a specific individual to focus on this, not only in Minnesota, but around the country. I talk too much. Anyone else want to throw on? I'll give you, Mr. Shirley, Ms. Larson, a chance to say anything if you want. If not, I'll yield 28 seconds to our chairman. I yield 20 seconds, the remaining of my time to the chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hedler-Godet, would it surprise you that Joe Biden issued pardons to someone named Crundell, who had the largest municipal fraud in the country's history? and had a restitution amount of $53.7 million that was never paid following the commutation. Would that surprise you, sir?
That would not surprise me. And actually, in my written statement, I outline how some pardons under the last administration, the Biden administration, they also fall into the same pattern of pardoning convicted fraudsters. So I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah, thank you. And without objection, that time's expired, so without objection, Mr. Klein will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witness if a member yields him time for that purpose. And now we're going to go to Mr. Moore from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All this talk about pardons and the ultimate shyster, one of them was Hunter Biden. He got pardoned after Joe promised he wasn't going to do that on the way out. So anyway, that's another pardon for another day. Ms. Larson, I'm impressed with your son. I honestly thought he was your attorney when you guys were sitting there. But were there early warning signs, if acted on, that could have prevented the fraud schemes from growing to the scale that we see now?
All right, we're not sponsored, but this one just looks beautiful. It makes me want to go on a trip, guys. All right. I don't have anything clever to say for this segue, so just hit the like and sub.
I'd say yes. Looking back, this Somali community in Minnesota has a high prevalence of autism, and I know that because I serve a lot of minorities in my centers. So when these centers started popping up, I thought, good for them. You know, like I took care of my son. We have had a waiting list for 5 years, so I thought it was a positive. And then it just started to go and go, where now it's, 400 plus of these. And it started, I didn't Nick Shirley it, that's a verb now. And go out and go see, because obviously I'm busy and that's not what I have time for. But, I think there were a lot of early warning signs. I think if anybody was actually paying attention.
They would have caught it.
Oh, 100%.
Because how long have you been in business? 20 years? Is
Over 20 years.
And you went through a number of audits, I think, every year, right?
Every year.
So how is it that these groups are getting away with it and you're under the thumb of the government auditing you every year? Why do you think that is?
Either there's a double standard and they don't, for whatever reason, have the same expectations that we do, or they're just looking.
Maybe Chairman Jordan was on to something. Maybe it's politics.
Yeah.
Mr. Shirley, now I guess investigative journalists are known as right-wing social media influencers. So can you confirm how many daycare centers you personally visited in Minnesota during your investigation?
During that first video, we went to around 7.
How did you select those facilities? I know you said earlier footprints in the snow, but how was it that you identified those facilities to go to initially?
So the man David in the video, he had the daycares with the CCAP funding, and we just simply drove around Minnesota and around Minneapolis area.
It took a lot of courage to do that, I would imagine. Probably more so now than what it was when you initially did it. 100 million views, you said.
Yes, over 140 million views on X alone.
So what was Mr. David's background? How did you connect with him, and how did he call you, or did you reach out?
He simply is just a man in Minnesota who has a passion for his city, and he's been seeing fraud taking place for years. And out of all the thousands of messages I get on Instagram and other platforms, I just happened to read his, and he provided me the information, so I gave him a phone call.
And then from there, just went to those different facilities. What was probably the most interesting thing as you were doing this? I think I saw the video. We watched it, and it looked like it was a number of facilities in the same building.
Yes. So in one building, there was, I believe, 3 daycares, and there was no children. And they were all receiving CCAP funding for separate daycares. There's one daycare we went to that one day it was closed by the government, and then that same day it was reopened underneath another name. And they both received CCAP funding.
I bet, Ms. Larson, they probably weren't getting audited nearly like you were.
I would guess not.
So how many daycares are there in Minneapolis we think are fraudulent right now? Mr. Shirley, any idea? Are the amount of money total? You got any idea on that?
Well, they've frozen over $185 million, and not a single business has been able to prove that they're a legitimate business yet.
So $185 million for sure that we know. Mr. Dexter, I got a question for you. What common patterns or warning signs usually indicate that the provider or the program may be committing fraud? As you were doing your investigations and 28 years of experience, what are some of the indicators that you see that maybe that should be a telltale sign or a red flag that there's fraud there?
Well, one of the immediate signs that we saw when we would go out to first look at the location is where that was located. A lot of times they were located in commercial areas, and I'm not talking like strip malls or anything like that. I'm talking about like industrial areas where you wouldn't typically find a child care center. We would notice that there was no play area, and if there was any play equipment, it was bare minimum. Now, there was an exception that if there was a playground area within a very short walking distance, that would count. But a lot of times we didn't see that. But the most glaring thing was that when we watched the centers, you know, we would sit and watch it for a couple of days before we even put up surveillance cameras. We would watch, and we would see little to no children present. If anything, there would be a few kids.
As you begin to blow the whistle, the investigator became
Gentleman's
investigator.
time has expired.
I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When he began his second term, President Trump broke from historic norms and fired 17 inspectors general, people who serve as critical watchdogs and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. A federal judge held that these firings were illegal, but also held that she could not reinstate these people due to their important roles. As a result, the president has been able to appoint acting inspectors general who have themselves been removed after informing Congress that Trump officials are not cooperating with investigations. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, how do these frequent firings affect the ability of the inspector general offices to prevent and investigate fraud?
I think they fundamentally undermine it, and they also create a real chilling effect for the inspectors general who are left. The incentive to do something that could upset the powers that be suddenly becomes a bit of a risky proposition. And so between the completely undermining them and the chilling effect, you are really dampening and damaging the ability to do real oversight.
Thank you. And how does the politicization of inspector general appointments affect the morale and effectiveness of career investigative staff there within these offices?
It also has a severely negative effect on morale and efficacy within the offices.
So I believe we can and should do more to prevent fraud and improve oversight so that all of our government efforts are doing the most that they can to help the American people. When the Judiciary Committee marked up the Republicans' partisan big ugly spending bill, I offered an amendment that would dedicate half of 1% of funding to be used for oversight and fraud improvement and prevention. My Republican colleagues, they opposed the amendment. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, in your opening statement, you spoke on steps that Congress could take to ensure robust, nonpartisan oversight. The Project on Government Oversight recently published an article, 7 Ways Congress Should Sharpen Its Oversight in 2026. Asking this.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to highlight from those recommendations?
Sure, yeah, I just want to pause to note that Congress really is the indispensable actor when it comes to doing oversight. There's supposed to be a somewhat adversarial relationship between the branches, and Congress is supposed to be the primary adversary when it comes to the other 2 branches and conducting oversight, but that is predicated on Congress taking that oversight duty seriously, irrespective of who is in charge of the other 2 branches. And so I think there's a political will issue there with oversight, but also there are some mechanical issues. So Congress could do a better job of holding hearings that are a bit more bipartisan, a bit more focused on the facts as opposed to the sizzle of a given anecdote or scandal. I mean, really trying to get at root causes and really trying to take hard, deep looks at the underlying structural reasons why things like fraud happen. It's not as sexy. It's not going to get you as many views on social media, but it's going to actually ideally lead to long-term, sustainable, durable reforms that can really crack down on the problem.
Thank you. And so the short-lived Doge office was supposed to cut fraud. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, what did it actually do, and how did its actions actually affect everyday Americans?
Hey, are you going through some kind of problem you just can't seem to figure out?
All right, cool, because I could just talk now. Somebody asked if I do Candace Owens streams. I've been meaning to touch on some of her stuff. Her most recent claim that I've been meaning to cover was she said that she is possibly from another planet and Charlie Kirk is a time traveler or potentially a time traveler. I've been meaning to cover that, but haven't gotten around to it. If you guys stop in the Discord, you could drop links for us to pull up during stream. And then yeah, when it comes to the mods, it would be cool to have a bunch of nonpartisan mods. However, you just never know. And in the beginning, what happened was I was modding people. I look away from the chat. I look back, and they were just banning people that disagreed with their speech or disagreed with their ideas. So I thought that the best way was just to have a balance of mods. And then generally the mods will tell me when another mod is kind of, you know, getting drunk on power, so to speak. So
a complete failure. Even on its own terms, the primary progenitor of Doge claimed that he was going to find $2 trillion. Then he moved that down to $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse cut spending. But in 2025, we actually spent more money than we spent in 2024. At the opening of this fiscal year in October, we ran the largest opening month budget deficit ever run before at $285 billion. We have hollowed out the key functions of a bunch of agencies. Any claims that DOGE was effective either on cutting spending or promoting effectiveness or efficiency are just flat out undermined and undercut by the facts.
And Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, because you have done investigations yourself, did you do any follow-up on Mr. Shirley's video?
So personally, I took a look at some of what had been done to try and backstop what Mr. Shirley indicated in his video by professional journalists at CBS and by professional oversight practitioners like the Inspector General in Minnesota. And as it turns out, they had a difficult time substantiating what Mr. Shirley was claiming to be true in his video. And in fact, they found countervailing evidence, including having been provided security footage by one of those daycares of children being dropped off the very day that Mr. Shirley was supposedly there. So I think in my view, I would have to, I think I'd err on the side of believing the professional journalist at CBS and the professional oversight practitioners at the Inspector General office.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I yield.
Chair recognizing the lady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so on that note, I think it's important that we return to a discussion of how these investigations were conducted and the type of evidence that led to the discovery of this massive fraud. One thing that is clear based on the testimony today is that this is not just a Minnesota problem. This is a warning sign for every state that it is administering large-scale programs using taxpayer dollars. And we need to get to the bottom of how to identify this type of fraud and prevent it from continuing to occur. So, Mr. Dexter, I'd like to go back to your testimony, both what you have shared with us already about your extensive background investigating and analyzing program fraud and the methods that you used to identify the theft of taxpayer dollars in this particular type of case. In your written testimony, you mentioned that case selection and investigations were begun in part by looking at funding data. And I am interested in how your office would use things like funding data, use statistics, and other information and evidence to begin to develop these cases.
Well, it wasn't hard to find the funding amounts. We looked at the centers that received CCAP funds, and then we listed them out. We had what was originally referred to as the top 100 list, and it was based off of centers receiving the most CCAP funding, and that was generated through the billing process and the people that administer the funds.
And when you looked at that list, did it turn out that there were certain facilities that were outliers in some way, either because they were receiving a larger amount of funding based on student population than appeared typical, or because of where they were located? Tell us how you identified which facilities warranted further review.
Well, when we started looking at the centers that were receiving the most funds, the investigators were each assigned cases, were assigned centers, and we first started looking into what the billing pattern was, or what the billing amount was, how many children were being billed at these centers, and we would have centers that were billing for 120 plus children. And looking at the different days and times, kind of establishing a pattern that just was outside the realm of a typical daycare center.
So in other words, you used objective data and evidence as the foundation to proceed further with your investigations.
Yes, in order to start the investigation, that's what we would begin with.
And in your experience, wouldn't you also say that that is the typical method or atypical method for beginning and analyzing a potential fraud case of any nature in any community?
Yes, because in order to do the investigation, you first have to find out if it warrants an investigation and to what extent that investigation would be.
And now, isn't it also correct, you mentioned in your testimony systemic weaknesses that allowed the large-scale fraud, even after you had developed substantial evidence that there was in fact fraud occurring, that there were institutional and systemic barriers that prevented you from successfully moving these cases through prosecution. And indeed, in your testimony, you note that in 2019, you chose to retire because the process had become so constrained that meaningful work was no longer possible. Tell us about the barriers and ultimately that profound frustration that led you to retire.
Well, when we were originally hired, when this unit was originally created and we were hired with the understanding that our job was going to be to...
I feel much safer when Professor's here with me.
investigate fraud and stop it.
I don't know what the fuck that ad was, but I guess now that I'm talking, you said I was responding to Steve here. No complaints here either. It's sad that so many result to insults in chat. I truly miss the days of civil discourse. Yeah, I think that some people just need an outlet for their frustrations, and it's odd that they come here for that outlet. But I appreciate that I could give them that. You know what I mean? It would be nice to have more civil discourse, but yeah, that's what the Discord is for, guys. Join the Discord. And if you aren't too unhinged, you could hop on stream and share your opinions. And maybe if two of y'all are going back and forth, we can get you both on stream and I can moderate and we could try to get somewhere.
And as we proceeded through with that, it wasn't by our doing that it turned out that the centers we investigated were predominantly Somali. But once that was kind of brought out to light, the roadblocks that were put in front of us, being called racist, being called before these boards to be investigated, and basically it wound up turning us into auditors. We wound up just simply reviewing attendance records and matching them up with billing. There really wasn't a lot of substantial investigation anymore, and most of our cases wound up going before administrative hearings rather than criminal.
Which in the end allowed this pattern of conduct to continue to occur, did it not?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes now the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague from Florida, thank you for that line of questioning. I'm going to pick up where she left off. In regards to the testimony that we've heard today, the other side of the aisle makes us believe, or wants us to believe, that the fraud has been effectively stopped, that they aggressively pursued it, they prosecuted it, and that it is under control. Is that your interpretation of where we are, Mr. Dexter?
I believe the fraud is still going on. I don't think anything has changed. From what I've seen with Mr. Shirley's videos, I'm seeing in his videos the exact same things that we were seeing back from 2014 to 2019 when I worked there.
And it's astounding to me when I was looking at some of the footage, the evidence, there was almost a sense of, we are owed this money that we're stealing. How dare you investigate us? Did you ever encounter that type of attitude when you were performing these investigations?
There was an underlying attitude like that, that we were taking away their money and that it wasn't fair to them.
In your investigation, sir, was the fraud as obvious as it seems to me that it appeared in the videos and the other evidence that I've reviewed?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when we would go out to do our investigations, one of the things that we would have to do, or I would have to do, is we would scout out a location for our surveillance cameras that allowed us direct line of sight to the centers, all their accesses. A lot of that, because of the location where we were in these industrial, commercial areas, meant we had to go to businesses and ask them permission. And the number one comment they made was, Oh, you mean that daycare center over there where there's no children? So everyone else around it saw it.
In regards to your investigation, sir, I'm assuming that you did not just investigate daycare fraud. What other types of fraud did you investigate?
No, our function was strictly child care fraud, but some of that overlapped into, even though we didn't investigate it, a lot of it was also tied into the medical transportation. And
did you ever investigate single entities that were appearing as though they were committing fraud in multiple avenues?
I'm sorry, can you say?
So it's like, was there one facility that was a daycare? It was also associated with the medical transport. Were there people who were double dipping in the fraud in your investigations?
Not that we saw as far as different organizations, but there were where one daycare center owner owned multiple daycare centers. So what we saw was more within the daycare center.
Yeah. Ms. Larson, thank you for being here. I echo my colleague's sentiment from Alabama. Your son is very impressive. What's his name?
His name is Caden.
Caden, thank you for being here today. You look sharp. You're doing great. Let me just talk to you about these various audits that you were subjected to. How rigorous were they?
Very. They'd be there for hours, come in and say, you know, I want to see these files for these kids at this date and this time.
Was there any way that you could have tricked them, concealed it? If you had not had any children there, would it have been possible?
Absolutely not.
In regards to the services that you've rendered, first, thank you.
Thank you.
And then in terms of the budgets that you require, how does it make you feel when you hear firsthand accounts that hundreds of millions of dollars have been taken out of the country in suitcases to hostile nations?
I can't even respond the way I feel about that, but I will say it's still happening. To the questioning I mean, there's only 2 autism centers that have actually been shut down of all of these that are going on. So what they're doing is this prepayment review and putting us through this AI system at Optum to look for suspicious claims, which is why our funds are being held. And it's not going to work. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to work. I mean, they just need to do what Nick did. Go and see that there's no kids there. Go and check it out.
And what Mr. Dexter did. Data-driven review.
Yeah.
Without any preconceptions, without any prejudices, and then holding the fraudsters to account. And when he did that, he was called a racist.
Yeah.
It's astounding. It is astounding. And you said that you helped many patients, diverse patients.
Yeah.
How have those patients been harmed by this administration in Minnesota, the Walz administration?
They are all being harmed if I shut down next week.
Is that what you're up against?
Well, if I haven't gotten paid now, the last date of service was December 5th. I'm over $400,000 in debt. My payroll is $250,000 every 2 weeks, and we get paid every 2 weeks. So on Sunday night, I'll know if I get any money. I haven't been paid a dime. All my claims have been held. So I'm preparing to. And apparently in Minnesota too, I can't just pause services. If I pause my services, then the DHS can say, I'm sorry, you've lost your license to serve the kids through this program. So I don't know what they think we're supposed to do.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for being here. I appreciate all the testimony. Sorry I didn't get to everybody else. There's a lot of questions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shirley, thank you for your testimony today and the work that you've done. Americans hear these numbers of the fraud that we have, and whether it's 10,000 or 10 million or 10 billion, sometimes the numbers, you almost become desensitized to it. And so the way that your video was able to show people the fraud sort of in real life actually happening, I think opened a lot of eyes and has helped to catalyze a level of scrutiny that we really should have had before. So you mentioned in your testimony that you think that what you discovered in Minnesota, that this is not isolated to that state, but likely exists in other parts of the country as well, correct?
Correct.
What makes you think that?
Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations, for instance, in Ohio or in Maine or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, I have a particular interest in California, being from that state, and we know that there's been a lot of fraud. There was $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications. Have you gotten any sense, or have you seen any signs there that sort of are similar to what aroused your suspicions in Minnesota?
Yeah, and fraud in California might be worse than the fraud in Minnesota.
What makes you say that?
Well, $24 billion went missing for homelessness. They've been trying to build this train for years, yet there's hardly anything to prove for that. Fires.
Yeah, those are good points. So you look at, let's run through a couple of those. Because I mentioned the areas where we have confirmed fraud, but then you also have these areas where you have so much spending, and then we look at what results from that spending, and there's nothing. So $24 billion in homelessness, and yet the homeless population went up, and a state audit found that they couldn't even figure out where the money went or what the outcomes linked to that spending were. Is that something that is kind of a red flag for you?
Yeah, it's a major red flag, and you don't even have to be smart to be able to know that that's a red flag.
Well, unfortunately, our state legislators haven't managed to figure that out, or at least the governor hasn't. So what are you saying about him?
They're not smart. No, but yeah, I mean, it's so obvious, and that's what we saw in Minnesota is how complicit the government has been in enabling this fraud to happen. Quality Learning Center had over 90 violations, yet they continue to give that daycare $1.9 million.
Yeah, that's a great point. That there's the political accountability just hasn't been there, and that's what enables it to continue. So then you mentioned the high-speed rail as well. So there has been about $18 billion spent so far. No track has been laid, and not a single passenger has ridden the train. So when you spend $18 billion on a train and there's no train, does that raise suspicions for you?
Yes.
So you think that might be something worth looking at?
For sure.
We also had a $650 million 911 service that they scrapped after 6 years, so absolutely no value from it. Maybe that's another example where there might at least be questions.
I think you got a lot in California.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing what you find. We're certainly trying to use whatever tools we have here to bring more accountability in California as well. Mr. Dexter, I wanted to also ask you a couple of questions about your work, because you have extensive experience on the law enforcement side trying to detect fraud. That's actually how in California we discovered the EDD fraud, the unemployment fraud, is it wasn't the state suddenly figuring it out. It was district attorneys who came together and investigated and in fact pointed to the fact that the state had let this happen and failed to heed their warnings and hadn't taken basic fraud detection steps. So is this something that you encounter? Like, what kind of internal controls make it so fraud is more difficult, and what type of lack of internal controls make it so fraud is easier?
I would say the biggest thing was the fact that when we tried to investigate this, once we started bringing cases forward and it showed that the number of centers that we investigated were Somali, the biggest roadblock was the fact that they didn't want to follow through on these cases. They shut down investigations. They made us, in light of the report from this outside management firm, we spent nearly a year pulled away from our investigations because one of the things they determined was that when our unit started, we didn't have a proper case management system for recording and keeping track of the tips. So as investigators, we instead had to spend nearly a year entering past complaints made to DHS into a newly created database. We couldn't do our investigations because of that. So they kept us from doing our work, basically.
Yeah. So the states that make fraud detection a priority have less fraud than those that actively contravene efforts like yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize the ranking member, Ms. McBath, for some uses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article, Republicans' claims of fraud are a pretext for unpopular and drastic Medicaid cuts.
Without objection.
Thank you.
And so
I have some.
You have a UC? Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, forgive me, I have a handful of them here, Mr. Chairman. The one is a letter dated October 21, 2025 from Representative Benny Thompson to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. regarding the decision to rescind the $101 million penalty imposed on Mississippi. Press release dated September 17, 2025, titled Governor Walz issues executive order directing state agencies to take additional steps to combat fraud. Executive Order 2501, titled Preventing Fraud and Establishing the Financial Crimes and Fraud section of the Department of Public Safety, signed by Governor Tim Walz, January 3rd, 2025. Article dated December 2nd, 2025, titled Trump calls Somali immigrants garbage as U.S. reportedly targets Minnesota community. Article dated January 9, 2026, titled 5 States Sue Administration for Withholding Billions in social safety net funds. Article dated January 10, 2026, titled Behind the Somali Daycare Panic is a Mother and Son Duo Angling to Become Top Mega Influencers. Article dated December 31, 2025, titled Right-Wing YouTuber Behind Viral Minnesota Fraud Video Has Long Anti-Immigrant History. Article dated January 11, 2026, titled Fact Check What's Really Happening with Childcare Fraud in Minnesota. And finally, article dated January 13, 2026, titled The Trump Administration Says It's Cracking Down on Fraud, but it gave a red state a pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Ms. McBath again for the UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled Trump's Child Care Fund Freezing in 5 states could cost families $400 million.
I spy on my competitors every day.
That's a little creepy, my guy. But I was responding to, who do we got here? To Steve. Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of times the mainstream, they'll just play a 10-second clip from these hearings and then they'll talk over the rest of it. You don't hear anything. And you kind of just have to take their word for it, which when it comes to the mainstream news, you know, I take it with a grain of salt a lot of the time.
Occasion of the Century Foundation.
Without objection, I recognize myself for a series of UCs. From Fox News, Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage, slap in face. From CNN, victims shocked after Biden grants clemency to Kids for Cash judge and $54 million embezzler. And from Axios, Biden sets presidential record on pardons and clemency. Also, Minnesota daycare expose, journalist strikes again, and part 2 names the hub of the fraud wheel. 78th defendant charged in feeding our future fraud scheme from U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota. Suitcases filled with millions in cash flew out of MSP airport. Ex-TSA agent connects dots years later from Survival World. From the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS freezes child care and family assistance grants in 5 states for fraud concerns. From the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota, 6 additional defendants charged. 1 defendant pleads guilty in ongoing fraud schemes. This is from the local Fox News in Minneapolis. Through the years, a decade of investigating fraud, Minnesota. U.S. Department of Homeland Security release. ICE continues arresting worst of the worst in sanctuary Minneapolis, including pedophiles, gang members, and drug traffickers. From MSN, TSA flags suspicious cash outflow at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. From MSN, foreign ATM, Somali cash exodus from Minneapolis exponentially larger than other major U.S. airports. From Breitbart, SBA cutting off grants to Minnesota over reports of Somali fraud. Vance praises YouTuber Nick Shirley reporting on Minnesota fraud. Waltz and Omar using ICE operations to distract from fraud scandal. And from Just the News, in Somali fraud scandal, Republicans probe evidence of a blue state election scheme. From the New York Post, ringleader of $250 million Minnesota welfare fraud scandal ordered by judge to forfeit Porsche and luxury goods. From LifeZet.com, TSA whistleblower, Somalis regularly flew out with suitcases stuffed with millions in cash. From Fox News, Minnesota welfare fraud probe targets Somali Hawala money transfers. From the Star News Network, feds probe hundreds of millions in suspected Somali cash and luggage leaving Minneapolis Airport. From USCIS announces results of Operation Twin Shield, a large-scale immigration fraud investigation. From PBS, Nome says Homeland Security is investigating fraud in Minneapolis. From Cornell Law, this is the 18 U.S.C. Section 666, theft or bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds. Also, same source, 18 U.S.C. Section 641, public money, property, or records. Also, from same source, 18 U.S. Code 1001, statements or entries generally. And without objection, I now recognize myself for my 5 minutes of questioning. So, I have read all of your statements, and I do thank you, Mr. Hedler-Gaudette, for your recommendations. Mr. Dexter also had some recommendations. I think those are prescient. I think those are important. But I also have to bring some additional information out just because it's in my nature. I got to do it. So, Mr. Hetler-Godet, you've been talking about the IGs because you were asked about the IGs. Do you know how many cases, for instance, criminal cases are being investigated, say, by the Department of Homeland Security IG right now?
You. Just you. You. Just you. Yeah, we gamed a lot too. I took like a month or two off of doing the politics, and then I was doing a lot of gaming. If any of you guys play Rust, please hit me up. I've been playing solo, and I'm getting better at the game, but I need a squad. Also, we got to attempt not to celebrate death in chat. Whether you're celebrating Renee Good's death or celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, I find it a little lowbrow, okay?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, no.
Would it surprise you if there were 650 ongoing cases, with 200 of those being COVID related?
That would not surprise me, no.
And do you know how many audits they have going right now?
Nope.
They have 60 audits going right now, with another 20 investigations going. That sounds to me like the IG there, at least in DHS, is not being chilled because of the appointment of temporary IGs. Am I wrong on that, or am I misconstruing that?
One thing about the DHS IG, Mr. Joseph Kafari, is he was actually appointed under the first Trump administration, and he has remained ever since. We actually at the Project on Government Oversight have long recommended that Mr. Kafari be fired because he has had a long and demonstrated track record of slow-walking investigations at DHS, particularly when it comes to abuse of force and other issues with DHS agents.
And yet the Oversight Committee for the IGs didn't adhere to that recommendation. So anyway, the point, I felt that point needed to be made. Additionally, Mr. Dexter, you looked at some of the same kind of physical evidence that Mr. Shirley looked at with regard to physical presence at the various daycare facilities that you were examining between 2014 and 2019. Is that true?
Yes.
And you saw basically the same kind of physical evidence that Mr. Shirley exposed?
That's correct.
You also looked at funding data, and you also had whistleblowers?
Yes.
And I find it interesting that somehow local news, which reported on the fraud, other local news reporters who reported on the fraud credibly agree with the findings of Mr. Shirley. Is that what you have seen as well, Mr. Dexter?
Yes. Fox 9 News in Minneapolis, they followed a lot of our cases and did stories on them.
And so I mean, the very notion of trying to discredit Mr. Shirley because he got a lot of views, or that some CBS reporter disagreed and said they couldn't find the evidence, actually, in my mind, discredits the CBS reporter. That's because, I mean, I appreciate the ranking member having cited the Arizona fraud, which I also constantly cite. It's a massive fraud in Arizona. Not just the $2.5 billion, but there's another additional allegation of about $7 billion per year fraud in Arizona. I think there needs to be a change there. I think we need to get a handle on this, not just in Minnesota, but nationwide. Because what we've seen in Ms. Larson's case, those who are conducting themselves according to the law, delivering services, are the ones that also get punished. But if you're a fraudster, somehow you're able to keep on going. And the fraud hasn't stopped. Mr. Shirley, have you seen any evidence? You said twice today that $185 million of recipients, not one of them has been able to demonstrate that they are a legitimate business.
No, in fact, they're actually actively suing the HHS to prevent handing over any information.
Right, so they don't even want to give the information that would be required of an audit, that would be required from a separate independent investigation. They want a court to intervene and enjoin and prevent them from having to respond to this kind of investigation. Is that correct, Mr. Shirley?
That is correct.
So, I mean, this is the thing, and I think, I'm listening to the panelists, I think everybody on the panel, I think everybody up here, we all want to stop the fraud. But the bottom line is, it's so infused with politicization that it is preventing us from just sitting down there and saying, okay, we got a symptom in Minnesota and we're going to fix it. I think the symptoms being exposed is critical because then it actually motivates people to try to get to the root cause. I'm out of time, and we have no other members here, so I just want to thank each one of you, from Mr. Dexter, Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, Mr. Shirley, and Ms. Larson, for being here and giving us your testimony. I really, really appreciate it, and I would encourage my colleagues to be better stewards and have better oversight, because otherwise Mr. Shirley's generation is going to be paying through the wazoo, which right now means $40 trillion in national debt. So thank you all. Appreciate it. We are adjourned.
All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. I see there's a trans conversation going on. I don't know how that always pops up in chat. It doesn't matter what we're doing. I feel like every day transgenderism ends up popping up in the chat somehow. We did a really fun stream yesterday, and we watched the Tyler Oliveira video because I gave some of my thoughts on the trans topic. And then we watched this Tyler Oliveira video where he goes to Bangkok and interviews ladyboys, and it was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. But I appreciate you guys for hanging out. So we got through that testimony and everything. I mean, really not too much to it. What do we got here? Said I'm a woman, you donut. Are you from the UK by chance? I don't hear people call each other donuts very often. I don't know where does that come from? What region do people call people donuts? I don't know if right-wingers are physically attacking trans people. I don't know if I really even want to get into the trans conversation right now. It's just like every day I need to talk about it. It's something I've thought about quite a bit. I find it philosophically interesting. I was gonna scroll through some of X here, cause just catch up on some of the ICE stuff. This I found fascinating. Hold up. I didn't realize. I think Holman might have been appointed by Obama. He was given an award for his deportations under Obama, which I thought was fascinating because I just didn't hear about it. Granted, that was a little bit, or that was, before I was really engaged in politics and whatnot, or really paying attention. But that blew my mind seeing this. I had to look it up and make sure it was real. But yeah, it's real. But I was just going to scroll through some of the, actually this had some more. Barack Obama's ICE chief received an award for 920,000 removals. Donald Trump's ICE chief was called a Nazi. It's the same person. So it's interesting how media framing can change how people react to stuff. There's a couple things on X I was interested in.
Race into all of this. Nobody's throwing. Be a race trader. See again, y'all are throwing race into all.
Having this white lady call this black dude a race trader because he's working for ICE, it's just wild. It is a little wild when the ICE agents do seem to be more diverse than the people protesting. I mean, it's really just conjecture, but it's kind of funny, right?
Trader? See again, y'all are throwing race into all of this. Nobody's throwing race into it.
You profile people for how they look. You profile people for how they look and how they speak.
Without your mask on and without your shitty little Timu getup, your ass would be stopped by ICE and you fucking know it. You guys tried to detain your own person. Yeah, that's probably because you have the reading level of a fucking 8th grader, my dude. Come on.
Fucking go anywhere. This idiot isn't gonna learn.
Working
Save me how? He's like, save me how?
Think that's going on in this world?
Whether you work for the government.
Hey, do you know that you have to work for ICE? Man who is out there racially profiling other people. That's fucking sick. In fucking Germany that I gotta carry my fucking passport with me? Are you guys gonna make me wear a fucking star like my ancestors? I'm fucking Jewish.
He said that's because the non-white people are scared to go out and protest and get attacked. I don't think that's true. That's like a really weird thing to say. It's like, well, the minorities are just scared. I don't think so. White people are just braver than minorities. Because there was a white person that just got shot in the face, and there's still white people out there. So, I don't know. That's a weird take. I don't know if I buy that one. They're at a higher risk of assault.
And Latin American, and I have to deal with this shit. My ancestors were fucking murdered by Nazis, and now you guys are back doing it all over again. Fuck you! Fuck you! You know, I hope you
That's a crazy comparison.
You're a Nazi!
Read a fucking
book! You're fucking Gestapo!
Hey.
People say you don't think white people could be illegal immigrants. Well, it's curious. What do we consider white? Like, is Italian white? Is French white? Is German white? Would we consider those white people? I'm not sure. Canadian would. I mean, they're white, right? Generally, but obviously, white people could be illegally here. Reading your guys' chats here. Let me put on some mood music. As we called it the other day, some elevator corn music. If you aren't here for it, you won't understand. Yeah, the reason they wear masks, I don't know why people have such issues with the mask situation. It's like if people weren't doxing each other or people weren't trying to dox ICE agents, they wouldn't wear masks, so they wouldn't have to, right? But because of the doxing and, I mean, yeah, because of the doxing, they have to wear masks. Kind of just makes sense. If anytime you went to work, there were people trying to take your picture, find your name, find your address, find your home, I think you'd want to wear a mask to work, personally. I mean, or at least I would, you know, if that were the case. But, I don't know, to each their own, I suppose. I don't think masks are automatically bad. Because if you're saying that a mask automatically makes you malicious, then any protester wearing a mask, would they not be malicious as well? I mean, if you ask yourself, why is ICE wearing masks? Then you have to ask yourself, why are protesters, or whatever you want to call them, wearing masks? It's probably for the same reason, right? Probably. You said they fought not to wear them during COVID? Bro, that is just, I don't know, man. That's a non sequitur. I don't know. That is like, I don't think that's, I don't know, maybe you're memeing. I don't think that really tacks onto the conversation. Yo, Lucid, you said I'm biracial but look Hispanic and I'm curious if I'll get asked for papers. I don't know. Are they only asking black and brown people for papers? It was in Texas, some border patrol went into a restaurant, a cartel guy in the restaurant posted a picture online. Some of them got attacked and beheaded in their homes. Jesus. Oh, did we finish this? Sorry.
I said, turn up the street.
I don't understand the whistleblowing.
founded laws on immigration. Like, it's simple. Like, that's it. Like, we can't argue that.
History of immigration.
We do.
Both.
We do.
But again, I don't think you know all of the history of the immigration.
Because our country
and what's
doesn't.
happened.
It's not about the history, it's about the laws. It's not about the history, it's about the laws. We are here to enforce law.
And this is where I think the left really drops the ball when it, or like the progressives or whoever is out there protesting drops the ball, is if the law states that if you're illegally here, you're going to get removed, then you can't really be mad at the officers doing their job. What you should be trying to do is change the law. But my question to y'all is, how would you change the law in order to allow illegal immigrants to be here? Because if the law says that if you enter the country illegally, you get removed. Like, for example, if I were to swim to Japan right now, right, and just kind of enter illegally, and they were to pick me up. In Japan, as a foreigner, you're supposed to carry around your passport. The cops can stop you and ask you for your papers in Japan, and you're supposed to have them on you. And I don't know if that's true, like in what countries that's true, but I know for Japan, for example, you're supposed to. How would you change the law in order to make it so, I mean, you're trying to make illegal people not illegal, essentially. Somebody say you don't go fishing in the desert. What's going on, Death Gator? Sorry, I was like pontificating here. I'm trying to get back to chat. Well, what procedure are they not following? I haven't read their manual myself. You said people aren't illegal? What do you mean by people aren't illegal? Like, for example, and again, look, do I have issues with illegal people personally? Of course not. Shit. If you worked at any restaurant, you've worked with illegals, okay? If you worked in any urban place in a restaurant, you worked with illegals, all right? The back of house, a lot of the times, a lot of them don't have papers, at least in the places I've worked, okay? Some of them you have to learn a little bit of Spanish to work at, okay? I've met great people that were illegal here. They were working, sending money back to their family. They were nice people. Some of them were racist, by the way. This whole thing where only like the ICE or only white people or only this can be racist. I met some very racist immigrants. Specifically, this one Mexican dude I remember in particular who he was very vocal about his racism. He really didn't like black people, okay? And when a black person would enter the store and leave the store, he would have choice words I'm not allowed to say on YouTube, okay? So this whole idea of like, oh, they're racist because they're doing this, it seems a little odd to me. Are some of them racist? Oh, sure, I imagine. I mean, if you have a big enough group of people, you're going to be able to find all sorts of different flavors of people within that group, right? But no, somebody said people aren't illegal, and that's what, it's just throwing me off a little bit. So I don't know what that means. Like, what do you mean a person is not illegal? I've met racists from every race. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. I mean, if we're playing word games, right? Like playing with semantics or whatever, the person quite literally is not illegal because that doesn't really make sense, but they're in a place illegally. For example, if somebody were to enter your home without permission, I guess the person isn't illegal. Like literally that person is not illegal, but they might be illegally in your house. So I don't know. I feel like it's a word game when people say that. It doesn't really feel like it's actually like getting to the point of the problem. And again, the point of the problem is people are out here trying to stop ICE from just doing their job. And it's like, if you just change the law, I think that would solve the issue. So how can you change the law in order to benefit your side, is my question. How would you like immigration to actually be handled? What do you do with the people that are here? Do you just, give them all citizenship? Do you secure the border and try to stop people from coming in? Or do you just not do that? Like, I'm curious. We keep trying to connect this to Nazis. I don't think these are Nazis. Like, I don't know why. Is it just me, or is it the only reference point that we have to compare anything to is Hitler and Nazis? Is there no other reference point? It's just like 0 to 100. I feel like there must be something in between this somewhere. Okay, I'm playing word games because the country isn't my house. Okay, I mean, we could expand this and expand this and expand this out. I mean, I think we all understand the concept of trespassing. Again, I'm pretty open to a few different ideas. However, it does seem like I think there is probably something wrong with having a bunch of people that don't necessarily have papers, don't have the same rights as the citizens, because if you can't vote and you live in a place, then you don't have any representation. So now you're working in a place without any representation, meaning you could be taken advantage of by employers. I've seen it happen. Okay. It feels like you're putting people in sort of a tough spot. Sure, you could say, okay, well, is their life better here than where they came from? Maybe it is better here. I could grant that, right? But I feel like that's dangerous logic, because it's like saying, as long as somebody's life is better here than where they came from, you're allowed to treat them worse than the general citizen here. And that throws me off. Because the same side that seems to, be trying to stop ICE, I imagine would be trying to push for raising the minimum wage, for example. However, if you're here illegally, you might be being paid minimum wage or less than minimum wage, or not be being paid overtime, or not be getting a 401k, or not because you're being paid under the table, so you're being taken advantage of. So it feels like we're trying to hold two different thoughts in our head, but it's like, it's okay to pay them less because they're doing better than they would otherwise be doing in their country. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels a little weird. In fact, I'll pull up a video. I'll probably pulled this video up too many times, but hopefully this gets at, well, I don't know. Maybe this won't even do anything, but what is it? And this is just kind of how some of this stuff makes me feel. It's some of the arguments.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be
in LA.
See, it feels a little fucked up, right? That feels messed up, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Now, I'm not saying everybody, has that viewpoint, but that's kind of how the arguments seem to boil down for me. Well, the reason I bring that video up is because sometimes I hear this argument, well, who's going to do these jobs? And to me, that's kind of how the argument comes off. Who's going to do these jobs that get paid, that have low pay? Who are going to do these jobs that Americans don't want to do? It's like, do you want to have a serf class? Do you want to have a class of people that don't have representation, that have to do jobs for lesser money that Americans don't want to do? To me, that sounds bad. The issue is, though, everybody will go out there and scream and say, stop deporting them. And then let's just say they stop deporting them. Does everybody just go home and then you're just okay with, them having no representation? I don't know why people weren't fighting for, I guess, just more representation. Get more judges to process asylum claims. Maybe try to figure out some sort of situation to get people naturalized, right? Do. I don't know about that one, IS. Because we don't really hear about any of that stuff. It's just, Biden wasn't, president. I didn't really hear much push for it. And then even towards the end of his presidency, he ramped up on, maybe not deportations, but on border security towards the last year of his presidency. I'm just reading through your guys' chats here. Trying to. So I guess I have to ask, do you think, IS, that's what I'm calling you because I'm trying to see your name here. Isbell, I'll call you Isbell. Do you think that deporting people is always bad? Full stop, nobody should ever be deported. I'm just trying to get a sense of your viewpoint here. I don't know that this is akin to Nazi Germany. I could be wrong though. I hope I'm right. That'd be really sad if this is going to be Nazi Germany 2.0. Okay, I keep hearing you guys bring up Iceland. I have not heard anything about Iceland. I know there's been a lot of Greenland talks. Iceland, Trump. Trump confuses Iceland and Greenland in Davos remark. While threatening Greenland, Trump also threatens Iceland. It looks like a lot of people are reporting it as though he really just made a mistake. From what I understand, isn't Greenland icy and Iceland is more green? It's kind of odd. Crap, where's my, there we go. You're denying the Holocaust survivors' interpretation? Yes. I think I might be. I'll grant them that they might interpret it that way, but I mean, just because somebody went through something and they say something doesn't mean you have to believe every single thing they say. Now, to them, it might look the same. It might look the same. I could grant that. Maybe it looks the same, right? But I don't necessarily think that means that just because they said, oh, this looks like that, that this is Nazi Germany. It just doesn't really make sense. One thing doesn't automatically make the other thing true. Oh wait, but I forgot what I was calling you. Isbell. Okay, sorry, I found your answer. You said yes, deporting is bad. So in every single circumstance, deporting is bad. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like I understand the emotional argument of it for the most part, but from a structural place, like if you were actually running the country, it seems like border security and sort of knowing who's in the country and not allowing people to just kind of come into the country willy-nilly without paperwork, that just seems like it would be a security issue, which I know people could say national security, and we roll our eyes to that because it's like, well, you could say that to anything, right? But it does seem like it would be pretty important to have border security just for national security, just so you know who's coming in and going out. Again, the emotional arguments, I get it. Again, I don't think there's a moral claim. See, that's the thing. And I'll grant you that some people on the conservative side or the MAGA side or whatever you want to call it will make it seem like, oh, they're all bad or something, right? All these people are bad. That's obviously ridiculous, right? All the people are not bad. That's not the problem. Just like if you speed on the road, that doesn't mean you're a bad person necessarily. We went 10, 12 miles over the speed limit. You're not necessarily a horrible person, right? You broke the law in that instance, but that doesn't mean you're a horrible person. No, yours is emotional argument. I don't know if it's my argument. It seems like the argument of every single country in the world. I mean, I like to think my argument is pretty solid. And like I said, I would even like to see, hey, maybe we could process more asylum claims. That might be good. Maybe if there is this industry that is supported very heavily by illegal immigrants, maybe getting them naturalized would be good, right? So they have representation. I mean, I'm just saying, if I had to sit back and actually run the country and stuff, it just seems like one of the things that is important is making sure you know who's coming in and going out. If you don't have a border, it doesn't really seem like you have much of a country. Like, for example, if I were to sneak into Mexico, would they kick me out? If I were to sneak into Canada, would they kick me out? Is it immoral for Mexicans to kick me out of their country? Is it immoral for Canadians to kick me out of the country? It sounds as though you're saying it's immoral for anybody to kick anybody out of a country. And at least if you're consistent and you say, okay, yeah, Mexico can't kick you out and Canada can't kick you out, then I'll be like, okay, well, you're being consistent at least, And I've already granted, I don't think most of the people are bad or anything like that. I don't think it's really a moral claim. You said an emotional argument made by most countries. Oh, well, there you go then, I guess. You said without me mentioning human trafficking largely occurring over the Mexican border. I mean, that's also obviously would be a problem as well. Global bankers and traders versus everybody. Yes, it's a big club and we're not in it, guys. Unless some of you guys in chat are billionaires. In that case, a membership to the channel is 99 cents. Okay, guys? Oh my gosh. You said, yes, I think borders are ignorant and silly and cause racism and this weird emotional argument that other people are scary and should be searched and restricted. I mean, that's an opinion. You think Mexicans aren't basically the same as Americans? They're Spaniards who slept with Indians in Mexico. I don't know if that was meant for me or somebody else. I assume most people are pretty much the same. You know, obviously culture shapes us differently, you know, depending where you grow up, the religion, the social practices. Obviously that's going to shape you, but we all shit, piss, eat, probably want to live happy lives. I mean, we're all pretty much, I would say, the same for the most part, right? You think a lock is going to stop with someone? Well, a lock keeps an honest man honest. So that is a weird argument. Are you saying you don't lock your doors? Because I do think locks do stop people. Again, keeps an honest man honest, so to speak. I can tell you, some people will walk down the street. This is an issue in the place I live. People will walk down the street and they will try the handle of your car. If your car is unlocked, they will ransack your car. If your car is not unlocked, they'll go to the next car. They won't smash your window. Now, if somebody really wants to get in your car, sure, they'll smash your window. But some people aren't willing to go to those lengths. So I do think a lock is a deterrence. You know, will it deter every single person? No, of course not. I don't think we have any deterrence that is 100%. I see you talk about assimilation. That's an interesting conversation in and of itself, because if you move people in too fast, it makes it difficult to assimilate. In fact, well, yeah, because they create enclaves and then they don't really have to assimilate. They don't have to learn language and stuff like that. And I tend to think if you live in a country, you should probably speak the language. And this is not rules for thee or not for me or whatever, but I would say the same thing. If I move to another country and I plan on living there, I better know how to speak the language, right? I mean, this is an issue in Mexico. I think it's in Mexico City. A bunch of Americans move, I believe it's to Mexico City. Let me look this up. It's actually really interesting. I found this. Oh, where is it? It's called expat, right? So this is a really good channel. He's gotten in some hot water as of recent, but I still think he does, like, you know, cool work and stuff. This is channel 5. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a link to them in chat, you know, to show some support and whatnot. I am subscribed, right? Yeah, I'm subscribed. Let me drop this in chat for y'all. Link to this video here. I think it was this one. This is called Mexico City gentrification.
It's over.
You living here in Mexico?
Yeah. Oh, I love Mexico. I don't like the United States.
Okay.
It's much calmer than New York. It's still very natural.
I've had a little bit of Mexican always in my family, but not by blood. But now I basically do internet marketing, remote work, things like that.
The Mexican capital is now considered one of the top 5 cities in the world for remote workers.
Nothing is stopping me from working remotely as long as I'm not earning wages here in Mexico.
Yeah, what would you do if you had that opportunity? You know, I grew up in the States. My family's only been there for 1 or 2 generations also. So, you know, obviously I'm from there, but I feel more comfortable here, to be honest.
This country is more chill. In Russia, everybody is on the rush. Everybody is running. Here, it's more chill.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, eh?
Thank you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Yo, aquí Josué para Channel 5, Canal 5 Latinoamérica. The gentrification in Ciudad de México is a big problem. ¿Qué opina de la gentrificación en México?
Terrible, nos está disparando las rentas de una manera inalcanzable. Ya no vamos a poder pagar renta en la Roma. De 12,000 se fueron a 25,000 pesos. Sí lo están sufriendo mucho.
What do you think about the prices in this zone?
The prices here, pretty comparable to Seattle prices. Yeah, muy caro.
Rent in Seattle is back on the rise.
You said you don't lock your doors because living your life in fear of everyone else seems more insane than having a slight bit of trust. I have to ask, do you live in a gated community or something? Maybe I've just lived in I don't know. I don't even think I've lived in that bad of areas. But still, I mean, the sentiment, I appreciate the sentiment of it, right?
Average rent still more than $2,100 a month for a 700 square foot apartment.
You tasted some tacos?
Sí, sí.
¿Pica o no pica?
Pica, sí.
¿Mucho o no?
En medio, sí.
medio?
Sí.
Okay.
De habanero, sí. Gracias.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
As some of you may have seen, much of our previous coverage has focused on the issues along the US-Mexico border, particularly surrounding undocumented migrants coming from developing nations in Latin America who've crossed our border illegally in search of economic opportunity in the States. Many Americans have complained that this mass influx of migrants is taking away job opportunities from working-class Americans, lowering the bottom line for
So if somebody broke into somebody's house, or no, I guess walked in because the door was unlocked, and let's say they raped a woman, right? And then that woman from that point forward locks her door, would you say that she's an emotional weirdo? It just sounds like wherever you live, bad things must not happen to people.
coal miners and veterans, flooding the streets with crime and violence, and leading to a canine genocide of epic proportions.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
Well, why wouldn't you call that person an emotional weirdo? Why should she lock her door? Or he? I mean, it could be a guy, I guess.
They're eating the pets.
But what if I told you there's a reverse border crisis going on? That's right, rent and cost of living in Mexico's largest city has doubled and now tripled as a result of Americans. This all really began after the COVID pandemic of 2020, during which tens of millions of Americans working in the tech sector switched to a work-from-home model and no longer had to report to the office in cities like San Francisco and Seattle, where tech companies like Uber, Twitter, Facebook,
Lucid helping keep the lights on over here, guys. Hold up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You said if this does turn into a Nazi situation, is MAGA still going to support Trump? I hope not. But when you say Nazi, I need you to give some specifics. Like, what in particular? Like, do you mean rounding them up and gassing people? Or like, well, not gassing, but just eliminating people? Like systematically genociding, like systematically killing a group of people. If that happens, I hope we all stand up against it. That's the thing. You said my ex-girlfriend from last year lived in South Mexico, right next to a major cartel hub. Zero Mexican government control, purely controlled by cartel. Mexico isn't a country. Interesting. We have to pick your brain on some of that. I don't know. Fuck it. Yes. Just to stay consistent with my point. GD, that one's too much to type out. And if you want to jump on the mic, you can hop in the Discord and you can hop on the mic. All I ask is you don't break YouTube TOS. No slurs. I don't imagine you're going to get on here and start slurring, right? And all that good stuff. So if you want to hop on the mic, it might be an interesting conversation.
And beyond are headquartered. So where'd they go? The answer is simple. They went somewhere where their paycheck stretches a lot further. Some chose cities like Austin, Texas and Nashville, Tennessee. But 800,000 Americans have moved to the country of Mexico in the past 4 years. And almost nowhere is their presence felt more than in Mexico's capital.
You see graffiti like this that says "Fuera Gringo," which means "Get out, Gringo."
Much like the current situation at our...
Now, would that be racist? ISP. Gosh, Ispell. What we just saw there, it says they put up something that says "Get out, Gringo." Now this is in, I imagine, Mexico City. Is that bad? Is that racist? Is that bad? The Mexican people having an issue with a bunch of Americans moving in, which raises rents, and I mean, we'll see what else it does, but...
This that says "Fuera Gringo," which means "Get out, Gringo."
Much like the current situation at our border, if done right, this wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, tourism accounts for 17% of Mexico's GDP. Much like immigrant labor, documented or undocumented, accounts for 19% of the American workforce. But this rapid, mass influx of what are called digital nomads to Mexico City has overwhelmed the housing market there to such a degree that native-born Mexicans cannot feasibly live there on a standard salary.
Look past the charming cafes, flashy apartments, and you'll see this capital city for what it's becoming, a refuge for migrants.
All right, just hop in the stream chat voice. Let me hop in there. Chillin'. You said to deter you from getting shot. What's going on, Lucid? Let me know if you have issues talking or anything. You should be able to, but let me know in the chat if you are having issues. I need to make sure my permissions are set up right. Because some of my mods dropped in this voice channel, but they might have different permissions, so I just need to make sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, what's going on with you? What's your opinions on all this?
Huh?
What's your opinions on all this? Well, how are you feeling?
Well, so the reason I had asked that question, it kind of goes back with what Autumn had said. When I asked that question, Autumn said that they would, no matter how like messy that gets, right?
Oh, hold up. What was the question?
About like if it does like turn into a Nazi situation, if like MAGA would still support it.
Okay, and you said Autumn said what?
Autumn said that they would, no matter how like messy it gets.
Damn, Autumn, if it turned into a Nazi situation where people are literally being genocided, they're picking people up off the street and they are killing them, essentially, would you support that? Oh yeah, Autumn, get on the mic. Hold up. Discord. You just gotta join the Discord and then find your way over to the chat here. I would hope. I think most people, right, Lucid, would say that they would be against that. I would hope.
I would too, but that was my point. If you have already like one person like saying, you know, they would, how many more people like do you think would back that too?
Well, considering there's only a handful of people in our chat, that's scary.
Exactly. And my reason in that question is I was prior military, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the military, like you're kind of like trained to like look at every single like scenario and you know, like how they could play out, right?
Yeah.
And so like just, and to me, just seeing what's like going on, I don't take it off the table, if that makes sense.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's a non-zero chance.
Yeah, like some people like, well, like that's far-fetched, and it is far-fetched, but has Trump not done like a lot of things that's a little out of the ordinary though?
Oh yeah.
And nobody would, have like thought that he would do, and then he did it. And then we're kind of like, you have like one side, and they're like, yo, what just happened? And then you have the other side like supporting it. So it's like, if it does happen, is that same side like going to understand like what just like happened, or are they going to go along with it like they have been doing this whole time?
Yeah, that is scary. Sort of maybe the bystander effect, or maybe they would support it. But it looks like Autumn's not going to be able to. You said you're not going to be able to jump on. You said maybe tomorrow night. But could you just explain further, because it is sounding a little crazy over here. If if it turned out that they were rounding up people and killing them, would you be against that, or would you be for that, Autumn? Because Trump is a moderate. Wait for this to come through. Well, I guess while we're waiting on that, so how do you feel about, I guess, ICE at this point, Lucid?
Me personally, again, like I'm in the middle, right? So I see like the good things that they're doing, but at the same time though, like you have to call overboard at some point, because they had like just passed the policy. I don't know if it's actually like law, but they had like passed the policy where like they can just like go into your house without a warrant. I think it's a little bit much,
Yeah, I would say that does sound like much. I'm gonna have to look into that one. But I mean, that does sound a little bit extra. Is there any other caveat to it, maybe, or is it just they can just go into anybody's house?
Well, the crazy thing is they like just passed it a couple hours ago, like tonight.
Okay.
And they're just saying something about how they don't need a warrant to go into houses.
All right,
That's a little bit much.
That does seem a little over the top. Now, if there's some sort of caveat to that, where is it like the person's running away and they're chasing them and they go into the house they're allowed to enter?
They're just like regularly.
Okay, yeah, that does seem a bit over the top, because otherwise we're assuming they have warrants for each place they're going to, I imagine. Now I want to look this up. ICE not needing warrants. ICE says its officers... Okay, here we go. This is coming from NBC News. ICE says its officers can forcibly enter homes during immigration operations without judicial warrants. Let's see. An internal Immigration and Customs Enforcement document in May shows that ICE told officers and agents they could forcibly enter homes of people subject to deportation without warrants signed by judges. The memo dated on May 12th. It says ICE agents are allowed to forcibly enter a person's home using an administrative warrant if a judge has issued a, quote, final order of removal. Administrative warrants permit officers and agents to make arrests and are different from judicial warrants, which judges or magistrates sign allowing entry into homes. So this administrative warrant. So it does sound a little bit different than they could just go into anybody's home, because it seems like they still need some sort of a piece of paper, or at least a final order of removal. Again, I'm going to have to obviously get into the weeds a little bit on this at some point. But then again, if this is from, when was this posted? January 21st. Okay. The memo says that under general guidelines, that officers and agents using a method called Form I-205 must, quote, knock and announce, and that in announcing, officers and agents must state their identity and purpose. It says that officers and agents must give the people inside time to comply with the order. It also says that they generally should not enter a residence before 6 a.m. or after 10 p.m., and then they, quote, should only use a necessary and reasonable amount of force to enter a home.
If they're doing it that way, then that makes sense. I didn't get the time to read the whole thing because I'm at work right now.
No, I totally get it, bro. No, I appreciate that, though, because, I mean, you're putting me on here. But I think we would agree that, yeah, if they were just kicking down anybody's door, that would be a little crazy.
But if it's kind of like a, what do you call it, like a no-knock warrant, then I feel like that's okay.
Right, okay. But yeah, they're forced to knock and announce, and okay, yeah. So it doesn't seem like it's quite as open, like, not the Wild West quite yet. But I agree with you. Is there potential for things to get worse? There is potential for things to get worse. I maybe I'm just being overly positive. I don't know. I don't really think we're gonna get to the Nazi Germany levels of.
Okay. Now, so think about it like this, right?
Okay.
I'm not making comparisons. I want everybody to make their own conclusion, right? When Germany was like taking like one country, nobody didn't do anything. Then he took another country, nobody didn't do anything. And then he kept taking countries until, they finally like did something. And he took over from Poland. We tried to take over Poland, and then everything broke. Not making comparisons, but I'm just saying, saw what happened with Venezuela. Now they're talking about going after Greenland. And he was already talking about going after Cuba. Like, again, like, y'all can make your own conclusions about it. But if you look at it like the same way, it could be the same thing.
I see what you're saying. So the collection of people and then the taking over of other nation states. I mean, I see the comparisons you're drawing here. I do. Oh, go on.
I'm not saying like the comparisons are right or, X, Y, and Z, but if history like truly does like repeat itself, and we're seeing the exact same playbook again, why is it out of the norm for something like that to come up again?
No, I see what you're saying. I guess it's not, is it completely off the table? No, anything's possible. I think that Americans, if it got to the point of, at least within our borders, not talking about Venezuela and Greenland, that's like a whole nother thing, but within sort of the ICE, the deportations and everything, if they started rounding people up and essentially exterminating them, my assumption is that most Americans would stand up and essentially overthrow the current administration. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong. I mean, if we have people in chat saying they would support it, that's fucking insane.
That's my point. Like, that's what I was trying to like say. Is if you already have like one person who kind of thinks that way, there may be more.
All right, yeah. Oh man, I wish Autumn could jump on here to further. Let me see, because I didn't actually see the earlier message responding to the question. I'm not ignoring you or anything, Autumn. I get caught up in the chat moves. If we live peacefully, okay. I'm trying to find your answer here. Oh please, they are rounding up people. Oh, no, that's not you, because Trump. No. Hey Autumn, did you ever answer the question? I want to go out on a limb here, Autumn, and say that you obviously would not support genocide, right? I mean, we could probably get on the same page with that, right? Maybe. What's going on, CC Carol? We're hanging out in the live chat, bro, in the Discord. If you were, I know you might want to drop it and give your 2 cents. Well, okay, I don't think Autumn is responding to this, but Yeah, I see your concerns here. We might have to. I don't know if people would be honest to that question though either. I don't know if people would be like, "Oh yeah, I would support that," because it is a pretty out there thing to support. So, any other thoughts on the immigration stuff? I mean, how do you feel about deporting people in general? I mean, do you think it's bad to deport people or what?
I don't think it's like bad, but I mean, I do get like the reason that we're doing it now is like Biden like did like let in like a ton of people. So kind of get like drastic like time to call like drastic measures. So kind of get it. I'm not saying like, it's true. This is what I hear. I try to hear like both sides. Well, like when I hear about like U.S. citizens like getting or like detained or like vets getting detained, like that's when I kind of have a problem with it because there's always going to be like two sides, and the left is going to throw it out this way, and the right is always going to throw it out like this way. I pretty much don't think like there's no like right or wrong. How some people say like just like let them like do their jobs. And I'm not a Republican. I literally just said I'm in the middle. So I see the dumb stuff that the right say, and I also see the dumb stuff that the left say because y'all are both dumb. We are not the enemies. They are. Like, I'm broke just like the right is. I'm broke just like the next man is.
Bro, I feel you.
Why should I fight him when there's a dude that just made another like $1 billion off of my work? So, but back to the point. I got distracted. I just saw something. But I don't think like necessarily like a bad thing. But like I was saying, if they do start going after just like citizens, that's when I kind of have a problem with. And we're never going to actually have like the true story of like what goes down like during those times. Because the only thing that we see are the 10-second clips or the 5-second clips. And then the right side use it for their propaganda, and the left side use it for their propaganda. And the next thing you know, once again, we're fighting the wrong person.
Each other, yeah. Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
It's a big club.
What they're doing. And that's kind of the part that makes me mad is because, at least to me, it's like nobody understands that. Like they'll be like still like blame the left for something that the president did. I didn't do it. I'm not the one that like signed the law.
Right. But, is this Autumn that just dropped in by chance, or is this Autumn, or is this Isbel? You might be getting your mic situated here.
Okay, sorry. Hello. I couldn't hear you there. I was getting my mic situated. I heard that end part. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you? Thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate it.
Of course. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I got so many thoughts. I mean, I'm spelt. I couldn't. My phone number wasn't verified on my other account, so I went to go do whatever I did now, and I don't know, whatever. It was just fucking Discord.
Yeah.
And so, a lot of thoughts. We were talking about a lot of stuff earlier, and I brought that up because I was like, well, was there something? I'll talk about all the things that I wanted to talk about, but I was curious if there was something specific you had related that I wanted to talk about, and if not, I'll jump into it.
Or just shoot.
Yeah. So, I mean, what you said just recently, a few minutes ago, you were talking about like, oh, this individual in chat said something about supporting this regime in a certain instance, and you said, well, if they were rounding up and killing people, would like they did in Nazi Germany, would you have issues with that? That is currently what's happening. ICE is doing that. Multitudes of people have died in ICE custody. There's been allegations of sexual assault, some on children, and the situation that's taking place is they are in fact rounding people up and sending them to essentially what is concentration camps and death camps in other countries, literally verbatim akin to what Nazis started doing in the early days of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, I agree with or sorry, go on. No, go on.
That's what I wanted to say, but somebody said I was just I was fear mongering. So
yeah,
I didn't say it, but like that's what's going on.
That's why I get so upset. Like people will say, "Oh, this is just fear mongering. You're taking it to the most extremes," and then they go, "Oh, look at you! You triggered liberal. You triggered leftist." And I'm like, "Yeah, look. The day that your door gets knocked down, and they take you, then I guess finally, maybe we'll get somewhere." But like, it's that poem. First, they came
for the communists. Yeah. In terms of so I guess the distinction that I make is whether there's systematically doing it on purpose. I'm against them obviously abusing children, killing people, raping people, all of that stuff. Obviously, that's horrible. They should put those people underneath the prison. Do you think that is bad apples in the bunch and it's incidental due to the size of the operation? Oh, and then to speak to the sending them to camps. Yes, those El Salvadorian prisons, I hope they're only sending the, sometimes they show like, oh, this person was a child molester or something along those lines. It's like, if they send that type of a person, they've proven that this person raped a child, and they send them to an El Salvadorian prison, I don't really care so much about that as much. I mean, really just send them to whatever. I mean, send them back to their country. But if it was to go to a prison, okay, fine. But in terms of normal people, just, people that, hopped over the border, they're living their life, they have a family and everything, I don't think they should be sending those people to El Salvadorian prisons. But I guess my question was, do you think that they're purposefully rounding people up in order to kill them, in order to abuse them? Okay, gotcha. Well, I'm on the side of
Project 2025.
You think they're following the Project 2025 playbook?
I know it for a fact, yeah.
I have to do more research into it. I thought that I know what they said out loud, and you can't always trust what they say. They said that they weren't considering the Project 2025, all the things in it, but they could be lying. They could be lying, and they could be. But I would like to think that the goal isn't necessarily to hurt people, rape them, kill them, and all that kind of stuff, but rather just remove them from the country. If that turned out to be what they were trying to do, hurting people and harming people in that way, then yes, obviously 100% against it, and, overthrow the government, right? How many people have died, I guess, in ICE custody is the next question. I mean, I'll have to look that up here.
I was about to say I could look it up.
How many people have died in ICE custody?
Two, just so we can.
Yeah, of course.
And then we can both compare information there.
This is the Guardian. The number of deaths, 32, matched the previous record set in 2004. These deaths occurred as the Trump administration ramped up its immigration operations, detaining a record number of people in December. The agency was holding 68,440 people in detention in mid-December. Nearly 75% of them had no criminal convictions. December was also the deadliest month in ICE custody. 6 people died. There's a chart. Let's see. So yeah, it looks like last year, according to, this is coming from The Guardian. I'll drop a link in chat for y'all. Or actually, I'll pull it up on screen too, just so we can all see it. And I closed it.
I mean, I think even one death is too many. One of the individuals in this statistic was a Canadian man who supported Trump. He was a Canadian individual that supported Trump. Which I just think it doesn't mean a whole lot. I just find it interesting. And my point with that would be that like it's very obvious that ICE does not care. They're very poorly trained. They don't know what they're doing. They're very unconcerned with the logistics, the law, following procedures. They do not care who they round up, who they catch, who they kill.
I've heard that claim a lot, that they are undertrained. How much training does an ICE agent receive? Out of curiosity. ICE agents. Oh, go on.
7 weeks now.
Okay. Wait, 27 weeks?
Yeah. I think it's 27.
Well, this is just a quick Google AI overview. So take it, with a grain of salt here. ICE agent training varies significantly by role and experience, but recent reports indicate a sharp reduction, with some agents undergoing just 47 to 48 days, around 6 to 7 weeks, of condensed training, down from traditional programs, while others still complete longer foundational programs like the 12-week program. And then I guess compared to police officers, how long is Police Academy? How long is Police Academy? Just so we can get some sort of comparison. Police Academy length varies significantly by state and agency, generally ranging from 12 to 27 weeks, often 6 months, 26 weeks. 6 to 7 weeks over here. So it looks like, obviously it varies, but for recent reports indicate some agents are receiving about half the amount of time of training as a police officer, while others still complete longer foundational programs. Well, okay, so some of them are getting about as much training as a police officer. And we could argue, I wouldn't be able to argue this because I don't know what type of training they're getting. I imagine a police officer training and ICE training is somewhat different. But yeah, I mean...
There was a report done on an investigation done into ICE by the Police Executive Research Forum in 2013 about all the things that we're talking about right now, all the issues that I've been describing that's been happening with ICE. It specifically laid out what the parts of the ICE manual that were not appropriate and not being used correctly, and then investigated reports of investigations that ICE reported on and declared and talked about how these were not the correct way to follow procedure. It was clear that the training either it wasn't working and the training itself was also bad. And they accused them of training them to stand in front of cars and put themselves in harm's way to use that as an excuse to use deadly force on individuals.
If that's their reasoning, then obviously that's wrong, because yeah, you're just asking for an excuse to shoot somebody at that point. I guess I have to ask, so it seems like you've identified a bunch of problems with how they're doing it. Are you against them doing it, period? Do you think that it can be, one, do you think that people should be deported that are here illegally? And two, actually just answer that question, I guess, first.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't believe in borders. To have a country area defined, it makes sense. Like, I talk a lot about Native Americans, and the Great Law of Peace is a very good example of how their structure of economics and society functioned. They didn't consider the land as being owned, but they still had restrictions on the ideas of who and what communities were part of what areas of land. And so, yes, it's very easily done and very possible. And it was done for hundreds of thousands of years by individuals that most of modern society deem as unintelligent and naive. And so it's incredibly simple and super easy. There's no such thing as an illegal human, and it's a very odd thing to be randomly born somewhere and go, nobody else gets to come here. It doesn't really follow a logical form of reasoning, in my opinion.
I would say my only pushback would be not that people couldn't come here, but just that there is a mechanism by which to come. And then also, would you grant that it's a different scale? Like the society of America and 2026, right? The world of 2026, things are operating at a much larger scale than...
We can't just take the way that native societies function and force that into how modern society works today. That wouldn't work. But I do think that it's possible to integrate those ideologies into the way that the modern day system works. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's exactly right. And then but then we would also have to be on the same page with whatever country, let's say, for example, Mexico. This would have to be sort of a joint effort between the two countries. They would kind of have to agree on these rules, right?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what was that again that what was it called? What was it again? Native American. Oh yeah, please.
I thought you were talking about the report that the Great Law of Peace. Yeah, you want me to link it?
Or I got it. Great Law of Peace. The Great Law of Peace is oral constitution established centuries before European arrival, uniting 5, later 6 nations with principle of democracy, consensus, individual rights, and peace, influencing American governance and serving as a living guide, emphasizing reason over force. Origin. Okay, oral constitution. What are some of the tenets of it, I guess?
So rights, duties, and qualifications of lords is one of it discusses, like, they called lords sort of, that was their word, the word in English used to describe, like, the council, the individuals in charge, and it lays out how that functions and what happens if somebody fails to do their duty, or like what exactly their requirements are to do these sorts of things. And well, it lays out information about what to do in the case of murder, clans, and unity. Sorry, I don't. It's been a minute since.
No, sure. So
for a little bit.
Okay, so you're kind of against the idea of borders. So
yeah,
would you grant that mass immigration? Like, let's say America was like, hey, the borders are open, anybody could come here. And let's say millions or tens of millions of people or something just started pouring in. Could you see that maybe causing an issue, or does that not matter? You think we could just kind of deal with it?
I think it would cause an issue. No, we have enough money. We have a great infrastructure here in America. Our military budget's huge. We could take money from that. Elon could pay for a bunch of this shit. Trump's great net worth of wealth could, finally trickle down and reach the working class citizens, and then we'd have a great country full of what America was founded on, the melting pot, this ideology of all these cultures coming together in a place that you can't find a place as diverse as New York City. Truly, genuinely, it's a really, really beautiful thing, and it hurts me that people look at something like that and think that it's bad. To walk around and hear 6-10 different languages from people from all corners of the earth, all walks of life. It's really genuinely such a beautiful thing, and I feel like that's what American culture is. And I feel like what's happening right now is that's what's getting destroyed under this fake pretense that immigrants are destroying American culture, which doesn't really exist, because again, the American culture is all of the immigrants that came here when the country was founded, illegally, mind you. They came across the country illegally, disregarded the Great Law of Peace and the laws of the land that were here. And so it's interesting to see individuals get so riled up about following the law when the ideologies and founding of America honestly, truly was the idea that you, to a certain extent, you don't have to follow the law. If you have an issue with a tyrannical government, you have the right to stand up against that. And, to see these individuals try to tell me what American values are, what's going on in America in this other sense that's not what happens. You just follow the rules. You just follow and get told by the government what to do. It's mind-boggling. It's a mind-boggling experience.
Oh yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Laws, it used to be the law that you could own people, right? That doesn't mean it was necessarily right. Do you think there's any concern to have with national security, or no?
Yes, it would. And I understand where people come from, and I don't mean to get so upset about this, but it does seem like there's this sort of false pretense of a fake boogeyman where people are getting told to be scared of everybody else. It's like we have systems in place to handle what happens if and when criminals come in or an attempt to commit crimes and do those things. We have that infrastructure set up and are able to handle that. So we don't need to be worried about what happens when or if a criminal comes in through an open border. We have the procedure to handle that already.
Do these people that come over, let's say, we have the open borders and everything, should they have the right to vote?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Do you think there might be any issue, like taking a step back? This is just one of the things I think about. Like, if you were another country and you wanted to influence, let's say, America, and you see that America has an open border policy and that they'll let people vote. So you, let's say, purposefully move people into that country. Not saying that's what's happening, but like, just, for sake of argument, you move people into that country to try to influence, let's say, the elections or what have you, or policy. Do you think that's something to worry about, or do you think that's not nothing to?
Not in the sense of immigration. It's not something to worry about in the sense of immigration. That's an issue with corruption up at the top, up at the individuals of the system. It's we the people. We are the government. We are the system. And so again, we have these infrastructure in place to handle situations like that corruption. And so if that's getting allowed in the system, that's a failure of the system itself, not a failure of this idea of immigration.
Just to be clear, my issue isn't the immigration per se, because again, if you get your little stamp and you're good to go, everything's cool. I guess what I'm saying is there's a foreign country that were to utilize an open border of the United States to try to harm the United States, we'll say. Sure, you could say that's a breakdown of the system, but the system is what's actually allowing that to happen. Do you see what I'm saying? Not today. I'm not saying immigration today. I'm saying in the context of an open border.
No, I don't exactly follow, because what I'm saying is that would be an issue with the system, right, of corruption. So if the system is failing and it's allowing individuals, whoever, whether they were immigrants or people that actually lived here, to influence votes in a way that corrupts and is influencing the system in a way that isn't democratic, that would be a failure of the democratic system itself, and that's what should be addressed.
Okay. How would you address that, though? Because just from what it sounds like, we have the open borders, people come over, everything's cool, they could vote. But let's say another country is like, I could send people over there and they could, vote in the interests of our country. Now, you wouldn't really know that, like looking at it from our point of view, because you don't know why the people are voting for what. But let's just say it was the plan of that other country. You're saying it would be a failing of democracy itself. But how would you control for that? Like, I don't think you'd be able to control, because everybody gets a vote, but all of these people are being shipped in this hypothetical scenario. Like, what would be the mechanism by which to stop, let's say, elections from being swayed by other countries? Let's say Russia, for example. There's all this like Russia stuff. Let's say Russia decides to move a bunch of Russians into certain districts in the United States to flip them, to a different color to get a president elected that aligns with their beliefs or whatever. How would you be able to control for something like that?
Education, having the system itself be so open to democracy and these ideologies and understanding of corruption, that when and if individuals were to choose, a government was to attempt to move immigrants over here to sway the vote, they themselves would see how well the system functions and look at it and go, there's no use to, what's the value of trying to change this? They would come here and go, what I'd prefer to do is live under this amazing, great infrastructure instead of ruining it by voting for the interests of what my country told me to vote for.
I see what you're saying.
There's other ways to do that as well. Like, I'm not a political scientist, right? So there's people we could talk to that would be able to, like people who've done city infrastructure and things like that we could ask this question to, that would have answers for how to handle that. That's not necessarily something that I could rattle off a couple ideas, right? But again, we have the infrastructure, we have the ability, we have the technology to do this, and we could find out ways to prevent that sort of situation from happening. Again, I feel like you put laws in place that say, okay, like if because we have this open border, because we have this voting system and structure, if suddenly a group of 1,000 people show up somewhere and all vote for one person, it's like, okay, let's have a law in place that says, let's double check that election. Let's go back and make sure that somebody wasn't artificially influencing numbers. And if they were, the law states that we have to do a revote now. We have to do a recount. We have to have a re-election or figure something else out moving forward from that. Again, I don't necessarily know, but there are smarter people than me that would most likely be able to explain scenarios that would prevent this from happening.
Sure, and I'm not trying to nail you to the wall or anything. I will tend to play devil's advocate for things, so I'm trying to poke holes in this idea of open borders and whatnot, because ideally, yes, in a perfect world, there's no borders and everybody could just move around freely and it's just great. I mean, yeah, that would be ideal. That would be very nice. But I imagine there's reasons that, you know, borders and border enforcement exists. And I'm just trying to think of all the issues that could kind of come up. And again, I'm not like trying to, I don't expect you to have an answer for like every single little thing. I just am like kind of just working it out here.
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Why do you think border security exists? If you say that there's obviously a reason for it, what do you think that reason would be?
Well, I think the one thing I mentioned, which is or stopping people from maybe artificially influencing elections. You could say terrorism, and for you to be represented by, to have a vote, it seems like you kind of have to have paperwork in the country to have a vote and go through some type of a process. That's kind of why I think it exists, is so you could keep track of people and basically have a process for knowing who's in the country. Essentially, stopping, I guess, terrorism, influencing elections. Those would be like my two main ones for borders.
Okay. All right. I had a few things to say, but they weren't necessarily. It was a slight shift in conversation, so I kind of was biting my tongue there. If you had more to say, or
no, we could just what did you have to say?
Terrorism came up, and again, this was kind of going to shift it a little bit, but it's like, the reason that a lot of Americans are scared of terrorists and all these other sorts of things is because of kind of what I've been saying, this sort of fake pushing of this idea of the boogeyman, right? Like 9/11 happened and like people freaked out, and this was bad. People lost their lives. It's not a good thing. That's a very, very bad thing to have happened. But, America bombed Afghanistan into oblivion for 20 fucking years and has gone into, we just went into Venezuela right now and took we're toppling regimes all over the world, committing acts of terrorism all around the world, and people are reacting to that. And so it's like, yeah, terrorism bad things are bad, I get that, but we got to ask, why would somebody do that? Why would somebody be so upset that they want to fly a plane into the World Trade Center and murder people? Why would they do? What pushed somebody so far in their fight or flight reflexes that they chose fight and death? And I feel like that's a fair question to say when we're looking at this idea of terrorism and why people are so scared of what's going on. If America stops aggressively attacking other country citizens will not have any reason or desire to come into our country and hurt us.
Sure, nothing happens in a vacuum, I agree. So yeah, I guess you have, little to no concern, because you're calling it a boogeyman. Which, and I get it. There are some people that maybe have this idea that, oh my God, brown people bad or something. It's like, well, obviously that's ridiculous. But the idea of there being other regimes that could utilize an open border for their own means. Now you're saying, of course, we could come up with ways to try to stop that from happening. And, we're not going to come up with all the answers here. But I guess that's mainly, I don't think of it so much as a boogeyman as much as it does seem like governments, look at our government, look at our country. Like you said, we go and we topple this regime. We go over here and we take oil. We go over here and bomb places. I can't imagine we're the only country doing stuff like that. Look at Russia with Ukraine and Crimea and all that. Like there's other countries that are obviously doing shady stuff to try to get one up on everybody else. So having an open border, it just feels like it's like a chink in the armor, it could open up a weakness that could be exploited by an outside force. I guess that's one of my main concerns with it. Not that like the people themselves are bad, not that, I think people are pretty much the same for the most part everywhere. Obviously a little different due to culture, religion and whatnot, but for the most part we're all the same. So it's not so much the people like you and me, but other regimes and other governments utilizing an open border. That's my concern. If all the countries decided right now to have open borders, because that's another problem, is we would be the only country with an open border at that point. I don't think there's any other country that has one, right? I could be mistaken.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I kind of actually want to Google that real quick. Yeah, I don't think so either.
And guys, if you want to join the conversation. Hop in the Discord here. I'm dropping the link. It's just you do exclamation point Discord. The link should pop up. You guys can hop in here. Sorry, I've not been able to look at chat. So, but if you guys want to jump in, for sure. And I'm sorry. In the YouTube chat, what's your name in the YouTube chat?
I spelled this wrong. You could call me Spelt for short.
Spell. Okay, gotcha. Okay, very good. And yeah, and I get it. I know these topics are, can be, very emotional and stuff like that. I try to not, I don't want it to be, a yelling match or anything like that. I know, obviously real lives are affected and everything. So I understand your passion. What's going on, CC Carol?
What's up, brother? I'm just listening right now, but I definitely want to hop in a minute.
Hey, very good, very good. It looks like we have no right-leaning people. No, bro, conservatives, where are you at? You got me playing devil's advocate over here. If it was a bunch of conservatives, I would have to push back the other way.
Yeah, I think you do a good. Yeah, thanks for bringing people onto the mic too. I think that's really helpful. Like, it could get really heated in the chat, and it could be tough tone to come across, and misunderstandings of like what people are saying. It's nice to hop up on a mic and remember that like we're trying to have a conversation here. It's not. We could turn it into a debate if we want to, but it's a lot easier to have a back and forth over a voice than it is in text chat.
And I didn't realize that you were iSpell. Because again, the tone. I'm sitting here. I just read chats coming in, so the tone could kind of come off, but you are very well spoken. You're very nice, and I thought that you were gonna come in here going the fuck off, bro.
Yeah, again, that's what my comments. Because I'm not the best at articulating myself in text, and so people, I get that a lot. People think I'm yelling or triggered or upset, and I'm like, dude, I'm like this right now. My tone is. I'm like, yeah, look, I'm passionate. I'm a passionate little guy, but I wouldn't describe myself as being aggressive or triggered.
No, I appreciate that. I really do. All right, I guess there's no takers in chat. All right. Some of y'all are saying you just like to listen. I guess if anybody has any pushbacks, I'll try to, you guys can post them now, and I'll try to keep an eye out for them here. So, okay, so you're basically are against ICE, period. That's what it sounds like, though. You think that, I imagine ICE should be disbanded.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Republicans, too. They were all crying, states' rights, let's get the federal government out of everyday citizens' lives, less federal government. Trump literally ran on that idea, this idea of, removing federal agencies and all this sort of stuff. And suddenly now it's all these Republicans are like, oh, this is great. We love the idea of the federal government having this great overreach and oversight on everything. And it doesn't, I don't mean to be rude to Republicans, but they seem to not stand for anything. That's why they fall for everything. Instances where it's just flipping and flopping back and forth on this sort of rhetoric. And yeah, this is what ends up happening then. People are getting triggered, people are getting upset, and they're reacting to what is this genuine attitude. Several people in the chat told me as well, they were like, that's what we're doing, we're here to trigger the liberals, that's what our whole point is, we're here to trigger the liberals. And it's yeah, you trigger them and then you mock them for getting triggered. It's a form of bullying. Cry bullying is the way I would call it too, because then they cry victim when individuals with a lot of the stuff that I was saying about the Nazi rhetoric, where I'm like, look, Trump, drain the swamp was a Mussolini talking point. That was an original fascist talking point. Trump as well, I'll look it up again. He's using another talking point that I believe was a Hitler talking point. He himself has said that he read Mein Kampf and believes in the ideologies of some of the things that Hitler did and was doing. And so I don't think it's an extreme comparison to go, hey, look, this is actually literally by his own words and admission akin to what Hitler was doing and what Nazis were doing in Germany.
Okay, I see what you're saying. When it comes to, yeah, it's the internet, and when it comes to politics, people are a little unhinged. Then you got the trolls. Then you have, it's difficult to have serious conversations in a live chat. So I totally get what you're saying. Some people do just come in to stir the pot, so to speak, and it ends up being kind of a yelling match in the chat, and it's not very productive a lot of the time. In terms of the Mussolini, the Hitler stuff, and I'm not trying to necessarily downplay anything. I would have to look at each one of your claims in particularly, but I saw something in the chat that said something like Hitler drank water as well. I don't know if you ever heard something like that. So it's like, just because you're doing things that are similar, like for example, obviously Hitler bad, right? But was Hitler a good painter? I mean, I think he was, right? Or decent. I mean, he's a better painter than I was. Like, was he probably a good orator or whatever? A good speaker? Probably. Was he charismatic for his people? Probably. I don't think ascribing a positive to a negative person or acknowledging certain positives necessarily means that you buy into everything else or support everything else that they were about. You know what I mean?
I mean, kind of, but I am in slight disagreement. I mean, like, when somebody literally committed so many human atrocities and caused a genocide and a global war, I feel like it is kind of an okay stance to take and be like, even to ascribe a positive to that person, even to say they were passionate about their country, it's sort of like, why would you? Not really. They didn't even really actually believe in that. They had some weird ideology of their definition of what they deemed the country to be. They didn't actually believe in Germany. They believed in their definition of Germany itself. And so to ascribe that sort of rhetoric to somebody like that, no, I think is actually like really, really bad and concerning and should kind of be given a little bit more thought. And this idea of like, oh, Hitler drank water too, it's like that's a completely different scenario than actively using propaganda talking points that he used in your campaign and in your political opinions. Like that's a clear difference there, where it's like, okay, if somebody was a leader and had ideas of nationalism, I'm not immediately going to call them a Nazi if they're just like, oh, I believe in America, right? And just support those sorts of ideologies without being hateful, without saying immigrants, all of them have to leave, without calling them criminals, without aggressively supporting ICE the way that people are. I'd be like, okay, that's an understandable take on nationalism. But when you push this ideology of nationalism further and start believing the same sorts of things that individuals believed and were told in Nazi Germany, I begin to say that this is an issue, for the reason that this is what happened in Nazi Germany. People were saying that, I imagine people were having the same sort of discourse and debates at the bars where people were like, it's not as bad as people are saying. The newspapers are overblowing it. The mainstream media, there's no way they're rounding up Jewish citizens and killing them. There's no way that, and people didn't believe this shit until tanks were rolling down the fucking streets, knocking down their doors and dragging people out of their houses. That's what it takes to get people to realize what's going on, and that's why people on the left push so hard. We're not going to let it get to that point.
No, sure. I mean, granted, back then, I think they had, what was it, like Crystal Knot or whatever, and I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but I mean, it'd be pretty hard to say it's not going on when they were like, destroying Jewish businesses and stealing all their stuff, and that was kind of just allowed to happen. Yeah, in terms of, I think the drinking water thing, it's like an absurd claim to just kind of point to. Basically, I guess just reiterating what I said. I understand what you're saying, to ascribe certain positives to them.
But it's that one. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the one thing, right? It's not just one. I'm not just saying, oh,
sure,
he's a nationalist, therefore he's a Nazi. I'm saying because of this long ass list of reasons and comparisons to what happened in Nazi Germany and what Trump's saying compared to what Hitler said is my logical assessment to why I declare him as a Nazi and akin to Hitler.
Got you. Let me think here. You're probably not gonna like this one, but let's say he's using similar tactics to Hitler. But let's say, and again, yes, is it dog whistly, or does it seem like you're gonna raise an eyebrow when somebody's like, oh yeah, Hitler was great at this and great at that? It's like, man, why do you keep giving this guy praise over here, man? You're not supposed to praise that guy. Like, I grant you, like, yeah, of course you're gonna raise an eyebrow. Are they dog whistling? Are they not dog whistling? But let's just say there was some sort of strategy that Hitler employed, and that won him the election, or what have you. It gained him power or whatever. And Trump is simply utilizing those same tools in order to win, but doesn't necessarily believe in anti-Semitism, racism, blah 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 blah. Would you say it's just as bad to utilize those same tools if you meant to do good? Do you see what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah, sorry, I said the ball. Give me. Okay, yeah. Yes, it does.
Okay, I figured that. Okay, yeah. Or go on. Sorry.
You're good. Thank you. Yeah, I would say, yeah, kind of. Yes, that is bad. Like, I understand even if your intentions were good. that is something to talk about, but then the outcome of what took place, if the outcome of what's going on is not good, is something that's bad, then I am concerned about that. And so I would say, yeah, ascribing any ideologies to Hitler, whether it be some sort of good policy with your intentions actually being good, is going to probably end up being a bad thing, because the man was a lunatic. He was clinically insane. No rational person would act or behave in a manner such as that. So to ascribe any sort of rationality to it just seems like nonsense to me.
Hmm. No, I get where you're coming from. Interesting. Well, no, this is really nice, because sometimes the lefties in chat, for example, like your whole no borders thing, it does seem a little crazy to me, a little bit. And sometimes I think people, like, you're very well spoken. You've put this together and articulated yourself extremely well and given me some stuff to think about.
Yeah, and in response, I would say, yeah, like, people look at the right wingers the same way, and as I said earlier, like, it seems like I see that the same sort of way, where individuals are born in this country and then essentially, arguably groomed to believe that because they were born here, they get to tell other people that they can't come here. I see that as equally as an absurd of an idea as the way that people see when I suggest open borders.
But you would still be consistent, and let's say, the video I was showing earlier with a bunch of Americans moving into Mexico City, and then the population there not wanting the Americans moving there, you would think that they're also sort of wrong for that? The Mexicans in that case?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to see, like, consistent or, whatnot, so...
Like, I understand their reasoning for being upset, but yeah, I would have to stay consistent with my principles and what I'm suggesting with the open border. And I can't necessarily, like, declare and say that another country has to follow that rule, but I think that it would be a helpful thing, like, economically, logistically. Like, you want people, you want citizens, you want diversity. Having immigrants helps your relationship with other countries. It opens up trade networks. It opens up relationships. I feel like always a net benefit for a society to have immigration at all points in time. Attempting to stop immigration is gonna hurt things. Like, I mean, Republicans are concerned about dropping birth rates and, like, family rights and things like that. And here we see, like, families getting ripped apart, torn apart, children left as their parents get abducted, or children getting abducted and their parents don't even know what happened to them or where they went. And so it doesn't seem that, Republicans can be very consistent with their principles about these sorts of things. Like, do we care about family values, or do we not?
The argument I would hear a lot of the times is, when somebody breaks the law, for example, a father gets a DUI, that father is taken away from his children, and that's the same thing as somebody coming into the country illegally because they broke the law. So being arrested, you would naturally be taken away from your children or your family.
Okay, it is interesting, and and again, I see them as different, because I believe that the law surrounding the border itself is to a certain extent an illegal law. Like, I mean, again, the founding fathers showed up. There was a law of the land. There was the Great Law of Peace. The Iroquois nations altogether had come to an understanding of how society worked, deep economic understanding, deep political infrastructures, deep trade networks from the tip of the North American continent all the way down to the end of the South American continent, and far beyond that as well. People sailed around and traveled quite a bit. There's evidence of this. And so this idea that the founding fathers showed up and created this law, it is difficult for me to look at individuals and be like, well, the law, who are saying, oh, the law is the law, we have to follow it. It's like, well, the founding fathers did nothing of the sort, and arguably told me and gave me the right as an American to say, I disagree with this law. That's like the whole founding of our country, to be like, I disagree with what the government's saying. I want my voice to be heard, and I want things to change. And so it doesn't seem like, somebody drinking and driving, that's against the law. You put other people in harm's way when you do that. When you cross the border, quote unquote, illegally, you're not necessarily putting anybody else's life in danger. And so to get arrested for that and taken away from your family, I feel like, is a completely different scenario from somebody actively choosing to put other people's lives in harm's way by drinking and driving.
Sure. Danda, man, I see you said, well, their laws aren't in effect anymore. They got conquered. Let's learn from that. But basically, it sounds like he rejects the law itself. So he's saying there's like no equivocation between those two laws, like between drunk driving and coming into the country illegally. In fact, you would say that coming into the country illegally is nonsensical. It's a nonsensical claim.
Yeah, because of that person's logic of the comment you just read. So by that logic of what the commenter just said, if somebody comes into the country and conquers the government, and by whatever means, right, voting or just being part of the system, then they get to just win, right? Like by that logic, that person's suggesting that since that the natives were conquered by the founding fathers, everybody then now has the right to just go around, and if you win and conquer, quote unquote, whatever their definition of conquer is, the other person, that's just perfectly acceptable. That's the sort of logic that is getting drawn from comments like that. It doesn't really make sense. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
I mean, I hate to defend might makes right, but I mean, if you go and you take over a country, for example. Like, I believe that when we bombed Japan, we wrote their constitution after the war. Germany, the world definitely made them repay reparations and whatnot. They were subject to, because they lost, they were subject to the winner's whims. And that does, I'm not saying that just because that's how history has always played out that it's necessarily correct, but I mean, you could grant that, yeah, if you go and you take over a place, like you're in control of it now, so you make the rules.
Yeah, and so like that's just like kind of nonsense, right? Like it just seems like super wildly immoral, unjustifiable, ungodly, very inhumane way to go about like living your life, in my personal opinion.
Well, let's say, I mean, you say that, but let's say that, for example, I hate to always use Nazi Germany. Let's say there's a country that women don't have rights, women are treated as property, and let's say, we decide to go over there and spread some democracy, spread some freedom. I'm saying this a little tongue-in-cheek, but would that be, and then change their laws to give women rights, would that be wrong?
I mean, yeah, we could look at Afghanistan.
Oh, well, okay. But I'm saying, like, it's sort of in a vacuum here. Obviously, I'm not saying how it's kind of played out, because obviously it's been pretty shit. But I'm saying just in general. For example, Nazi Germany fell, so that stopped the concentration camps. Let's just say it was the same thing. These people don't have rights. We go in there, we liberate them, so to speak, and change the laws. If the law said that women don't have rights, and then we went in there, we won, and we said, okay, we're changing the law, now women have rights, would that be a positive or a negative?
To a certain extent, it would be a negative, because there would be people still within the country that would want to fight against this regime that came in and took over. What other countries should be doing with the United Nations in situations like that is sending in military force to help evacuate citizens that live in the country and go, look, we're coming in with our military individuals. We're not attacking anybody. We're not going to shoot at anybody unless they shoot at us. We're going to take citizens out of the country and move them to another location, get them set up in another country somewhere else, so that they can live their lives, and getting women out of, like, if they choose to want to leave that country, like individuals in North Korea, if they're wishing to leave, the United Nations should go in and pick them up and leave with them and go, this is how the world functions. You can have your government and we won't come in and topple it, because to a certain extent that's kind of unjustifiable, even when you're attempting to do good. You have to have individuals want to do good. You have to have individuals want to be better, because that's when you get real change. If you go in and just topple a government, there's always going to be people fighting against it. What you have to do is get the government to, or the individuals who are part of the government to admit that, and or switch up. And you can't really force anybody to do that, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. But you can, at the very least, attempt to try to say, look, this is how things are going to function. From you're cut off from global trade, from all these other sorts of things. And if there are citizens in your country that wish to leave, we're going to pull them out, right? And I believe through actions like that, it would end up essentially sort of needing to force the government, because other citizens would see that and they would want to leave as well. They'd be like, you know what, let's I'd like to leave. Can the United Nations come and get me? And so the government would actively attempt to start doing things better for the citizens so that they were not in this desire to get out of the country. Which
Gotcha.
Well, instead of good, right? Like, idealistic utopian society.
I was gonna say it's a bit idealistic, but for example,
we could do it. Yeah, I mean, we live in a. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Venezuela. Went over there. Grabbed Maduro, brought him back, and it seemed as though a bunch of people were celebrating that. Now I don't know what the makeup is. If it was most people are in support of the Maduro regime falling, or if it's a 50-50 or what it is. But if most people were in support of that, let's say, would that be a negative in your opinion?
Yeah, I have a lot to say about this one. So yeah, you could see these individuals. I mean, and that's hard to say too, right? Because both sides are going, well, look here, I have examples of citizens saying that they aren't happy about this.
Sure.
Citizens saying they are happy about this. And so I think that what we need to look at is not what the citizens are saying, but how the actual government is still continuing to function. The same regime is still in power. Maduro might have been a dictator, but there's a long chain of command of corrupted government officials and corrupted business owners that are running and still maintaining the country exactly the same way that things were functioning before. And so to look at Venezuela and say, we did good, we did it, we did something over there, that's not even close to true at all. The general public of citizens probably is kind of unaware of the deep levels of corruption taking place. And so obviously they would be happy under what is taking place because they're getting fed the propaganda ideology that now that Maduro's gone, things are going to change. And only time will tell, right? But I would argue that most likely we'll see as time continues that the regime is going to act the exact same way that Maduro was, and citizens are going to fall back to being quite upset about what it is that's happening with their government.
Okay, but if let's just say the opposite happened, and let's just say it did improve, that would you grant that to be a positive, or are you still against it?
That's a tough one. I mean, if America went in and arrested all these corrupt officials and then had them stand trial in the country with the jury of their peers, of citizens from their country, and where these individuals were held accountable to their actions, and then a fair election was held, a democratic fair election was held, and the citizens voted in somebody that they wanted to vote in, I would say that's a good thing. Anything other than that, I would say, yeah, it's kind of bad. You shouldn't go in and attempt to do these sorts of things if you don't have the capability to make sure that fair elections take place in a country where you're attempting to do these sorts of stuff. Because you need military action. That's the thing. People are gonna be go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just go on.
Okay, yeah. So I was kind of sort of wrapping up my point anyways. It sounded like you wanted to jump in on something there.
Oh no, I'm just thinking about it. So okay, held by their peers. I mean, Trump has mentioned wanting to do elections there. Personally, I think it's more to do with, probably oil and whatnot. For the most part, I don't think we really care about liberating people, because there's plenty of countries that we could go into right now and try to liberate and help people, but we don't do that. I think it is a natural resource situation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to argue otherwise, I feel like it just doesn't make sense. He told tycoon oil barons before he told Congress or anybody else about how he was going to capture Maduro. So it's just like, it very obviously was clearly about oil and nothing else.
Right. Yo, Dan Demand, you said, tell you what, if it turns out Venezuela is messed up after this, I'll say we did bad. No strings attached. There we go. Look at that. Okay, see, we're getting some compromise here in the middle. See, you seem reasonable, Dan Demand. Yo, Dan Demand, are you not? I thought you were in the Discord. You should drop in, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to completely sidetrack us here, but you were saying something about not locking your door, correct?
Yeah.
What can we talk about?
Yeah. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
So that's wild. I'm not gonna lie.
It's more wild to me that people why do you lock your door? Like, what do you think if somebody wants to break into your house? They're going to break in. Like, the lock isn't stopping them. You said it yourself. It keeps honest people honest. If they're honest, they wouldn't break into your house in the first place. If a criminal wants to break into your house, a lock's not gonna fucking stop them. That's for sure.
Where do you live?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh shit.
Okay, why are you not locking your door in
I know everybody wanted to say you must
Cleveland?
live in a safe neighborhood.
Why?
You must live in
No,
a
no, nah.
because people are good, man. You when you trust when you open your
What part of
heart.
Cleveland?
I'm not gonna.
Sure. Yeah.
Myself.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I used to go to I was doing like Hamilton, Springfield, and from like Fairfield a lot. And every time I went, it was always the like craziest places. I didn't trust anybody there.
Yeah, but like I again, I don't really I don't yeah, it's not that I just trust everybody. I believe that my house could get broken into or people would steal things or whatever, right? But that's not really these are just material things. They don't really hold value outside of the value that I give them, right? And so like I value my life and human life above these sorts of material things. And so I see no need to like the reason I actually stopped is because this was a comment I would get all the time by Republicans. They'd be like, "Oh, you want to open borders? I bet you lock your doors." And so I was like, "You know what? Fuck it. I guess you're right. I want open borders. Fuck the locks on my door. Fuck it." And so I stopped.
Holy shit. Well, hey, I can respect I can respect the consistency and living your values. I mean, holy shit. I still think you should lock your door, but yeah, okay, interesting. Wow, Cleveland. I'm from Northeast Ohio originally, Geauga County, so that's really cool. Wow. So you don't lock your doors, and you've never had a break-in. I guess it wouldn't be break-in at that point, but you've never had a break-in or anything along those lines.
Well, when I lived with my parents, we did, yeah. And again, the lock didn't stop them.
Sure. You don't think it's a deterrent at all?
Nope, I don't think it's a deterrent in the slightest. I don't even understand why people would think that it is. Again, a criminal is just going to bust straight through that lock. They're going to have no concern. For the most, picking locks is unbelievably easy. You could just essentially kick a door in. Like, there's no way that a lock is a deterrent in like any way. Like, okay, I guess maybe to a certain extent in the way that you said when you were talking about like that's the thing. I see that situation different. When you talked about people looking for unlocked doors in cars, right? Like, yeah, you know what? That would be a little bit of a deterrent there, where somebody's looking for an easy, maybe they're not going to smash a window. They're just kind of looking for an easy door to open up. But again, the reason I see something like that is different is because I'm like, is this a homeless person like trying to get out of the cold? Is this somebody that doesn't like, that's been down on their luck out in the street, strung out on drugs, like just looking for a safe, warm place to sleep for a night? And like it's not always that. That's why I say this boogeyman scenario. It's like we equate these sorts of things to individuals who want to do crime and commit violent acts of whatever have you. And I feel like there's not enough like processing of like why exactly these sorts of things are happening. Like, why is there crime? Why are people stealing? Why are people attempting to look for unlocked car doors? What's going on there? How could we as a society, instead of adding more locks to the door, how can we as a society better the system so people aren't out there in a desire or want or need to commit crime or steal?
I mean, some people just do it for the love of the game.
True.
People just do it like just because I used to have a cousin that, bro, I don't know why, but he wanted to be a from game banger so bad. Started doing stuff, but he lived in like the nice like neighborhoods, and he wanted to game bang. Like some people just like to do it like just for the love of the game.
Well, and so, yeah, that's what I'm saying with like, as a society, if we start educating individuals better, if we start like having a better system, there would be nobody who would function in that system. That's just like, if you get educated to the level of where you understand and see that, doing crime that way, even just for the love of the game, is kind of immoral and unjust. We could live and function in a society where people don't think that way. People aren't growing up and believing that sort of rhetoric, and they aren't going around doing these sorts of things, because we live in a society where everybody has their needs met. Everybody has a house. Everybody's fed, clothed, loved. They have no desire then to go out and do these sorts of things. They'll get their rush from they'll be an adrenaline junkie. They'll be somebody that works for Red Bull doing those wild stunts, right? Like, they're, instead of doing what it is that they're doing, they'll get that fix in a way that's more positive and helpful to society.
Yeah, but it's, yeah, speaking to the love of the game, I mean, I just knew somebody that I was out with them, and it was this grandmother and a friend of mine and her granddaughter, and we're out together at the store, and she takes this like hair thing off of the shelf, and she gives it to the little girl, and she says, "This is free today." And these people were well off. Like, there was no need for them to steal. But she was essentially just a klepto, and she would just steal stuff. And she was teaching the little girl to essentially steal. And I even called her out on it. And some people just do it for the love of the game. But real quick, Dan DeMann, I see you dropped in here. Are you there? All right, he might be getting his mic set up. I don't know. But yeah, some people do it for the love of the game. Again, some of your stuff, it does sound a bit idealistic. Like, obviously, it's like, for example, the car door situation. It's, I mean, I could think about the scenario that the other person is in, but should I put myself at a disadvantage for just some random person that maybe they need to climb into my car because they're cold, or maybe they just want to take my stuff? I mean, should I put myself in that scenario? Is it on me to leave my doors open for somebody to possibly take advantage of me? I don't know that I would put that on myself or put that on an individual.
Yeah, I'll quote Peter Singer in my Peter Singer, Affluence, Famine, and Morality. In my older age, yeah, I've become more realistic in the things that I can say to people and the things that I can expect them to do. You know, I was very disappointed to hear him say that, because his paper, Affluence, Famine, and Morality, sort of talks about what I'm talking about, where with what you just said about putting, it's not on you. I'm not asking you to do that, but I am saying that if we all choose to do this as a society, it'll begin to function better, and we will be able to have a very good system where people are housed, people have food, have clothing, they have love, they have no desire to steal. There's no, again, I feel like a higher education will prevent individuals from becoming kleptomaniacs.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree. Yeah, more education. I mean, yes, if the society improves, the society will improve. I mean, I agree. Okay. That it's a crazy take. I haven't heard many people unironically argue that they don't lock their doors and that people should be more open to the idea. I'm not saying you think I should do it as an individual, but just you are basically saying if everybody in society does it, it would be kind of a better place if we could all just have trust for each other, which I agree with the base sentiment. Yes, it would be nice if we could all trust each other. It's just, I mean, what about, for example, do you accept that there's bad people in the world?
You do, yes.
And you still, I guess you still don't care to, I guess you just don't care about taking the chance, I guess.
On, like, at the risk of getting robbed? Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, I do care, right? Like, it is concerning. I'd be very disappointed and upset and frustrated if somebody broke in and took the things that I had, right? But you know, again, I got to stick with my, like, the principles that I hold, right? Like, I don't know, man, that person probably lived a worse life than me. They, you know, it's not that they deserve this stuff, but if somebody takes something of mine, they probably needed it a lot more than I needed it. And I'm willing to give that up to stick with the principles and morality that I believe in, because I think that that's what's going to lead us to being a better society. Somebody like that, it's very hard to be an asshole to somebody that's being polite to you, right? And so when you steal something, if somebody, you know, in my reality, I do believe that if I was to run into that individual and have a conversation with them and try to talk to them, I would get them to give me my stuff back, and maybe perhaps they would change their mind about the actions that they take and the things that they do.
In some cases, maybe, but I don't know about that one. But okay, so you're saying in terms of, because, okay, we're talking about simply personal property. But what about your life? I mean, you're not worried about somebody wanting to take your life?
I am. I'm worried about it every day. I'm worried about ICE agents shooting me. I'm worried about Republicans shooting me. Yeah, everybody and their grandma's little dog's got a gun. I've had a gun put in my face many, many, many times.
So you want to lock your door so the Republican couldn't come into your house and shoot you while you're asleep?
I mean, I got a death wish, so.
Oh my God.
That much.
Okay, got you. Well, please don't, don't go running towards that wish. Jeez.
I try not to, but again, that's what I'm saying. We got like a lot of trigger happy like individuals, Second Amendment gun nuts, where I'm just like, yeah, man, like I feel a lot safer without a gun. Like I genuinely feel like the second you have a gun, you're more likely to get shot from pulling that out, right? Like, I mean, if somebody wants to shoot me when I'm unarmed, I can't necessarily stop them, but I haven't been shot yet so far from all the times I've had a gun shoved in my face. So,
So you've had a gun shoved in your face.
something, right? Yeah, yeah. People get well, I get a little bit of road rage as well, and then people can overreact.
Oh, a little bit of road rage, enough to get somebody to draw their gun on you.
Well, I'm not the one. That's what I'm saying. They're the weirdos. Like they're honking and yelling at me, and I flip them off. And then, suddenly it's like we're stopped at a red light next to each other, and I'm like, let's fucking have a conversation about this. I'm not trying to fight you. Let's talk about this. And then they just like point their gun at me, and I'm like, okay, all right. I don't understand why you felt that was necessary, but all right.
Gotcha. So you don't. It sounds like you don't own a gun. I'm not trying to necessarily ask, but do you not believe in the Second Amendment?
Oh, I mean, that's a long conversation. I don't think that anybody in America currently understands the Second Amendment. The comments are about to go nuts when I say this, but yeah, the Second Amendment was for the intention of militias and also to stand up against tyrannical governments. And so, I mean, when people are saying, "Oh, you can't impede law enforcement," that's wildly untrue. That's literally what the ideologies of America were founded on: that you can impede the process of the government to fight tyranny. And so the Second Amendment was this idea for militias. When a militia is formed for the protection and safety and security of individuals, that's when you should arm yourself with a gun. And so I think that the Second Amendment it's an interesting thing. I mean, yeah, I'm not really a fan of guns. I think you should learn like a real skill, like a bow or like throwing knives or something like that. Be a man. But I see guns as like a really weak, choice to pick and choose. And that's why I talk about this boogeyman aspect, where individuals are like, oh, people are out there with a gun and they want to shoot you. And it's like, yeah, like that's probably because you're pointing guns at them and saying that you're going to shoot them. Like that would be the only reason somebody would have to shoot you. Like, like this gun violence doesn't really happen with there's few cases where innocent bystanders got hit or somebody got shot because somebody else was upset about something, but a majority of these instances are like two individuals firing at each other, both having a gun. And so, why do you ask about the Second Amendment? I mean, I don't necessarily know what to. I mean, when you say, "Do I believe in the Second Amendment?" Like, I don't know.
Sorry. Not trying to set you off or nothing. Well, no, because we have a lot of different people in the community and whatnot, and some are against. They kind of come from the same viewpoint that you have. They're against people having guns in general. They argue the whole militia thing, the whole tyrannical government thing. I believe in the Second Amendment. I think people should have the ability to have guns. I do believe that having guns is there to protect your freedom of speech against a tyrannical government. So everybody has to have them, or at least enough people have to have access to them, that at any point we could all stand up and try to overthrow the government. But overthrowing the government, like you said, like impeding ICE in the way that ICE is being impeded, and a bunch of people actually picking up their firearms and starting a civil war, I think those are two completely different things. In terms of, I think that kind of lays it out. I was just curious because you mentioned guns and whatnot, so I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I don't really like our Constitution. I don't think the American Constitution's a good piece of literature in any way, shape, or form. I don't really think it serves any value.
You don't think there's some beauty in that? Like the First Amendment is the freedom of speech, and then then the Second Amendment is the right to defend yourself with a firearm.
The great law of peace and the law of the land already allowed for freedom of speech, and so like America came over and was just like, let's make it so that you can talk freely, even though you already could in America. And it really made no sense at all whatsoever. And then also there's still like restrictions on speech too. Like they didn't even really like necessarily make it free. Like, they said free speech, but it did not apply to black people. It did not apply to women, and it did not apply to people who were not white. It certainly did not apply to Native Americans. And so, yeah, there's not really any beauty in that at all whatsoever. It's kind of disgusting and gross and insulting to the idea of freedom and free speech, to think that the Constitution laid out any sort of groundwork or framing for the ideas of freedom, which again had already existed for hundreds of thousands of years under Native American societies and many societies all around the entire world. The Polynesian Islands are a great example as well. End of statement.
Yeah, I'll grant you. I mean, I'm not necessarily a free speech absolutist. I don't think you should be able to, go into a theater and yell fire or call for somebody's death. I think there has to be, some type of limitations to it. And I'll grant you that in the past, a lot of rights weren't afforded to people that weren't landowners. A lot of rights weren't afforded to women and whatnot. But not to say it was perfect when it was written, but it was written in such a way that it could be amended. And in its current state now, at least with how we're applying the laws and whatnot, it seems to be pretty good. I would think. I would say it seems pretty good. But yes, in the past it was worse. I agree. Well, this was fascinating. I hope you drop by more often or drop by in the future or something, because I'll definitely be picking your brain on future endeavors. I mean, Trump is president for 3 more years. There's going to be a lot more to go on. And I would like to hear some of your thoughts on the next things that pop up, really.
Thank you. You're wrapping it up. You want me to keep going?
Oh no, I mean, you're good. You're good to hang out here. I think we've run through the gambit of let's see, we did the illegal immigration. We've touched on the Second and the First Amendment. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say. C. Carroll or the one, or I'm sorry, or wait, no, not or the one.
I mean, I got a lot of shit to say about a lot of things that are being said, but okay. I mean, this dude's really articulate with a lot of what he has to say, but I don't know. I wanted to jump in at a lot of points, and now I'm at a stage where like so much has been said, I don't even know where to go. So the Second Amendment thing, you were mentioning, bows and arrows and throwing knives, things that take skill, but I don't think that's really necessarily like, the point of it. It's an equalizer. If we have, I think we're already in a state of, near tyrannical government. If, shit continues to hit the fan, we need those guns because that's what the other guy's carrying. You know what I mean? Bow and arrow is not going to handle any kind of army or what have you. God, throw me a topic. I don't know.
Well, I like the equalizer thing really quick, because you bring up a good point. For example, men more often than not can overpower women, or right? So women carrying a gun would create, an equalizer for protecting themselves against men. Would you grant that?
Without a doubt.
Oh no, yeah, you no.
I was responding to people in the chat. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. That basically, firearms can be equalizers, and let's say, for example, if women are generally at a disadvantage physically to men, having a knife or having a bow and arrow might not do you very well, but.
I'd go with pepper spray or mace in that situation. I think there's other non-lethal options that you could choose.
Interesting. So you think shooting a person is always wrong?
If you shoot to kill, yeah. You should be a good shot. You got to know what's in between you and your target. You got to know what's behind your target, and you got to have good aim, and you got to aim below the waist. And if you don't shoot to kill, then no, I'm fine with that. But I see a lot of these Republicans with their attitudes about guns, where they're like, I can't wait for somebody to break into my house so I can shoot them. And then I'm like, okay, it just sounds like you just want to like kind of murder somebody. Like it doesn't even sound like you want to protect anything. It just sounds like you actually physically dream at night about shooting other people.
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah, Republicans that I've spoken with in the past.
This is interesting. You don't think people should shoot to kill? Okay, shoot.
Technically, the law. If you kill somebody, they're gonna have a lot of questions for you. The technical law, and it's based off region by region, is that you actually, even in self-defense, should be aiming below the waist. And again, regionally, it's a regional thing. But I'm fairly certain in the area that I live, they train you when you get your gun license that the requirement is to shoot below the waist and not kill the other person. And again, if you kill them, there's gonna be a trial. There's gonna be.
Oh, well, there should be a trial. the below the waist thing, I don't know about that one. I believe it's center mass. And then just because you shoot somebody below the waist, I mean, imagine we still have arteries in our legs and whatnot, right?
Femoral artery, you get hit in the leg like that, you're bleeding out quick. But here's the thing. If somebody's coming to kill me, you know what I mean? If I'm defending my life, I'm not taking precautions to spare that person. If it's a you or me situation, I want you dead. Now, in no situation would I ever like to take somebody's life. And real quick, I do want to mention I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat either. And one thing that really, this is going to be super off topic, but the one thing I keep seeing in the chat, and it's just something that it's just a Republican talking point that's just constantly done, is that in defense of anything that's fucked up by Trump or whoever it may be, rather than defending that point, they jump to, oh, well, Biden this, Obama that, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I bashed Biden his entire presidency. Just because somebody else is a piece of shit doesn't justify your guy in his shitty behavior. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's something that's in your chat all tonight. That's all I've been seeing is, oh, fucking Biden this, and Obama deported all these people, and you didn't say anything then. And
I think... Well, I was gonna say, I think one of the reasons people do that, I don't particularly like whataboutism either. However, I think some people, it's this idea of, do people actually believe the principles that they're speaking on? So if people are silent when their side does something, but they're up in arms when the other side does something, that could seem hypocritical. And I think a lot of people, that's where they're pointing it out, where I do agree with you. You should be able to talk about the subject at hand. So let's say we're talking about Trump, we could talk about Trump. Don't always go, what about? But for testing somebody's consistency and testing somebody's beliefs, it's like, okay, if you're mad at Trump for doing this, then were you also mad at Joe Biden or whoever for doing the same thing? I think that's kind of where that comes from.
I mean, that leftists do that, though. I don't understand why Republicans think that that's not happening. Leftists were up in arms about Obama deporting immigrants. There was that whole thing with Biden where leftists were freaking out about their picture went out where the person was holding a whip, Border Patrol was holding a whip, and they were accusing them of whipping immigrants, but it turned out it was just he was just used, that was just the thing for the horse. Leftists are freaking out about this shit. They were pissed when Obama was doing the basketball court thing too. Leftists are upset about this. So this idea coming from the right wingers that the left isn't complaining about this is just wildly inaccurate and not true at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. And then circling back to, and then with the Obama thing, for example, just for myself, it was a little bit before my time. Then circling back to the gun argument that CC Carroll brought up here, that you shouldn't have to put it on yourself if somebody's aggressing on you. First off, if you, the way I was raised, it's like, yeah, if you use a gun, you don't pull a gun out unless you're planning on using it. And if you're using it, you're generally shooting to kill. I mean, you are shooting to kill. I mean, you are sending a projectile, a hot piece of metal flying through somebody's body. There's no good way to do that, my guy. There's no safe way to do that. So do you think that self-defense, like killing a person in self-defense, is bad?
No, if you had reasonable belief that they were going to kill or harm you or others around you, then no.
Okay, gotcha. So I take it with the ICE situation with Renee Good, you would say that that was unreasonable.
Oh yeah, I can link I'll link the report that I talked about earlier. So this is from 2013, U.S. Customs and Border Protection Use of Force Review Cases and Policies, February 2013, conducted by the Police Executive Research Forum, 1120 Connecticut Avenue. And so, yeah, they're literally getting trained to stand in front of cars and put themselves in harm's way when people are throwing rocks at them to justify the use of deadly force.
Could you make an argument? Now, this is a bit of a stretch, to be honest, but when she backed her car up and turned it, that put her car, or put him in front of the car? Or would you say that that's just, no?
You said, can you say that again? Sorry.
For Renee Good, when she backed her car up and turned it as she was backing it up, that kind of put him in front of the car?
No, the exact opposite happened. She backed up and well, first of all, she was reversing, right? So she obviously clearly was trying not to hit him, right? Like, if she was trying to hit him, why would you put the car in reverse? But then furthermore, after she put it in reverse, she put it in reverse to turn her wheels to face away from where the police officer was at. And he was not in front of the car when he fired the second two shots. He was in front of the car when he fired the first shot. But again, you shouldn't be. The law enforcement are actually trained to not stand in front of cars. They tell them not to do that because of how absolutely dangerous it can be, especially if you shoot the person, because now you have an uncontrolled vehicle speeding at you with a dead person at the wheel. It's literally one of the most dangerous things that you could possibly do. And so, yeah, it's completely absurd that he did that. And again, it's wild to see everybody freak out so much on the right about, oh, people got to follow the law. Renee Good needed to follow the law. Like, we all watched the video. She was given two conflicting orders. They said one officer was telling her to move forward, one officer was telling her to get out of the car, and
Ooh,
doesn't know what to do.
Is okay if you have a link or something. I've watched the videos. I don't know where people are getting this. She was getting conflicting orders. I've only heard people saying for her to get out the car. I didn't hear any of the officers telling her to leave. I just didn't see anything on this.
I don't have a video. I watched it on somebody else's live, and I actually was gonna. I'll rescind what I said because I was like, you know what, I should probably go watch the video again just to double check and make sure that did get stated, because I've said this a couple times now and people have pushed back and they're like, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. And I'm like, okay, I guess maybe I'm wrong. I recall I was watching somebody else's YouTube live and they watched the video, and I was like, they were talking about that too, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that I heard so I'll have to watch it again. I'll take back what I said there.
Okay, because I've heard this claim made by a few people where they're saying that she was getting conflicting, and I watched the video and I have yet to see that myself. I could have just missed it, but the person telling her to go was her wife, saying like, drive baby drive. But when it came to the officers from all the angles, it sounded like they said, get out the car, get out the car. So I've heard that claim, but I have yet to be able to verify it.
All right, fair enough. And so, yeah, again, I'll have to go watch the video. I take back what I said. And so, but what I will say then now, moving forward, is that ICE isn't allowed to conduct a traffic stop and ask individuals to get out of the car without reasonable suspicion of like a border enforcement sort of like situation taking place. And so I don't think that there was reasonable suspicion of that at all whatsoever. And so they were not acting in the way that procedures should be taking place. They clearly acted illegally against what the policies state.
Kind of what I was saying a while ago, how the clip, like we have, like 10 seconds of the clip, right? And then you have another side, like who was saying, they're like, how she was like harassing them the whole time. And she was harassing them the whole time. Now, I understand like where ICE like may have like went overboard with telling her like get out the car, all that. But she has been like harassing them the whole time. At what point do you continue to let them harass you and you don't say nothing about it?
I mean, you could say something about it. I don't think you should fucking shoot somebody and murder them because of that. You can definitely.
I understand that. I'm not saying it like that, but I'm just saying, I personally, I feel like they was just at the wrong place at the wrong time and the wrong thing happened. But it happened so like fast that what happened.
But yeah, so what happened, and I'm saying that what happened was a clear violation of the law by what are the law enforcement individuals. Well, not ICE, they're not technically law enforcement, but by federal agents, a clear violation of the law that now everybody wants to look at Renee Good and go, well, what was Renee Good doing that, could have possibly caused this ICE agent to, as well. JD Vance is trying to claim, oh, this person had PTSD from being in front of another car or dragged in another car by another car in another situation. Why the fuck do we have law enforcement out on the street with guns who have PTSD? That shit doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would you put somebody out in the field who would possibly have PTSD and overreact in a scenario like that? That doesn't seem safe or intelligent or logical in any way, shape, or form at all.
would you say that because she seemed to be blocking traffic for some sort of reason? People.
Yeah, I don't. I'm seeing people in chat talking about like how this she needed to. She was following like the law and the orders. Like she was doing it. Like there's literally no justification to there's no argument you could make to suggest that this ICE agent should have shot her. Again, they're actually legitimately trained not to shoot at moving vehicles coming towards them. They're trained to get out of the way. And so there's literally no justification for this in any way, shape, or form. This ICE agent is a murderer, and they're literally covering this up. The FBI came in and swooped that dude up and moved him out of state so that the state could not prosecute him. Like this is what the Republicans have been crying about the whole goddamn time. The government cover-ups, the government fraud, the federal agents are literally murdering Americans in the streets right now. And Republicans are like, yes, this is what we voted for. This is exactly what we wanted. We wanted large, big federal government organizations able to come in and step on the state's throat and tell everybody and every citizen what to do. And I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all literally ran Trump's whole campaign was about the exact opposite of that. Getting federal government out of the states' rights, getting federal government out of what's going on. And here we are, talking about like, again, what I say with the family values, right? Like this was a mother, this was a somebody who, had a family. And, I see places like Fox News, and I guess that's the only one I can think of right now, but other like right-wing news sources spinning this to go, this was a bad person. She had pronouns in her bio. She was a lesbian. She was a left-wing violent propagandist. And you're just like, none of those things are true. She was literally just murdered by a violent right-wing propagandist working for ICE, assigned by the violent right-wing Trump or Trump organization that's been actively spreading propaganda about the left being violent, of which I don't really see a whole lot of examples of. While we can still see individuals scared for their. I brought this up earlier too about trans individuals are scared for their life right now. Women. Children, people who are not white, they are literally scared for their life. They're scared to go outside. That was something that was said earlier. Like why it was a white person talking to the cops saying, "Oh, you're a race traitor," and it's like. Yeah, there's the reason that it's a lot of white people at these protests is because statistically speaking, if you're not white, you're more likely to have a police officer come up to you and just beat the living shit out of you. And so, yeah, it's justifiable that people are concerned, people are getting triggered, people are getting scared, and they are not going out to protest these sorts of things because they're literally scared for their life. Not even from law enforcement and stuff like that, from Republicans, from other individuals who are going out. That's sort of the take of the right as well. They're saying, we have our guns. There were so many posts of right-wingers going, tell us, President Trump, tell us when you want us to go out there. We will go out. There was one post in particular I'm quoting. We'll go brick by brick, building by building, and take out these individuals. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Antifa is an idea, not a fucking organization. Like, again, when you push somebody up against the wall and you're beating the shit out of them and they punch you back, like that's what's gonna fucking happen. Like that's what's happening. Leftists are getting held to the ground, beat the fuck up, and then they take one punch back, and everybody goes, "Wow, oh my God, look at how violent and tolerant these leftists are." They took a swing back at the person literally beating the shit out of them. End of statement.
Anybody want to hop in, or because there's a lot to unpack there? I don't know if anybody wants to hop in on that. Okie dokie. All right, so to start to unpack this. So I don't know exactly what the law says for when ICE can intervene. I know they're law enforcement, but she was perpendicular to the road, and seeming to try to stop traffic or do something with traffic. They're saying that she was following around ICE, the whole day or whatever. So it seemed like she might have been trying to impede their investigation. Now, I don't necessarily think that means she should be shot in the head. I don't think that's why she was shot in the head. I think it was a split-second decision, a split-second situation where the guy's in front of the car, he shoots when the car comes at him. It looks like it hit him or tapped him. I mean, we've had lots of debates about this, but it was a split-second.
He was recording with his phone, and he switched his phone to his other hand so he could pull his gun out.
Again, this was a
pretty premeditated.
Full.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. This seems like a split second for me to have to assume that this person went out there to purposely try to kill somebody. I doubt it. I doubt it personally.
Like, again, like, what do you mean a split? It clearly wasn't a split second decision, though, right? Like, he took his phone, moved it to his other hand, actively chose to pull his gun out of his holster and point it at this person and shoot her.
We might have to pull the video up because it was literally maybe 1 or 2 seconds, right?
I mean, yeah, for him to pull his gun out and shoot her, yeah, but like, it's clear that he made the decision prior to that. That's why I'm making the point about him switching his phone to his other hand. He actively was going in his head thinking, I'm going to switch my phone to my other hand so I can pull out my gun, right? Whether or not he was thinking he was going to shoot this person or not, he actively, it wasn't a split second decision to go, oh, I need to pull my gun out right now. It was clear he was like, I'm going to pull my gun out and use that as a show of force.
I've heard the whole switching hand thing of the phone, and I'm assuming this is a reflex and training. There's this focus on the switching the phone, like the phone in the hands and stuff. I don't really know how this plays into it. I really am sort of on the side of, I think that the car starts coming towards him. He draws his weapon, which forces him to, change hands with his phone or whatever, and he shoots her. Not saying it was right for him to do that. Obviously, it would have been ideal had that not happened. It would have been ideal had she stepped out of the car. It would have been ideal had she not been following them. It would have been ideal. There's like a million intersections leading up to this point where it could have went completely differently. So
we have the right here in America to follow law enforcement and track and
I mean, I'm really not 100% sure on when it comes to what they were doing. And I mean, granted, I'm just going to be honest. I mean, I'm ignorant to this at this point, what the law is when it comes to, I mean, what was she doing in the road, for example?
Yeah, I'd be curious about that too. I mean, my understanding from what I was told and the information that I was looking at was she waved other people past her, and those cars happened to be the ICE agents, and so she then was in the middle of the road to try to, because there's another ICE agent's car in front of hers, right? My understanding is she was in the middle of the road because she was trying to get out of the way of whatever was happening, and then they actively got in front of her and in her way and stopped her from doing that. And now people are trying to go, oh, well, like what was she doing in the middle of a car in the middle of the road? I've never seen anything like that before in my entire life. Like, I don't really understand the logic you're trying to make there.
So have you seen the videos and everything by chance?
Yeah.
Her car was perpendicular to the road for, it seems like, it doesn't seem like she was pulling out of a driveway. It doesn't seem like she was making a U-turn. It seems like she was purposely putting her car perpendicular to the road. Is that not a little weird?
Not really. Not at all. Why would it be weird?
When I say perpendicular, I mean she was blocking, like she was, instead of being in line with the road, she was, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, it's not weird for a car to be perpendicular to the road.
Basically, yeah, she had her car directly across the lanes of traffic, impeding anybody from getting by, is what you're saying. And yeah, obviously that's not normal, but regardless of doing that, intentionally stopping these guys from pursuing whatever they were trying to do, go after illegals or whatever it may be, that doesn't justify the way that things proceeded after that.
Well, I'm not saying it justifies being shot.
I know you're not. I'm just a lot of people are. You know what I mean? I know, dude, I know you're not. But like the thing is that he let his fucking egos take over. That's what happened. Her wife started fucking talking shit. You know what I mean? And he got real fucking offended, and then he told Renee to get out of the car. And then she started to try to drive away, and he fucking shot her in the head and called her a fucking bitch. The last thing that Renee said was, "I'm not mad at you." And then her wife started talking shit to the dude, and he got real fucking butthurt, and his ego took over, and he tried to fucking get her out of the car. And then, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. There's no justifying it in my book in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, he shot 3. He hit her in the head and then fired 2 more shots. Like
I believe they are trained. Law enforcement is generally trained to mag dump, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they're trained to empty their magazines.
That's absolutely horrifying. Okay, okay. Trigger. This is what I said earlier about the gun culture. Trigger happy fucking killers, man. And the American people are happy with this shit. Like, this shit's disgusting, dude. It really is absolutely abhorrent. And it's disgusting that they would train individuals to act in such a manner as well. Like, that should not be how we're training law enforcement. They're supposed to be the peacekeepers, right? They're supposed to de-escalate the situation. If you're just mag dumping, especially in a civilian area, like, that's the other part about this, is that this was a civilian area. They're also probably trained to not mag dump in civilian areas, right? Like, they'd be like, okay, maybe if they are training them to mag dump, well, part of the training too would be like, hey, when you're in a civilian area where there's houses and children and other officers in the area as well, you could shoot through the car, miss your target, or it would go through the target and end up hitting another officer. So it's just, I really don't like, even the just asking questions or trying to play devil's advocate with this one is just, it's kind of abhorrent to me. And this is the reason that the left will get, pretty triggered and worked up, because it's just like, a woman lost her life. She was essentially murdered in cold blood. And we have to sit here and debate this like it's a political policy. And like, it just doesn't seem healthy for a society to function this way. Like, this was clearly murder. There's no debating it. There's no asking questions here.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a debate because it's going to go to court and everything. I will fact check myself here because I've always heard that police are trained to mag dump, and it's really weird how Google listens because it filled this whole thing in after like 2 freaking letters, but it says no. This is AI overview coming from Google. No, police are generally not trained to, quote, mag dump. They are trained to, quote, fire until the threat stops, emphasizing center mass shots to neutralize an immediate danger, which often means firing multiple shots in quick succession, but only as needed to stop the threat, not emptying the entire magazine, and crucially, reloading and continuing. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so maybe they're not trained to mag dump per se, but firing a few shots is not really outside of the norm. Now, I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad. And granted, when I talk about this stuff, I know that somebody died, and obviously it's sad. It's always sad. I don't care so much about the post hoc rationalization. Don't care so much that she's a mother. Don't care whether she had custody of all 3 of her kids or she had custody of 1 of her kids. I think a lot of this is post hoc rationalization, where we're trying to look at a situation after it's happened when we have all the facts, or we have facts that the people in the situation did not have. Looking at just the situation, she was perpendicular to the road. Apparently she was following around ICE, so she's already acting kind of odd.
Really don't mean anything when it comes to getting shot in the face, but go ahead.
Which one? Oh, no, sure. That part doesn't. Like, none of that matters. But the only thing that matters is the car pulling forward and whether or not the officer thought his life was, at threat or whatever. So that is obviously going to go through court, and, we'll see how that plays out and whatnot. I think it was an unfortunate situation. And did he have to shoot? No, he could have not shot her, and probably ended up at her door later on, arrested her, and, life would have went on. Everything would have been fine. Some people have made the argument that, if somebody is acting sort of odd already or irrational, and then let's say they drive off, what if it was possible? Let's just say, I'm playing devil's advocate here, guys. What if she pulled off, really quick, and there was a pedestrian down the road, walking with their stroller, and she smashed into them and killed them, had he not shot her? Not saying that's necessarily what would have happened, but could you grant that could have possibly happened? She's in the heat of the moment. Her wife's telling her to drive. She hits the gas. She takes off. She's trying to get away, and then, causes harm to somebody else.
Honestly, I don't like, this is what I'm trying to, what I was saying earlier, like this sort of like, we can talk any sort of hypothetical that you want and I'll engage in it, but this shit was obviously murder. And so, I mean, yeah, it would have been bad if she had run over and hurt a child because she attempted to speed off, but that's not what happened, and that's not what we're talking about.
No, sure, it's not what happened. It's not what happened. But what I'm trying to do is, because we're saying it's like it's so ridiculous for him to have shot her, for him to have shot her, and I don't know what was going through his mind at the time. I'm assuming the car was just moving towards him, it hit him, and he shot. And then, granted, you said something about them saying he had PTSD. Should he have been out there if he had PTSD? This, that, and the third. But granted, from his perspective, if he was dragged by a car months earlier and he's already gone through the experience of being hit and dragged by a car, it's not so crazy to think that
You'd probably get out of the way of the car then, instead of firing blindly at the person so that now a car is completely out of control that you're standing in front of. You would think somebody with PTSD would probably go, maybe I should get the fuck out of the way of this car, instead of shoot at the person in control of the car while I'm standing in front of it, making it a completely more severely deadly weapon than it already was.
I mean, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, right? I mean, it could have been more. I mean, obviously, it went and hit a car and nobody was hurt, so it could have been more of a deadly weapon after he shot her. It might not have been more of a deadly weapon. I mean,
no, I'm not like, again, I'll link the report again. They literally talk about this in police training and stuff. They tell them not to shoot people who are, especially in moving cars, because of that exact reason right there. They're literally told not to do that.
And that I believe it. I have seen, and not to say this makes it right, but I have seen a lot of police videos where they do shoot people in moving cars. Like, that's the craziest thing. That's why, I mean, I'll need to look into it, but I've seen videos before this ever happened of officers shooting somebody in a car because the person's
in front of the car.
Yes, or they were on top of the hood after the car hit them.
Could you pull some of those up?
All right.
That's what I was saying, as in, I feel like this is just like one of those moments where how somebody could have done something like differently, but like this was the result of it. Because like this is not like like first, like cop killing somebody or like somebody being like shot. I first just think because it is ICE, and because there was a protester that's the reason it like blew up. Because the moment it blew up, you had the right calling her a domestic terrorist and that this was like terrorism. And to me, that was a little bit too far. And you got the left like calling us like murder, in which to me, that's a little too far. I just think it was just one of those moments. Could have gone a different way, 10 minutes prior, 5 minutes prior. But how he was saying, like, at the heat of the moment, we can't tell them how they should react. I'm not saying
they should be held. Finish your statement. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm not saying, that she was trying to hit on, because I honestly do not believe that she was trying to, but I also don't believe that the guy there came to kill somebody.
I don't think he went there to kill anybody, but here's the thing. I don't think you can say it's less than murder. And for you to use the excuse heat of the moment, you know what I mean? Who knows what you do in that situation, this, and that. He volunteered to put himself in this situation. When you sign up to be law enforcement or whatever the fuck, you are acknowledging the fact that you're going to be put in these high pressure situations where you're going to be dealing with possible life or death. And this wasn't that. This was a very tame situation, and he fucking jumped the gun by 1,000,000 degrees. It's just, I don't understand how people justify it. I can't see it, and even giving him the benefit of the doubt, I don't know. I think it's inexcusable. I don't think there's even any leniency towards it. It's just, it was straight up murder.
They're again, like you say that you said. Lucid, that like you don't know, we can't tell these people how to react, but that's the opposite of that is true. There are laws regarding the actions that police and law enforcement and federal agents are supposed to take, directly telling them what they're supposed to do. And one of those things is to not put yourself in front of a moving car and to not shoot at a moving car. They're told not to do that. They're literally like held to a standard of being told what to do and how to operate, right? And that's what that report that I keep talking about, and I'll link it again. U.S. Customs and Border Protection Use of Force Review Case and Policies, February 2013, conducted by the Police Executive Research Forum. It talks about that. It talks about how ICE seems to be actively putting themselves in situations. It talks about people throwing rocks and things like that, and they talk about how ICE agents could just move out of the way of the rocks getting thrown instead of standing there, getting hit by a rock, and then using that as an excuse to shoot blindly into protesters throwing rocks at them. Now, granted, I agree that throwing rocks would be a bad thing, but this is what I was talking about earlier with this idea of terrorism and this flight or fight response. When you have a group of state-sanctioned thugs and murderers coming to shove you up against the wall, yeah, it's gonna probably, initiate your fight or flight response, and you're gonna pick one of those two things in that moment. And again, I'm not saying that justifies throwing rocks. I'm just saying that that's kind of a reasonable reaction to a group of state-sanctioned murderers that show up to try to tell you what to do.
Are you in the Discord?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just joined today.
Okay, because I want to a document that she was talking about. I want to see that one too.
Yeah, do you want me to post it somewhere in the Discord?
Yeah. What would it be?
What would what be?
Like, where would it go?
Yeah, that's what I was about to.
Sorry, I was just looking for this damn video. You type in this shit now, and all that comes up is the Renee Good stuff. I did find one video. It's a little out there. It's not really a good comparison. When it comes to this stuff, Politics Hole is a pretty good one to drop shit in. Right? That's
Politics Hole?
Yeah.
I'll put it in there. Is your VOD gonna be up, Astral? Could I display our conversation on my stream later?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, you stream as well?
Yeah.
Oh, good shit, bro. I'll have to circle back to your channel, man.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I do call-ins too. I think it's really good. I think it's super helpful. I feel like I'm not especially the way you do it, where I just showed up today and you were like, get in here and talk about this. I think that's crucial. I think that's really important. I get why people are resistant to that, but I'm like, that's really where you got to be bringing on the people who are in the chat saying that they want to come on and talk about this sort of stuff. That's where we get this discourse and ability to have these conversations and finally get to some kind of truth.
I want to say thank you to you guys. This is actually, believe it or not, the first time we've actually done this. I recently set up the voice channel for this, and you guys are the first ones to come in here and do this on stream. So I really appreciate you guys for sharing your time and sharing your opinions here.
Awesome. Heck yeah. Cool.
But now I need to find your channel. Is it the same channel that you were watching me on, that you were in the chat using?
Yeah. I could type my username again.
Oh yeah, please.
I could just click my. I mainly stream on Twitch, but I stream on YouTube off my phone on occasion. But if anybody's interested, you can go watch my VOD on Twitch. And I read the link that I sent. It's my most recent VOD up on Twitch. I read over the Police Executive Research Forum looking into ICE's practices, and it talks about ICE's policies. I'll rattle off one. It's actually looked at there as 4510-020C U.S. Customs and Border Protection Body Armor Policy. So they lay out the policies that they looked at in the training book and hand guide, and then they talk about how those aren't necessarily being followed, or they're being used in nefarious ways to, again, provoke and actively then do and commit violence on other individuals.
I appreciate that. I'm going to look through that. And guys, I'm pulling up iSpell's channel, and I'll post a link in chat here. But this is his channel, if you could see that. And let me drop a link to it. Let's go ahead and subscribe. Bam. And yeah, go show some support. I really appreciate you, man. I really appreciate all of you guys coming in here like this. This is really cool. Bam, post that to chat. Bam. So go show some support. And then I'll have to find your Twitch channel as well. You said you stream to both or really mostly Twitch?
Mainly Twitch. I've been trying just because here I can post. I'll go find my Twitch and I'll post it. I really appreciate that. But yeah, mainly on Twitch.
Oh, guys, I have to run off for just 1 second. Just 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry. But yeah, I'm gonna get your Twitch link as well, and I'm gonna follow you there and shit. And yeah, dude, we're definitely gonna be getting up
in the YouTube chat.
All right, very good. Of course. I'll be right back. Be right back.
Yeah, go if you disagree with me, go watch my videos there, Republicans. One of my videos that's up on the screen there, you can see it's Americans have, or I'm sorry, Republicans have a smaller amygdala. I look at research of individuals who were looking at scanning the brains of like people who declare themselves as Republicans versus like Democrats and independents, and it's about like the amygdala handles like fear responses and like sort of like your natural like instinctive processes to what's happening around you. And so with what they scanned in Republicans is that it was either larger or smaller. Now I'm forgetting one of the two, and that led to a heightened like fear response, which is what I've been talking about this entire time. This sort of like ideology of like the boogeyman, the fake boogeyman, like, and why I equate this to Nazi rhetoric. Like, you know, Republicans right now are saying, oh, we have to get rid of this evil within. They're painting immigrants and other Americans as this sort of evil within, especially the leftists. Like, it's just antagonizing towards leftists, and so this fear response coming from Republicans, I am suggesting, is what's taking place and happening, where they're legitimately scared of what's going on and afraid of the situation. And so they are overreacting in sort of like a instinctive, animalistic way where it's misguiding their political opinions and understanding of situations. So like I said, go listen to that. If you disagree, go leave some comments.
I would definitely have to do my own like research on that, like just to see. But does it like say anything like what could have like caused that, or is it just like how they are?
Uh, it didn't necessarily like talk about what they were talking about was just how it was interesting that people with this sort of brain structure would choose to identify as Republican, and how people with a different sort of brain structure chose to identify as Democrat. And so it's nothing inherently wrong with this. And in the YouTube video, you'll see me. I get one of the I think it was the University of Minnesota had done some research on this, and when I get to their article, they explicitly state, they're like, don't take this research and go saying the things that I said right there about like, oh, this means that, you know, Republicans are less intelligent because of their brain power. They're like, look, this research is an interesting look into the dynamics of like what exactly is happening with people's brains. And I do feel a little bad like when I say things like that, but it's just like literally Trump ran a whole campaign on triggering liberals, and that's all Republicans do. So I can get a little frustrated and jump back and just be like, oh, because of this research, you're uneducated. You literally have less brain power, and it's not really helpful necessarily to the argument. The point that I try to make with that is just that it's like, if you do look at what's taking place and what's happening with what I've described about this boogeyman scenario, I feel like it's undeniable that that's what's happening. Like, Republicans are being told that they should be afraid of immigrants, and now they are. And then they complain about the mainstream media like brainwashing and tricking everybody, and I'm like, well, where did you get your narrative from, right? Like, where did you get that understanding of like this fear that you have of immigrants and immigration? End of statement. Thoughts, other people?
So like this could be like random, but it kind of made me think about it. But, like, could it be like the same thing that was going on like during like the witch trials, where everybody was just like terrified of the neighbors, like terrified of everything, and then through like reper through reproducing and like teaching your kid the same thing, like do you think like that could have like led to that fear like nowadays?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, like so the best example would be when Trump in his first campaign went to North Korea. Americans, especially Republicans, are equally as brainwashed as North Koreans, the way that they think North Koreans are. Trump went to North Korea, took a bunch of pictures, had dinner with Kim Jong Un, and then the Republicans were like, look at this, look at Trump. He's doing such good things. He's solving issues. It's none of the other presidents went over to North Korea and talked to North Korea. And I'm like, yeah, for good reason, because all that happened was that Kim Jong Un took pictures of that dinner, went back to his people, and did the same thing that Trump did, and said, oh look, America's bending the knee to North Korea. We had the American president over here, and America's bending its knee to us over here in North Korea. And that's exactly what Trump did too. He came back to America, said, look at these pictures. North Korea, Kim Jong-un bending the knee. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. Nothing came from that. And so, yes, yeah, children are the way that, like, you know, Republicans would claim that trans individuals are grooming others. They like, guess I could look it over and I would consider it, but that's just not what's happening. That's just not what's happening. Like, what would be the what would you say would be the evidence that trans individuals are grooming young people?
Mm, less of like trans and like more to like just like the community like just overall. Sorry, I'm at work. But I had saw this like one video and it was this little kid and the kid was like, oh, I support like gay people or like I support this because my mom like told me to and if I didn't, like she said that she would try to like convince me. It's like things like that.
I
I'm not saying like
guess you
that's
could
like
call
the
that grooming,
majority
but
case.
I mean, would you really consider trying to instill to your child that, like, being a good person and supporting gay rights and supporting people who are trans is grooming? That's just teaching a child morality
You know, the
and
kid, the kid like said that he was gay and he was like 8 years old.
yeah, people are going to be wrong. Yes, that's what children do. They go, I'm going to be a police officer. I'm going to be a fireman when I grow up. They play pretend and they don't know who they are because they're children. You have to be wrong about who you are. Everybody said something wrong about who they are. That's how you develop and understand who you are. And so, yeah, I wouldn't really see that as grooming. It's like, yeah, a kid is probably, it might say that they're gay because that's what they think that they are. And if they're not, then they just won't be. I don't really see that as an issue. Because again, they're figuring out, they're a child trying to figure out who they are as they grow up and get older, right? Like that's what every kid does.
But do you not believe where if you're like told something like so many times, I mean, kind of like believe that lie like yourself until like later on, like in life, until you're like, oh, I'm not actually gay.
Yeah, but nobody's telling the kid repeatedly that they're gay, right? Like you're saying if the kid lied to themselves repeatedly and believed that they were gay, that
You know, like the kid like literally was like saying that if he said otherwise, his mom would try to convince him.
yeah, again, I don't really see that as grooming. Yeah, I see that as instilling morality in a child. Like, yeah, try to convince him that you should support, you should trust and support other people, even if they're gay. Again, I don't necessarily see that as grooming. I see that as instilling morality and human rights into a young child. Cool. Cool. So yeah, like I get a little bit what you're saying, but the reason that I would say that this is different from grooming is because that this is sort of an open-minded like attitude where you're teaching ideologies of what that I would deem as human morality and civil society, as where on the other end of me accusing the Republicans of grooming, they're sort of grooming an ideology of hatred of, I mean, to a certain extent, yes, what you said is could be considered quote unquote grooming, but I look at it as less of that because that's a teaching of a fundamental moral understanding, arguably the way that God taught individuals in Christianity to believe in each other and trust each other and be a good person and be a moral person. And so when you see that sort of rhetoric being called grooming, it confuses me. I don't really understand why it's getting called that when Republicans are being raised to believe in like, nationalism and that immigrants are scary and that people outside of their race are scary and criminals. Like that seems like a bit more of a concern than having a young child think that they're gay, because again they would just if they aren't, they would just not be gay then, right? Like I don't really see that as an issue at all whatsoever. Like if a young child goes, oh, I might be gay, right? Like again, they're a kid. They don't know who they are yet. And so as they grow up, they'll develop and understand who it is that they are. Maybe it turns out that they're bisexual. Like end of statement. Any thoughts on that?
I did, and then I just went mind blank.
Yeah, jump if you need to. Yeah, if I'm talking and you have a point that you wanted to make, do jump in and interrupt me, please.
So, because I went to college and I had a lot of like gay, like transgender, like friends, and like a lot of that community, like majority of them say like they have been this way, like for their whole life or ever since they was kid. Like I have no problem with it, but I'm just saying, like, do you not think parents are like teaching like kids at like such a young age, and then as they get um older, they kind of like believe it like more and more?
Believe that they're gay,
Yeah.
even if they're not. No, I don't think that that would. I don't think that that would happen at all in any way, shape, or form. I just don't see that happening. I don't. Do you know anybody that was you? Well, you said were you talking about college? Were there people you met at college that you thought were kind of like that? Yeah, I don't. I don't think that that would happen. I don't think that that would like. Why would people don't typically want to like live in some sort of lie? They want to be themselves and be true to themselves. And so yeah, I don't like. I don't think that that. I don't think that that would happen. End of statement. Yeah, so one of the chats there was about like somebody having issues with people taking their kids to pride parades and dressing them up in like rainbow stuff, and uh, you know uh, my counter was that like there's issues with kids
Yeah, because
parent.
I didn't know like when he was gonna bring out anything. I was thinking I didn't know like when he was gonna bring out anything else. Sorry, that's my bad. I've
You're
got to
good.
mute myself.
Okay. um I was like, wait, what? But yeah, so like, parents are dressing up their children in like Trump clothes and like pro MAGA stuff, and like that's what I'm talking about. Like, nobody's telling the kid that they have to be gay or anything like that. They're wearing a rainbow shirt, right? But however, on the other end of that, parents are telling their kids to believe in Trump and support these ideologies, right? And again, these ideologies are essentially just pure hatred. Like, again, Trump literally ran an entire campaign on just triggering liberals and hating the left. Like, he did nothing other than he's still talking about Joe Biden. He's still talking about how Joe Biden's economy, which was pretty fucking good, mind you all. Inflation was 9% when Joe Biden started in office because of COVID, and he brought that shit back down to 2%, and still gave every Republican $700. And people are like, oh man, this is a terrible economy. And it's just like, by every like measurable statistic of numbers, like it wasn't. Like, gas was maybe a little higher, right? But again, he was also doing things. The president can't really necessarily affect the price of gas directly, right? Like, they have to do things to. There's other things you could do, right? And so Biden was doing stuff, implementing policies and talking with foreign leaders about like situations to attempt to get that price down. And so, like, when we look at what's happening right now in this economic situation, everything is up. I guess other than gas, but everything else, and eggs, I suppose. You'll fry your eggs in gasoline and you'll like it, buddies. But like, I don't want to divert too much from the trans thing. If people want to jump back to that, sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, it's just like everything's up. We could all see it at the grocery store. You're spending like $200 extra for peanuts at the grocery store, and people want to still complain like as if things were like bad under Joe Biden, and it's just like they really weren't. They really were not, and we haven't even seen the full force of what's about to take place. If you look at Trump's budget for this upcoming year, it's almost $1 trillion going to the military. $1 trillion is going to the military. It's like $968 billion or something like that. Why? In what reality our military's doing pretty good. We have a pretty good military, possibly the best in the world, some might say, right? And so it's just like, I don't think that they need that large of a budget. We could put some of that money into healthcare. We could put some of that money into housing, into social programs that actually help people and don't just don't continue the system of like individuals getting help and then not being able to get themselves back on their feet. The goal of the social program is to get the individual to become independent for themselves, right? And so, yeah, again, like, these things were happening under Biden. Like, good things were happening for Democrats, or I'm sorry, for Republicans. Like, Kamala Harris had a direct policy that would have helped young American Republicans specifically. So this male loneliness epidemic that Republican men are crying about, saying that, they can't raise a family and provide for their family because they're too weak of men. It's just like, yeah, Kamala Harris had a direct housing policy that would have subsidized first-time home buyers, directly helping the young Republicans that were complaining about this sort of thing. And so, I really don't know what to say about. I trailed off a little bit into. I'm not a Democrat, and I don't support the Democratic Party. I think I made it clear about my opinions about the United States through my attitude of the Constitution. I'm just saying that we directly had two it was clear and evident that we had two candidates. One that is obviously evil, doesn't know anything about economics or politics, and has no understanding of reality at all whatsoever. And then another candidate whose policies you might have just slightly disagreed on, but still would have directly helped Republicans. And still, Republicans choose to vote against their own best interests. That was a long-winded, sorry, end of statement. Okay. The Pride Parade isn't a place for kids. I don't really know what to say about that. I don't really know how to respond to that. Like, why? Okay, well, I mean, I guess at least you're consistent. Yeah, I suppose to bringing a child to a political rally, it's not the best. That is what I was asking. So I assume you're not okay then with parents dressing their kids up in Trump clothes and stuff. Yeah, mind crimes. Yes, it is normal to teach kids about alternative lifestyles. Yes, 100%. We should respect and love each other, right? Like, why does everybody have to live like you? Why are you trying to force everybody to live whatever lifestyle you deem as the most heightened, important lifestyle that everybody should follow? Like, are you God? Do you speak for God? Everybody just has to live like you. You can't have any sort of alternative lifestyle. That's it's unacceptable, and it goes against white Christian nationalism. She did. She did run on that mind crimes. That's the point I'm trying to make. She literally did run on that. She was talking. That's how I know that she had that policy. Is because that's what she was running on. Like Republicans didn't want to listen to her because she was a black woman. You all heard a black woman talk that was educated, and you felt spoken down to because you don't know anything about economics or politics. And then you were like, "Let me vote for this other guy who looks like me." You literally Republicans pretty much just voted on looks. Like they saw a white man and they were like, "Good, yes, 4 more years of another white man in charge." And look at where it's gotten us. Everything's higher. Everything's more expensive. We've lost all of our allies as a nation. We're not getting intel from other countries about any sort of military sort of advancements or anything like that. We're toppling regimes in other countries again, like it's fucking 1950s America. Like it's absurd. It's wildly absurd. Look into Kamala's policy. What do you think she ran on? What was it that you heard that she was running on?
Astrolarius here. I heard you guys talk about the trans stuff. Where are you guys at on that?
We did shift a little bit. Yeah.
Did you
if you
shift
want to hop, I did shift a little bit. I said if people wanted to jump back to the trans thing, we could.
No. Never mind. I'm just gonna listen and hop back in. Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I didn't want to. I trailed off a little bit there, Lucid. If you still had points you wanted to make about that, I didn't mean to, or anything that I said so far. Yeah, I don't want to. I feel like
good.
I'm dominating. If other people want to talk, please do.
I mean, I have no problem with it, or like trans or whatever, or Republican, they're like Trump gear. I just personally believe that we should like leave the kids out of it and let kids be kids.
What does that mean? Wait, hold on. Wait. What does that mean? Just keep the kids out of it? Like even see. I mean, yeah, there are some people that like, and it's fucked up. They almost like try to indoctrinate their kids into being non-binary, blah blah blah. But like introducing your kids to the idea of alternative lifestyles and different, whatever, I think is I don't see the issue with it. So like,
and I have no problem with that. But how you were saying, like there are like some people, like that's what I mean, like those people.
But that's a super extreme minority, though. Like it's like there are people that push it like it's a big issue, but I mean, I don't know. I was just like people say that a lot. Keep the kids out of it. This that, and I agree with that. Like you shouldn't be forcing ideologies on kids. You shouldn't be pushing them to go as what you like some people have these super fucking God, I don't even know the word for it, but yeah, you shouldn't be pushing your kids to like some ideological extreme, but I think it's good to introduce them to different ideas and concepts and let them know that it's valid to be something else.
Yeah, like I think keeping kids out of it is actually like a really bad thing to do because now they're not getting experience to those sorts of things, and they could grow up to end up being very hateful towards groups like that because they've not been introduced to it. And so, like, I think SA would be a good example of what I'm talking about here. I get a lot of kickback from people on the right who are like, oh, you want to teach kids about sex and stuff like that? And I'm like, yeah, man, like they should be learning about that so that when there's adults around them who are suspicious and odd and acting weird, they can reach out to other adults and know the vocabulary of what's going on and recognize that information. Yes, we need to be educating kids on this sort of stuff. And that entails, into the sort of like with the political rallies and the pride rallies, kids should be going to those. Kids should be going to those with their parents and debating people there that are there with them, debating their parents as well. Like your parents could take them to a political rally, and the kid could be like, I disagree with all of this. I don't support any of this. And I think that's a really healthy, good thing for a child to grow up in, understanding civil discourse and understanding the situations taking place in front of them.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
At what age do you think a child should be able to be exposed to this type or that community, that area?
Of trans rights and pride? You'd take a baby to a pride parade.
Okay.
Don't really see that as an issue at all in any way, or a political rally. You don't really see that as an issue in any way, shape, or form. Again, like, yeah, it'd be helpful for their young minds to, as they grow up and develop, getting out, having world experiences, seeing how the world works.
Okay.
Yo,
When I get
Astro,
back
you
to
gotta
my
start.
mic,
My
you said
bad.
what?
Just real quick. I was just gonna say, yo, you gotta start doing these at a more reasonable hour. Like I
Oh,
have
my
like a
fault,
lot of
bro.
things that I want to say, but like my brain is shot. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, for sure, bro. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna try to do this on every stream, I think, and I'm gonna get on a better schedule for streaming, so that way it's a little bit more conducive.
Yeah, no, this like if you did this at like peak streaming hours, like nine to midnight, dude, you like this is a really good format. I like this a lot, and I think your channel's gonna blow up because of it.
Oh yeah, it'll be. I
So
mean, yeah, it's definitely this is the quiet time, but if we do this during like like peak viewership, yeah, it would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'd be happy to get a Republican on here to be disagreeing with me. Like, I don't want to be stuck in this echo chamber of just reiterating
I
these
was
ideas.
I
I
was
like the
trying
pushback.
to put they were talking a lot of shit in the chat, and as a
Yeah, they
mod, I was
always
trying to tell them like you guys can join the Discord and be a part of this. But I honestly think it's just trolls and bots, like
Yeah, that's
90% of them.
Yeah, that's what can be so triggering, where it's just like, look, like people want to look at the left and be like, ah, they're so emotional or they get so triggered. And it's like, yeah, well, look at what's taking place with a lot of these right wingers. It's just, man, there's all these open channels and call in shows and leftists coming onto them trying to be like, let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation about it. Come get on the microphone. And they won't, they just won't come on because, and I don't mean to be rude here, but a lot of the positions and stances that they take are just indefensible. You just can't defend it
Oh,
outside
absolutely.
of typing in a chat. Yeah.
And the term you used before, cry bully, that's something I've used myself, and that's such a fucking accurate term. They love to talk. They love to first off, they love to talk shit and then talk about how snowflake and sensitive and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, you fucking say one thing bad about them, dude, and they get so fucking upset,
Yeah.
so offended, and they cry so much. They are the biggest fucking pussies in the world, and it's just the hypocrisy is no end with so much of their bullshit. I don't know. It's gross. Like like you said, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I mean, I'm definitely liberal, and I don't think a lot of people even know what the fucking word liberal means. It's essentially just open-minded. Like you're willing to accept new ideas and change your fucking mind.
I'm
Like it's not.
so glad you said that. Liberal, I hate that word. I've never heard a word used in so many different contexts. And I agree with you 100%. I don't think a single person in a lot of these political spaces on the internet knows what liberal means because it's what you just said, the definition of being open-minded. But people on the left look at liberals and equate them to people on the right. People on the right look at liberals and equate them to leftists. And then it's very rare too that I actually come across even an individual who is declaring themselves as liberal that actually is bipartisan. A lot of the times they're declaring themselves as liberal, and it's they still have some sort of, they're still pretty far leaning to one ideology or the other. And so,
Right.
yeah, typically, yeah, when people are using the word liberal, especially as some sort of form of insult, I'm like, okay, you've never been on the microphone for a political debate your entire life. I think you've done nothing but comment angrily in YouTube comment sections.
Right. Absolutely. Oh god, I need a fucking cigarette. I gotta plug my phone in too. Yo, I'll be back, guys.
Sounds good. I'm gonna when I get back to my mic at the PC, I wanted to pick your guys' brain on, and I know this is a meme question to a lot of people, but to me, this like gets at the heart of at least the trans conversation. Is like, what is a woman and what is a man? I find this to be very interesting philosophically, and I would love to dive into that with y'all.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I'd like to talk about it too. Yeah. So, I mean, to a certain extent, those are social constructs, like just made up by society, like first and foremost, right? Like this idea of men and women is just kind of like a social, there's biological differences that we can look at and be like, oh, this is a different person than this other person. But this question, like, oh, what is a woman, is nonsensical to a lot of people on the left because it's just a game of semantics. It's just a game of definitions that doesn't really move the conversation forward or get anybody anywhere at all whatsoever, right? And so I don't necessarily understand too, like Matt Walsh's question about that sort of thing, right? It's just like, here are people trying to, have open conversations. Like that's what's so great about society and the free, aspects and time that we live in, where we can have these philosophical debates, deep discussions about these sort of, to a certain extent, in certain situations, mundane things. This in particular thing isn't very mundane, but it's a good thing for society to do that and have these sorts of conversations. So this idea that Matt Walsh would go around and ask that sort of question, the reason people get upset about that and don't feel like answering it is because there's no answer you could give Matt Walsh that he would accept. He's not looking for an answer to change his mind. He's looking to kind of just be an asshole and trigger other people with the rhetoric that he has.
Sure,
He's a provocateur. That's what he does.
I was gonna say, I hate that the question has become a meme question because I've thought a lot about gender and transgenderism and stuff, and I always ask myself these questions of what is a man and what is a woman, and I think a lot of people have difficulties wrapping their head around how to categorize what a man and woman is. There's one side that conflates the biology with the social aspects, and they say that, like, well, no, a trans woman is a woman in like every respect, which I would have to push back against that a little bit. But I could grant that somebody could be socially a woman. I could be open to that idea. But like, for example, how do you feel about women's sports, like trans people playing in women's sports, for example?
The 10 trans athletes that make up the I have no issue with it at all whatsoever. I don't understand why it's a big deal. It seems kind of sexist to imply that women can't do equally as good as men. Like the separation too, even at a level like chess, the Queen's Gambit would be a good example. Go ahead, sorry.
That's a mental factor, dude. All right, so do you know who Fallon Fox is?
No.
She's a fighter. She's a UFC fighter, and she's trans, and she was beating the living shit out of the women that she was fighting. Men and women, in the biological sense, are built different. Women cannot compete physically on the level that men can, and I don't care
disagree
if you.
so strongly. Like that just seems sexist.
But
and,
here's
like,
the thing:
what
professional sports. Professional
one
sports, when it comes
fighter
to like the
beating up
NFL and the
somebody
MLB,
else
they
doesn't
are
prove
not.
that.
It's not a men's league. Hold on, real quick. For the professional sports at the top tier, like the NFL and the MLB, those are not men's leagues. Those are open. However, women cannot compete at that level. They will get hurt. If you put a woman on a football field, she's gonna get fucking crushed. There's no fucking chance. And it's not sexist, it's
think that's true
biology,
at all.
dude.
My sister was the kicker for my high school football team, but okay, it's
Kicker.
not even close to true.
I don't know.
Wait,
I don't see
so
it, dude.
why do we have the separation in the first place?
Because of ignorant sexism. Why do you think we have the separation?
I'm assuming because men and women do compete at like a different. Like, for example, if there is no physical difference between men and women, or like
It's not what I
not
said.
enough of. Sorry,
not say that.
I was going to correct.
I don't think you were implying that. I just wanted to make that clear as we move forward. Please continue.
Sorry, yeah. If there's not a significant difference, one that is significant enough to entail having a different league, then why is it that men are seen as sort of dangerous in women's spaces and women need spaces away from men to have sort of like a protected space for themselves? Not just in sports, but, in like gyms, for example, like there's women only gyms, right?
Again, I would say because of sexism and a lot of this Republican ideology that is sort of teaching young, like the stuff that Andrew Tate talks about, and Matt Walsh as well. It's kind of surrounding it's a bit of like a what is called a grape culture, and so yeah, this sort of attitude of like men being the protectors of women is putting them in a position of authority, and so now young men are growing up to believe that they have authority over women and other people, and that gives them the right to do things to women. And so, when you're talking about the safe spaces for women, there's good reason for that, and statistics and numbers to show that women are disproportionately attacked by men. And so it's just like when we try to correlate that to the conversation about sports, I feel like we can make the comparison, but I feel like they are two different conversations that we would have to have
But
about that.
I think his point was the fact that, yeah, they are disproportionately victimized in that way. But the main reason being, aside from the fact that there is a certain thing perpetuated in our society where a lot of young men, especially now, are buying into that, where it creates aggressors and predators and all that. But the women aren't able to defend themselves because of that physical difference, where they're not
Well, no, they're just
physically capable of it.
No, they
Like
are.
if,
They're
if
just told that people are telling them that they're not. They don't often work out the way that men do to bulk up their muscles because it's
They
just not something that women are typically pushed to do. And it's actually looked down upon because of these sexist views. People look at muscular women and go, "Oh, that's gross. That's disgusting." And so, yeah, typically they're not going to work out and bulk up their muscles in a way to
But
defend
the way, even
themselves.
the women that do, they can't compete on the same level as
Well,
men.
you
They
keep saying
don't
that, but like,
achieve
what
the same.
research
They,
would suggest that, right? Like that one
I will.
boxer, I
I'll
don't
pull
think is an
right now.
example.
I can pull up. I can pull up records of powerlifting and things like that. There are women in that space, top
Okay, get
tier
them up.
athletes, and they would kick the shit out of me.
Yeah,
But
get them up.
men, all right, it's like, all right, hold on.
Okay.
Women, hold on.
I got forever and a day.
Oh, dude, I'm not. And listen, I would love to be proven wrong, but I just, um, strength records. I'm just gonna look up records for like women's weightlifting and things like that, and what they're able to achieve, and then men on the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, and so again, but before you even pull that stuff up, I would preemptively say that that's part of what I was talking about a minute ago, where I said women aren't usually pushed to be more muscular and stuff like that, right? So men for a
Right.
very long time have had this structure and ideology in society and choose to bulk up and push themselves as hard as they possibly can. And for that reason, women not being involved in those spaces or being told to be a part of that, yeah, obviously they're going to have less, awards and less individuals that reach this top peak physical performance
Right.
of
I
being able
understand.
to
I
deadlift
understand what you're saying.
4,400 pounds. Sorry, go ahead.
And I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you there. But still, there's like just the hormones. Testosterone alone is a muscle building thing. Our bone densities are different. If you took a man and a woman that both equally did nothing physical, they lived the exact same lifestyle, they ate the same food, this, and that, the man would easily be able to overpower the woman just by their fucking body chemistry on its own.
I don't know how true that is. I mean, yeah, in a
It's
specific scenario of somebody who has a body chemistry that's slightly weaker, but I mean, I don't think you can necessarily make that claim without like backing it up with some sort
I
of,
mean, I don't have
research.
like specific data, but it's just something
Because
that
it's not
you
there. I'm
recognize
sorry, I
in
don't mean to be rude.
society.
It's because the data doesn't exist to support what it is that you're trying to say.
I do believe it does, and I don't have any. I haven't listened, and I'm not going to say that I know for a fact because I don't have specific studies or any of that to back it up. And if I were shown the evidence to the contrary, I would totally renege what I said. But I just, in my
Yeah,
own life experience, from what I see, it seems obvious to me, and I might be wrong. Like I said, I haven't seen any specific studies, and if I were proven wrong, I would admit it. But it's just from my own, personal things that I've witnessed. It seems to me that's
yeah, I
pretty
wish
much the case.
Yeah, I wish I had. Yeah, don't mean to be so pushy about the evidence. I wish I had some to counter what you're saying as well. And I'm racking my brain about all the conversations I've had about this. Let me maybe I'll flip through my history on my browser so I can see if I can find, because this is something I've talked about before. And like the hard part is like there is not a lot of evidence for either side to a certain extent, right? Like there's not a lot of research like directly being done that says, oh, like, women and men are the same, because that's just not true. That's not what's happening. There's obviously biological differences. And so I get what you're saying about like bone density and mass and size and things like that, right? And so like it would then come to like a case by case basis. I mean, like if you're looking at an individual who is like, just puts on a dress and attempts to go play in a women's league and is just beating up all the women, yeah, that's clearly an issue, but that's not really like what's happening. That's not happening at all
That's not
whatsoever.
what I had mentioned before with Fallon Fox. She's the legitimate trans woman. Like it wasn't like there was one dude that was a power lifter, and he that's what he did. He was a man, but then he just came out one day and he's like, "Oh, I'm a woman." You know what I mean? Almost like sarcastically, but he did it in a way that was like, "Oh, you're gonna argue with me and invalidate every other trans person." And then he set like 1,000 records as a woman when he wasn't. Like he did it
Yeah, and so I don't
specifically
believe that
to be
proves
like
anything.
contrarian.
Just because one guy was able, that's not all men.
No,
Not
but that's
all
not that
men
wasn't
are
that was
that.
I wasn't trying to use that as I'm saying the one like actual trans athlete that went into the UFC, or it wasn't UFC, it was Pride or something. It was some kind of MMA. But regardless, they were trans, they were on, hormone therapy, all that, and they were fucking breaking these women's faces and brutalizing them in a way that was just look up Fallon Fox. That's just that alone. Maybe not every sport, but a lot of like physical, especially contact sports. I think that this separation is necessary.
You said who? Alan Fox?
Fallon, Fallen. Or Fallon.
You're reading over the Wikipedia right now. Um, yeah, again, like I'm not, I don't really, I don't see it as an issue.
I mean, we'll have to agree to disagree because I mean, and I don't think it's the biggest fucking deal anyway. Like, when it comes to, again, like I said, on a professional level, if women want to compete in the open leagues, they can. Like, as far as I know, there's no barrier to entry when it comes to gender for most, if not all, professional sports leagues. And I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And then they've created women's leagues specifically because they weren't at the same level as, their male counterparts in those professional spaces. I mean, shit, even listen to the Serena and Venus Williams, the tennis players, they've come out and said they play with men, like just as casual games, and they say the men play like half-heartedly, and they go as hard as they can. And they say they don't stand a chance, and that's tennis.
like okay, again, I would disagree with what Serena Williams said, right? It's just like one person's like interpretation of what's going on is not
Yeah, but
necessarily like
she's the best tennis player in the world as a woman, or best woman tennis player in the world. I think her opinion is pretty valid in the matter.
I guess. It's just that like what like if we it's just that's the thing though. Like what are all the other women that are playing tennis saying, right? Like it just because she's the best and the top woman tennis player doesn't mean that she now gets to speak for all of the women that play sports,
But
right? Like what are the
well,
rest
she doesn't have
of
to
other
speak for
people think?
them. She doesn't have to speak for them when she is in a league of her own above them, and she says that she can't compete with men that are average professional players. She said not even the best. She says she plays with averaged ranked professional male players, and she says that it's just a different class of athlete. Now, she doesn't have to speak for the other women when she's better than them, and she's saying that these dudes that are okay are miles ahead of her.
Yeah, like I don't, far be it from me to mansplain feminism to a woman, but yeah, that seems like some sexist manosphere bullshit. Truly, genuinely, it's
And,
disappointing that to me
and
that she said that.
I'm not saying I don't think it comes from a place. I mean, maybe for some people it does, of feeling superior, because I don't think that's what it is. I just think it's just we're built differently, and it's just. I mean, and if you look, you know what? Let's just drop people and go to the whole animal kingdom. There are other species of animals where the females are the dominant. Like, they're fucking the hunters and the providers and this and that, and the males are dependent on them. And it's the same situation but flipped. They're just the biology is different, where one is more specialized to be stronger and faster and whatever else. And I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think it is what it is.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's like enough research to indicate that, like, based off these few examples that we can draw to suggest that the biological differences between men and women are so drastically different that they can't compete together in sports. I don't think that that's true.
I mean, again, you're saying the same thing. I don't have the research to back it up, but I think we see enough examples just in, like I said, when you look at their performance just in general, like not even competing against each other, but just what they're capable of. And I know you said before that women typically, and up until recently, and it still is frowned upon to be seen as like a, it's seen as masculine to be jacked and strong and this and that, and they don't want to be that because it's seen as a negative in society. But I don't think that that's, even if it wasn't, I don't think that that actually contributes to the limitations that they have. But I don't know. The I don't know. I I'll try to look and come up with some more examples and see if I can't convince you. But
Yeah, I actually wrote in my own notes too. I was like, "Fuck me, I got to get better resources on this topic specifically." I typically have some resources for stuff like this, and I do not on this one. I really wish
right,
that I
right,
did.
right.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, I'm open minded to it, dude. Like, if you show me valid evidence to the contrary, I'll accept it. Like, I'm not saying this because I want it to be true or because it's like something that validates me as a man being stronger or blah blah blah. Like I said, there's plenty of women that would kick the shit out of me. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not something I'm insecure about or anything else. It's just what I think it is. But I don't know.
I'm going to address this comment. What happened to protecting women? I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. That sort of is like a take of the right. That's sort of what I'm saying, where it's just like, that's the reason that like this sexist ideology of like men being the protectors of women has put a lot of women in a position of going and thinking and being like, why would I bother working out? Why would I bother to bulk up and get big and try to be athletic and things like that? It's just, you know, that's not like everybody needs protected, not just women. Everybody needs protection. That's what a civil society does. It protects each other. And so it's just like I don't understand how letting a trans woman athlete into a women's league it would hurt or hinder women in any way, shape, or form.
All right, let's just say this. Let's just suspend our opinions on how we feel about this, and just assume, to take the position that I was right, and not, don't, I know that you don't believe that I was, but just say that I was right, and they are, men are genetically predisposed to be stronger, faster, and more athletic. If that were the case, then would it make sense to have that separation?
Somebody did.
I guess. Good.
Somebody
Because
did
it
bring
creates
this
an
up.
unfair. If it were the case, it creates an unfair advantage. And
Somebody,
assuming that it is the case, and the reason that female sports leagues were created specifically to have a level playing field, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of having those leagues.
I'm gonna address Evie real quick here. I didn't say that. No, I said yeah. The question was if I would support a woman carrying a gun to defend themselves, and I actually said no. They should probably carry pepper spray or mace. But I also did not say anything about because they weren't physically as strong. Just to clarify, I didn't. This is what happens all the time with people. They're like completely misconstruing. Y'all got to learn to listen a lot better. All right, like you're saying a lot of things about what I said, and it's like a misconstrued ideology of how I phrased it and what I put, and you're attempting to change the words up that I'm saying and make it sound ridiculous, while y'all are acting like it's perfectly reasonable stance to say, "Yep, women are less than men. They don't deserve to play chess in a men's league. They could never do such a thing." Sir.
I gotta jump. I gotta jump back in the chat and see what's going on. But I mean, the chess is a totally different thing. That's a mental game. You know what I mean? I don't think that anybody.
It's
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of people that think that women and men are different when it comes to intellect and all that. But that's not a position that I'm taking. Um,
Well, and yeah, the point I get what you're saying, where it's a slightly different thing in the sense of this physical structure that we're talking about, which I do see differences between men and women, and men possibly being more innately. Again, it's possible that that's true. I'd like to look into the research of how true that is. Men just being physically more stronger or bigger than women. And so it's just the reason I bring up the chess thing though is that like I see the correlation that I'm making is that it seems kind of sexist to think these sorts of things and tell women that because of some sort of biological difference, whether it be intelligence or muscle mass, that they are less than and do not get to compete with men. It seems
but I
sexist.
think that's not the position that I'm taking. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be able to compete with men. I'm saying that if once again, like I said, these professional leagues are open. They are not. It's not restricted by gender. It's just dominated by male athletes. Now, when you have a specific league created as an offshoot because of that for specifically women, I don't think that a biological male, and I'm not opposed to the social construct of gender being separate from biological sex. You know what I mean? If you identify as that, I respect it entirely. But I still think those biological differences are there. And when that separate league is created and the majority of the women in that space want to keep that space as it is, I think that they should respect that. I don't even think it's a thing of people telling women that they can't do it. I think it's more so that these women athletes want that space for themselves. And I don't know that to be true for 100%, but I mean, I'm sure I could look into it and see what the general consensus is among female athletes.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that one down in my notes. I'm gonna look that up too.
Like I said, I'm not an expert on this topic. You know what I mean? It's not something I really follow. It's not something I really care all that much about. But this is, in my opinion, I think it's generally what it is. But again, I would have to look more into it. So if you do look that up, let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of research on this. Yeah, next time we talk, I'll definitely let you know.
Absolutely. And I respect that a lot. Regardless of where we stand, that you're willing to step back and look into it. And I'm this exact same way. And I'll take any new evidence that I get wholeheartedly. I'll accept it. Um, a lot of people are just so fucking caught up in whatever they think is right. They won't listen to any kind of other opinion, regardless of what they're shown. So
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good talk. Yeah,
yeah,
good
man.
stuff.
Oh my god.
Astral, you back? I don't. If you've said anything, you've been muted. I don't know if you. Hopefully you knew that. I'm assuming you knew that.
He had to bring his brother somewhere, and he was on his Discord, and then he said he was going home and he was going to jump back on his computer. So I think what happened is he dropped his brother off, and he was using his brother's phone up until he dropped him off.
Yeah.
So he's on his way back home now.
Gotcha. I was wondering. Okay, because yeah, when the other account left, I was like, oh, he must be about to like hop back on in like a minute here, and
Yeah, no.
that
He
was
has
like
to
2
he has
minutes
to
ago.
get back home first.
Nobody's
Oh,
doing that. Disillusion. No, nobody's doing that. But okay.
oh yeah, I forgot to go look at the chat, see what the fuck people are saying. Yeah, they have women Gator. They have women Grandmaster as opposed to regular Grandmaster, but that's not necessarily saying that women are not capable to compete on the same level. It's more of an encouragement thing to get more women involved in the space.
Yeah, they would probably get involved in the space if people weren't debating the idea and a woman could never beat them at all whatsoever,
Well,
just because of
I'm reading
biological differences.
the comment about chess, but and I don't think the two coincide.
I feel like they do, but
I mean, I'm speaking again when I'm saying the things that I am. I'm speaking strictly on a physical strength level, and again, chess is an entirely mental, intellectual game. I mean, yeah, maybe things can be misconstrued, especially some people do take the opinion that, men and women are not only physically different, but that, men are smarter and this and that, which is total horseshit. But yeah, that might discourage some women, and that's fucked up.
Okay.
That's not where I'm at with it.
Oh, made it back.
I believe that if we had had a society that wasn't so blatantly sexist towards women, that we would have women who were growing up and involving themselves in sports the same way that men were. We'd have a society where they were functioning and acting at the same levels of athleticism.
We're back, y'all.
Because they were encouraged to do so versus, the society where we debate whether or not it's even possible for a woman to beat a man because of biological differences.
Well, where I do agree with you that there is a problem with sexism in our society, I still don't think that has anything to do with, and just give me the benefit of the doubt here. I know you don't believe it to be true. However, if it were to be true that these biological differences do inhibit their ability to reach the same level as a man, if that was factual, then any kind of societal norms or perceptions they may hinder them from reaching their full potential. However, it doesn't negate the fact that their full potential is not equal in that certain regard. And I don't think that makes them any lesser, and I don't think that's sexist if it's a biological fact.
Yeah,
And I'm
okay.
saying again, I'm saying that,
I got
I'm saying that as
if it
I'm
was
not
a
saying that.
biological fact, yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the research that I'm gonna try to look into and look up because I mean, yeah, there is ideologies and suggestions and research to say that yeah, like typically a man might just be slightly larger or more physically adept due to biological differences, but again, like I what I would point to is like again I would point to native societies, which I've been talking about a bit throughout this, and so I guarantee you those women that were giving birth in caves and the woods and carrying around babies essentially naked, barefoot, miles on end through,
Oh,
deep
they were
wilderness
fucking
and jungles.
badass.
Exactly. And so this idea that like, somehow along the way, women became less, physically as adept as men and now can't compete at the same level just seems wildly absurd to me.
I don't think those two things necessarily are linked. Like, yeah, just because they are capable of some serious like badassery, where they're they can do things that me personally today in our society, the way that I'm built, things I couldn't even fucking fathom doing. Like you just said, roughing it, giving birth in caves, and just being a straight up fucking survivor. You know what I mean? Doing whatever the fuck they had to do. That doesn't mean that the same point that I've been making, that men could have handled things differently, had still been physically more adept at certain tasks, and when it comes to feats of strength and whatever else. But that's neither here nor there. Like I said, I don't have the research for it. You said you don't either, so we'll come back to it once we've looked into it a bit more.
Oh yeah.
Because otherwise, I think we're just kind of going in circles.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't going to progress much because, I think we need to, when we come back with some data, we can look at each other's data points and have a better conversation
Exactly.
about it. I agree. Yeah, because at this point, we've just disagreed with each other about essentially our non-evidence that both of us
I
have.
mean, at least we could do it, in a civil way.
Yeah,
Some
this is good
people
talk.
get, yeah.
Yeah, it can get, I mean, it can, yeah. Again, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna go get something to eat and take a break from this for a minute. But what were you gonna say?
I feel like, the reason people will get upset is that it's just like of what I said, where it does kind of come off as like sort of sexist and odd to talk this sort of way, where it's like, okay, like, women especially are going to get triggered by this sort of stuff. Like, again, I would point to my sister as well. Like, it was always she would always get mad about we were playing this game Beersby. You put a beer on top of a PVC pipe that's stuck in the ground. You try to throw a frisbee at it and knock it off, and there's two teams. When you would play, you would you'd have to have a beer in your hand, and one of the rules was having a beer in your hand, and you could only use the one hand to try to catch the frisbee. You couldn't use both hands. And my sister, she didn't have a beer in her hand, and she was like, what, nobody told me about that rule or whatever. And I was like, oh, the rule is like women don't have to, or there's like less of
have the
a
same
like,
restriction.
yeah. And she was so fucking mad about that, and I was like, I don't think that you should do that. I think it's a bullshit. I think it's some sexist
I do
bullshit.
too. I think giving a woman a handicap like that is fucking stupid. I think in something in that level, that's a certain level of skill. You know what I mean? That a man and a woman could equally achieve. I think that's a bullshit handicap, and I agree with you that it's from a place of sexism and looking at them as inferior in whatever way. But that's not. I don't think that's the same as what I'm talking about. I get what you're saying. I get your point, and I agree with you. However, I just think it's different when it comes to talking about innate physical structures of the body. But I'm gonna leave that off there. I'm gonna be back in maybe like 5-10 minutes.
Sounds good.
I'm coming in at the tail end, but sounds like y'all had a very good conversation.
Pretty good. Welcome back.
Very nice. Yeah, I didn't mean to have to. I had to drive all across the world here, but I made it back. So I don't want to rehash everything you guys went over, just because I did miss some of it, and I don't want to just go over the same points by accident here. But I'll probably check back on the VOD and stuff to see what I missed here. But what do you cover? If I don't want to completely switch it up, but what do you cover on your stream? What's your stream about?
Everything. I cover all of it. Geopolitics, local politics in the area, American politics, just general, what's the word I'm looking for? Current events. Talk about history and I guess essentially everything political, everything other than gaming.
Okay, gotcha. Very good.
Yeah, native rights is
not a gamer.
I do game, but just not really on stream. It's just not. I tend to unwind and play like 1 or 2 rounds of Rocket League, and that's about it. I don't game very heavily, but yeah, native rights is a huge talking point of mine, and like Native American history, and then as well like Native societies around the world. I like to read constitutions as well, from around the world. The North Korean Constitution is actually pretty interesting. It's an interesting read.
Yeah, I've not happened to cross that. Is there anything in particular? Or real quick, Evie, you had said that Spelt, right?
Yes.
Is your name? Okay, Spelt. Yeah. You said that Spelt had already addressed some of your points. But you said, am I crazy, or did he say he agrees, but a woman should use mace or pepper spray? Yeah, coming in the middle of this, I kind of missed some of that. So, but I mean, you said Evie said that you addressed her points.
Yeah, I'm not. Were you when you made your comment about? Do you mind me bringing up your point? So, were you talking about when you said that? Were you talking about specifically the last chat that they had sent?
Well, so the one that one of the last chats they sent was, "Am I crazy, or did he say he agrees, but a woman should use mace or pepper spray?"
Yeah, so I'm not 100% what Evie was talking about, because so I did say that they were trying to say, but you agreed that I had agreed with you earlier when you said something about women being less strong and that needing to have a gun, and I was like, I don't actually remember you phrasing it like that. The way I heard the question was, are you okay? We were talking about gun control, and the way I understood the question was, is it a good idea for a woman to carry a gun to protect herself? And I guess now I see that. I guess I missed kind of the first part of that question. I didn't really equate the lack of strength there, but no. And then I said, well, no, I didn't necessarily. And so I was telling Evie, I disagree with this idea that women should carry it because they're less strong than men. And I also didn't think that they should carry a gun. I clarified. I was like, well, no, I said they should probably carry mace or pepper spray instead.
Okay, got you. So, I'm 100% effective either. I live in a dangerous area. I'm alone at times. I do carry a gun after dark. Yeah, I think I was equating it. I mean, I was really just trying to build or use a really. I was like loading an argument, kind of. When I gave you the gun. When we were talking about guns.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm sorry. You were saying that you weren't equating it when we were having that conversation. You weren't really taking into consideration the strength difference.
Yeah. I didn't. They said you had said that, and I was like, okay. I guess I missed that first part of the question. And if I was to answer it again, I would disagree that with the idea that they're weaker, and that's part of the reason for why they would need a gun. Which again, I'm not 100% exactly what you said or how you phrased it.
No, it's not how I phrased it. I sometimes I think I assume that other people understand what I'm saying, and I'm not really articulating myself enough. But I mean, you still had gotten to the essence of the question. So, you said the point is most women aren't as strong as most men, says Evie. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's what it seems like, just from experience and everything. I heard you say, Spelt, that you disagree with that. You think that there's no data to support, or, I mean, this is what it sounded like to me, that there's no data supporting women on average being weaker than men.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. It's very interesting because one of my mods here, Kami, if you're in chat, man, you got to speak up. He'll probably drop in here soon. But he's actually made a very similar argument. You two are the only people that I've heard make this argument that the reason, basically, with women not competing with men, or let me say it this way, if women competed with men, over time, women would become stronger and compete better against men. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes. Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, you guys are the only two. I have to think about that one more. It's an interesting point, though. I don't know how I feel about it. I definitely gotta think about it more. Why would you not want a gun in your house? FBI crime stats: most shooting happens at less than 10 feet, usually 7 to 10 feet. The point is, most women aren't strong enough. It's a fact. Yeah, I tend to. You sound like well read. Do you know why there is a distinction made in chess, for example, why there's different leagues, or are you just sexism or something?
Yeah, the way I look at it is, I say that it's sexism. Is there reason?
I'm going to jump in here because I actually am a little bit familiar with this. The reasoning that I've heard given, and this is from female chess players. See, a woman can be a grandmaster, but it's specifically a title called Women Grandmaster. That's a 200-point difference in skill level. And I believe the woman's name is Dina Belikov. She is a woman grandmaster, and what she came out and said was essentially that because there is such a small presence in the chess world of female players, that it's more, I don't know if incentivize is the right word, but to encourage women to play. And I mean, it is kind of fucking sexist and stupid to make that differentiation. But let me see if I can actually pull up the clip of her talking about it. But she essentially said along the lines of, it's just to encourage women to play more, and I don't know her exact words. Let me find the clip though. I'll send it to you.
That is interesting. I would like to take a look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, definitely drop it. Yeah, I figured when I heard about that was probably sexism, because I assume that chess there shouldn't be like separate leagues for chess. That just seems like something everybody can play. Like there's no physicality that you really have to take into consideration.
It's not a different league, but so in chess you have, grandmaster, international master, and so on and so forth. And then they're just titles, because as you play chess, when you're playing in ranked tournaments, your skill level is based on points, and it goes up and down based on your wins and losses. So the title of Grandmaster is given at 2,500 points. The title of Woman Grandmaster is given at 2,300. It's not a different.
Interesting.
Anything else. It's just a title that they can achieve that is given specifically to women. I'm looking for that clip right now.
Interesting. Okay, that makes more sense actually, though. The fact that men take advantage of women physically more than the other way around is proof of that. Women typically can't take advantage of men without them being drugged. Chess is complicated as hell. Sexism sums it up. I love chess, by the way, men or women. I'd love to compete. Yeah, we're going to start playing chess on stream. Tony B in chat, he's a big chess player. What on earth does that have to do with someone not wanting to own a gun because they felt like ending themselves before? I've seen that often enough as a reason why you asked. It could be that chess is separated by gender because women feel uncomfortable in men-dominated spaces. Maybe, and again, maybe that kind of gets at what CC was saying about incentivizing them to play. And Gator says it's an incentive. What's going on, Gator? Yes, I could see that for sure. Fortunately, when I was going through that when I was younger, my dad kept his guns locked up. You love chess. I haven't beat my husband yet, but I've come close, and he's really good. Awesome. We got to get him too. Like when we start playing it in the Discord and on stream and stuff, we got to get your husband in here too. He's got to get some rounds in. Sorry, I'm still getting settled in.
No, that's fine.
I wanted to. You said you posted your Twitch somewhere.
Yeah, I posted it in the. I can post it again. I just posted it in the YouTube chat there.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you did. I want to hop over there.
Yeah, take a look. Tuesdays, 6 p.m. EST. You can call into my show if you want.
Hey, very good. That'd be so cool. So you're on the East Coast as well. Beautiful. Yes, you will. Very good. I'm horrible at chess, but it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna suck as well, so it'll be cool. Yo, Evie, you were here. You were the one that put me onto that tarot card thing. Remember with the tarot cards, we were talking about what it predicted? It's kind of funny that today we're doing this voice chat stream. I was talking to my brother about it when I was driving. I was like, I don't know how much stock I put into that stuff, but this is a weird coincidence.
Well, it was the reading.
Don't tell me you're buying into tarot cards, bro. Come on.
No. So we talk about all sorts of stuff, right? And I think Evie and some other people mentioned some tarot card channels. So we click on one and we click to a random place in it, and it was something along the lines of, somebody will come into your life and something about business and
the most vague possible statements that could possibly be made and applied to almost any situation.
Yeah, well, it was funny because the way I took it, as I was like, okay, guys, listen. If after we watched it, I was like, if all of a sudden you see me streaming on here, talking to other people, or streaming with other people, or streaming with somebody else, then maybe there was something to it. And it's just so funny because that was like a day or two ago, and I was just laughing about it. I was like, that's a funny coincidence.
You know that you've been talking about doing this for a while now.
I know. You're right.
It's like that sort of motivation is like it might have already been what you were looking for, and you could generally apply it to anything, but that's kind of the point. You're just looking for some sort of extra step of like information to gather yourself and collect that. Like I don't like ascribe magic to the tarot cards, but certainly there's like in the process of doing a reading, you'll be able to better understand what it is that you're trying to comprehend. My personal opinion.
Yeah.
Suggestion where you can, it applies to anything. Like you said, it'll give you that extra motivation, or implant the idea further in your head, where it gets you to do what you need to do to strive for that goal. But any kind of like readings or horoscopes or tarot or whatever, it's all just super general things that can be applied in so many different ways. It's just you interpret it as it relates to your own situation, when in reality it can do that to almost anybody,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I think is a good thing. That's the point. Like, it's such a general thing that anybody could use or look at or attempt to find some sort of like guidance from outside of like from within, from themselves, versus like whatever sort of motivational person you might try to, because you could run into trouble with that, where you look up to this person or you're following this individual, and then it come to turn out they have a differing of opinions, or they say something that you really don't like, and it kind of crashes your whole world. Instead, like, you want to find that sort of self-reflection from within.
Well, yeah, if you can get those positive benefits out of it, then I'm absolutely all for it. But I feel like a lot of people that buy into that stuff like super hardcore, it can almost lead to them being manipulated and just weird, like, wrong worldviews and like mysticism. And I mean, listen, if something benefits you and gets you going in the right direction in life, I'm not going to knock it. But like I said, ascribing like mysticism and like some kind of like actual power behind it, aside from your own suggestibility and like giving you confidence or whatever else it may be, is an issue.
I suppose it could be, but like that is the thing that gives it power is the people choosing to believe that it has that. The same way that like any other sort of thing, like when you choose to believe in yourself, if you're trying to like overcome a difficult obstacle or pursue some sort of goal, like that belief in yourself, I don't want to call it magic, but I feel like it's that same sort of energy, where then to and I do get what you're saying. I could get into a lot of arguments about this because I've looked up the history of tarot cards and I love cards in general and I love the history of it. And people get really upset when I start talking about it because I'm like, yeah, this shit like isn't magic. Like not only is it not magic, it was at no point in time in history was it really used for that at all whatsoever. Like this is actually like a legitimate deck of playing cards that people would use to play card games, and it got
Right.
turned into this sort of occult style attitude where Christians to a certain extent were deeming it as like evil and the devil, and then that attitude on the other end of other people who are super like anti-Christian will then take that and run with it and do sort of what you're talking about, apply a little too much like mysticism to like the tarot deck, where they're like, oh, my whole life is like I got this specific card and all of my plans are foiled now because of the tarot reading. Like that's a
Right.
little ridiculous. Yeah.
Right. My issue was, I occasionally will scroll through YouTube live streams, and there are a handful of people that do live readings on YouTube Live, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you send me money and I'll do a reading," and I'm like,
Don't do it for free.
Exactly, and that's what
susceptible people, and that's something I'm not cool with.
Like, I mean, if you're asking for like a 99-cent like subscription or whatever, like I don't think that's that huge of a deal, right? If you want somebody
But
to
that's not what it is.
Yeah, when people are like,
These are real predatory. Yeah, these
I'm
are
like,
real
that's-
predatory people.
I'm definitely not doing that. Yeah.
Speaking of 99-cent subscription, I was gone, but Daedra Labs, I appreciate you becoming a member of the Black Hole here. Applause. Appreciate that. Helping keep the lights on.
Yeah, I'll clap to that.
Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah. Cheers.
But yeah, this is awesome. They're full of shit if they're asking for donations for a reading. Yeah, and I've met some people that own like crystal shops and stuff like that, and they just seem very sleazy to me. The way they would try to manipulate people, it's this weird energy where I could almost feel them. I don't know how to explain it, but like their energy is almost encroaching on me. I can almost feel the manipulation in the air. It's a very, very weird experience.
Like I said, they're really predatory people, and you're right. It's something that you can sense. Like that's another thing. Like I'm an atheist, and like religion and mysticism and all that bullshit. Like I just can't buy into it. However, like energies and stuff like that, like you radiate like what you're about, and it's something that you can sense. You know what I mean? Like people that are fucking shady like that. Like you said, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but like you can almost feel people's intentions.
Exactly.
I just felt that.
Yeah, your hair stands up on your arms. It's like weird. Crystal stuff tends to come into the woo, and pretty rocks make my brain feel happy. Yeah. Just saying something shows up that you asked to, don't be surprised. I'll code read you. You're a very complex and misunderstood person, Evie. Ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Y'all, you and Tilly be going back and forth, I swear. How do you feel about, I guess, other occult things or mysticism, or I don't know if you've ever read into something like astral projection or remote viewing or anything like that, if that's ever hit your radar?
Yeah, I love magic. I would technically consider myself a witch. I practice magic.
Interesting. Really? What does that mean?
Saying that in like all legitimacy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's cool. I want to hear more about this.
Yeah, like so with what you were just talking about a second ago, where you were discussing like the feeling of energy and that sort of thing towards these other people, where you're just like, oh, like, you can't really describe it, but you just get that sort of feeling, right? That's what I was talking about with the like energy that you give into the tarot cards, right? Like it's not necessarily something that can typically like be, put into coherent words, but it is a feeling that people have, right? And so when I look at this type, like the idea of magic and stuff, words have power, and so do feelings and emotions and all this sort of stuff, and this energy and vibrations that exist all around the world, and within the universe, like, seem possible to get manipulated by yourself if you attempt to like meditate and put enough of your energy into something to believe in it, that it is possible to achieve things that would other people would look at and call magic. But I look at and I would say like it could be that, but this is like an attempt of like manipulation of like physical forces in reality, where
I totally agree with that. I have a real quick God, what the fuck is the word for it? Anecdote. This happened to me years ago. So the bank that I used to use is a really old building in the city next to the town I live in. It's just a branch of the bank. And I walked in there for the first time, this specific branch. And the second I walked in there, like, so I was raised Catholic. And anytime I ever went into a church, like I had this, like, it's just a vibe, like a feeling that I felt like I could sense that I was in a church. And I walked into this bank, and I swear to God, I hadn't been in a church in years. And the second I walk in there, I felt it. Like I was like, I'm inside of a church right now. And I walked up, I said it out loud, and I walked up to the teller and I was like, did this building used to be a church? Like there was nothing anywhere that, that would point to this being a thing. But I asked them, she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I asked another teller, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. On my way out of the building, there was a small plaque on the wall, and it said that it was a church that burned down in the 1800s, and they rebuilt over the top of it. I did not know this in any shape, like any way, shape, or form, but I swear to God, I like felt it inside of me that I was in a church, and it really fucking freaked me out. I don't know how to describe it, but like,
yeah,
it
like
was just,
so
it was.
yeah, like
No,
that's
go ahead.
thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I That's the type of energy, yeah, that like it's hard to describe, right? Like, and so when I say I practice magic, right, it's not like I'm out under the moonlight, like attempting to perform spells and stuff like that. But I drop when I'm at the fire. I roll my own cigarettes, so I'll roll up a cigarette and I'll take a little bit of the tobacco. I'll drop it into the fire as an offering to the Great Spirit or whoever it might be that's out there, in the hopes of like and again, there's that's what I'm talking about with the magic and the spells and stuff like that. In my mind, I attempt to enter a meditative state and hone in my energy and focus on things that I wish to be achieved, which is to a certain extent world peace. But I do tend to narrow it down a little bit when I do these sorts of offerings, and I'm like specifically like, okay, let me focus my mind on asking the universe and whatever it is that's out there to change the winds of fate to attempt to make a difference in some sort of political situation or something that's going on in not usually my life and other people's lives or something around the world. End of statement.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, there seems to be, to me, it just seems like there is something out there. There's something that we can't quite see, but it's all around us, and we experience it. For example, when you think of somebody right before they call your phone, that's very odd to me. Now, maybe there's some sort of physical phenomena that's going on that, the signal is passing through your brain and it gets used to sensing that signal every time this person calls you until eventually, it senses the signal and you think of the person and then the phone's ringing. I don't know if there's truth to that, but it's odd to me. Or when you look at the back of somebody's head and they turn and look at you, or you could feel somebody's eyes on you and you turn and look and there's a person looking at you. It's just odd. There's this sense where there's no way you should have known, but you get this feeling, and then, with some sort of information, and it turns out to be true or it turns out to be right. It's very odd to me. So I don't know. It just seems apparent that there's something.
Perception.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. No, it's definitely. It's just but like I forgot what Homeboy's name is, but it's hard to describe, but like you get these feelings and senses, like the energy that you put out into the world, your intentions, this and that. It has like I mean, there's no way to like really prove it, but it's almost everybody has like some sort of a similar, experience with this, where those feelings, energies, whatever it may be, has real world implications. And it's I don't know, it's weird. It is fucking weird.
And then not to repeat, well, I guess, are you familiar with shadow people? Have you ever heard of that?
Vaguely.
Go on. I want to hear your.
Okay. Well, shadow people are kind of what they sound like. They're silhouettes that look like, humans, and they're like shadows on a wall. At least that's how I've experienced them in the past. And basically, I mean, the story, I don't mean to retell it all the time, but I was sitting in my chair, this was many years ago, and a friend of mine was in the hospital, and I had a tablet in my hand, and I was sending them a video message on Skype, and you could see the screen, like I could see myself on the screen, and a shadow moves behind me, and I turn, and I'm like, whoa, what was that? And I shake it off, I'm like, oh, whatever, that was weird, and I go on with my video, and I send it to him, I forget about it, no big deal. I get a call from them, and this is after their surgery, so I'm like, oh shit, let me, answer this, and, I'm asking them about their surgery, and they're like, whoa, stop. They're like, what was that thing behind you? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, me and my mom have sat here watching that video you sent over and over again. What was that thing behind you? And I go and I look at the video, and I'm sitting in the room by myself. There's a lamp on, the shades are drawn, there's nobody else in the room, there's nothing going on. And it looks like a person stood up and walked across the room. It clearly looked like that in the shadow. And in that house, I used to feel energies. It was a duplex, and my neighbor used to feel weird things as well, energies and stuff. And like one time I was looking over her house, or I was watching her house while she was out of town. So I go inside and I just walk around to make sure everything's good. And I hear something fall in the bathroom. And I'm like, well, that's weird. And I go in the bathroom and there's nothing there. And then I hear something fall in her daughter's room. And I just started getting this weird feeling. And I go in there and I'm like, wow, this is weird. And I shut the lights off and I left. And it's just odd things like that have just made me really open to the idea of, man, there must be something going on here. But shadow people are something that is experienced by, it's like people all around the world have experienced shadow people. It's a recorded phenomena. And it's just another one of those things.
So I've never really bought into like ghosts and spirits and shit like that, but there was this girl that I used to hang out with, and she had a small party at her house. And then there was like, she'd always talked about her house was haunted. Things would fly off shelves, and there's, like you said, shadows. She would see them moving across the walls when there was no fucking reason that should have been happening. Talked about it all the time, and I just thought it was bullshit. So, like I said, she had a small party, and there's 4 of us left. It's me and my boy, and then this girl and her friend, this other girl. And I was like, we're all drunk, and I'm like, all right, I'm making a Ouija board, and we're gonna do a fucking Ouija board. We're gonna talk to your ghost. And she was super against it, but I pushed the issue, and I just thought it was gonna be funny, whatever. So we do it. We make a Ouija board. I'm not gonna get into the whole thing. Whatever. It talked to us. It said some weird things. It like we asked which one of us was gonna be the first one to die. And it started spelling out not the girl's house it was, but the other girl's name. We asked how she was going to die, and it spelled out car and whatever. So I don't know if it was just somebody fucking around or what have you. But so after this, I had to go take a piss. The only bathroom in the house was downstairs from where we were at the end of a hallway. And the door had like a metal latch. It was a super old house. So I went in there, I closed the door, and the second I started going to the bathroom, the latch fucking slammed open and the door smashed into the wall, and I thought somebody was screwing around with me. So like I ran out of the bathroom and there was nobody there. When I tell you this was like a heavy metal latch, and the door fucking smashed into the wall. Like it's not something like freaked open.
That's crazy. Wow.
I don't know. I've never had any way to explain it. Like I was convinced it was one of them fucking with me, but there's no way they could have done that and not, not had me see them. So I don't know. It's just, that was my only one experience with anything like paranormal or whatever you're going to call it. But
yeah, I feel like everybody or a lot of people have at least one experience, but since it's so weird and so off and just one time, we generally write it off because it's just like, what else do you do with that information?
Yeah. And like, yeah, like, just me telling you guys this story, like, you know, it's just like you said, what do you do with that? You know, that you didn't see it. You know, maybe fucking I misinterpreted what happened, or you know, I don't know. Like you said, there's nothing you can do with that information. I could tell it as a story, you know, a weird story that happened, but it doesn't prove anything. Who knows what the fuck it was?
Daedra says, one time I had a really high fever. I was sick, and I know there was a spirit in the basement. And when I woke up, there was a shadowy figure kneeling on my bed. Oh, that's interesting. Was it like sleep paralysis? Were you able to move? Because I've heard of stories like that, like similar to sleep paralysis, where people see stuff kind of like that. That's really interesting. Oh, see, even Tilly said probably sleep paralysis style hallucination. That's common with sleep deprivation too. The craziest experience was sitting on some train tracks, and I was dumb and young, and I took my shoes off. I'm chilling on the train tracks. I don't know what I was doing. I think I was waiting for my shift at work. There's these train tracks we used to hang out at, and I was by myself. And in my mind, I'm an idiot, and I was watching one angle, like I was looking down one side of the train tracks, because in my mind I was like, that's where the train comes from. Well, turns out trains come from, you know, they go both ways on train tracks. And you know, I'm not really paying attention. I have headphones in, and I'm feeling a rumble. I'm like, huh. And I turn and look to my right, and there it is. And I mean, the conductor of the train was like pulling the horn or whatever. And all I said, I just remember this so clearly. I was just like, oh fuck. Because it was like a passenger one, and the speed it was moving and how close it was, there was just no way to get out the way. That's what I felt. All I could say was, oh fuck. And it felt like I'm sitting down on the track, like on the rail, you know, like I'm sitting in a chair like this. And it felt like somebody had lifted me up, like as if they put their arms like under my armpits or whatever, lifted me up and pushed me. The way my body came up, it was an impossible way. There was just no way I could have flown up like that. And I flew up off of the tracks, and boom, the train went behind me. I mean, it was so close. And I mean, that experience I'll never forget that experience. I mean, it really was like there was something standing there with me. It was very odd.
It's wild. Yeah. Damn.
Like, I should be dead, realistically. And it's just so funny. I think back to it. I'm like, geez, getting hit by a train. I always thought to myself, how do people get hit by trains by accident? There's no way you could accidentally get hit by a train. And my dumb ass almost got hit by a train by accident. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it felt like there was something there with me. Absolutely wild.
How old were you?
You said I've had sleep. You said, what was that?
No, I asked you how old you were.
20, probably about 20, 21, something like that. Right around, early 20s probably. 19, 20, something like that.
That's fucking wild.
Okay, and I guess one part, okay, well, I think Felt will get a kick out of this. What was I doing sitting there? I was actually rolling a blunt. Now, mind you, I had not smoked yet, completely sober. It was rolled and ready to go. I get pushed off the tracks or whatever, and I spent maybe 15 or 20 minutes looking for that blunt. And I knew in my heart that I wasn't going to find it. But I was like, no, I'm going to look for it. And I looked and looked and looked and could not find it. And I already knew I wasn't going to find it. And I felt like it was the price. Like it was this thought that came to my mind. That was the price of what I just went through. Again, it sounds crazy, but I don't know. But I guess the reason I said you'd get a kick out of it is almost as if it was an offering. You know what I mean? Kind of like you were saying.
Yeah, I didn't know what to say, really. Yeah, I wish I had more of that. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I do appreciate it, and I did get a kick out of that. I didn't really have some. Yeah, hopefully you weren't waiting for like some. You know.
No.
That was a great story. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah.
Oh, you said no, I was awake. I jumped backwards and hit my head on the wall, and it was staring at me. I screamed and my mom came in, and my mom can actually see spirits, and she told me to go back down to the basement, and he disappeared. Weird. I want to catalog, like over time of like streaming and stuff and getting everybody's stories. I want to catalog these stories because I don't know, man. I think there's something to it. And again, it's probably just such a rare occurrence that it's hard to study, but I do think there's something going on around us. I can't put my finger on it. I don't want to say spirits or Christian this or like Judaism or whatever. I don't want to like or ascribe it to something because I don't know, but it's just apparent that there's something.
I think it's like some kind of other plane of existence. Because I mean, at least for me, I've got a lot of experience with like hallucinogens when I was younger, and I feel like that a lot of people will ascribe like things that happen on trips as just, oh, you're on drugs, your brain, it's fucking whatever. But it gives you like a perception that you don't get, and I think there's something real that you see that unless you've experienced it, nobody else can understand. But like it's I don't really know how to describe what I'm getting at, but I do think there's like another plane of existence where you know what I mean. There's something else.
Yeah, like so the way I see things is I'm not a physicist, and I've been meaning to look a lot more into physics. Is really hard, and math is just difficult in general. And so I was already terrible at math. So when I decided to try to look into physics, it took. Anyways, point is, Einstein in his general theory of relativity talks about E equals mc squared, and E energy equals mass times c the speed of light squared. The speed of light part doesn't matter. E equals m is the part that I want to focus on. Energy equals mass. And
energy and mass are interchangeable. Yeah.
Yep, they're two sides of the same coin. And so if you have mass, you have energy. If you have energy, you have mass to a certain extent. And so when he as well talks about energy neither being able to get created or destroyed. So when I look at the universe and I see us as having mass, I'm physically here in reality having a physical form of mass. Therefore, I also have energy. And if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, I've been here before, and so is everybody else's energy. And once we pass, our energy doesn't just evaporate and go to nowhere. It, in my opinion, would go to that second plane of existence that you kind of were attempting to describe there. And so that's where and it's like in my reality, in my head, if you understand enough, like Plato talked about this, if you've learned enough in your life, that's when you get to enter the next phase of existence. And if you haven't learned anything or enough in your life to move on to the next heightened level of a plane of existence, your energy comes back, gets recycled, and like sort of almost washed a little bit, and you forget who you were, and it gets recycled and put back into this plane of existence to try to possibly learn again and be a better person. Again, that's all my opinion.
Isn't that similar to?
I've heard a lot of similar things that go right along with that, and I mean, I don't know what to believe when it comes to things like that, because it's just such an obscure like concept. It's so hard to wrap your mind around. You know what I mean? But I feel like there's some truth to it. I definitely do. I mean, again, how the hell can you know unless you actually physically, or not even physically, metaphysically move on to that space? But I agree with you. Yeah, like once again, conservation of energy. Yeah, it can't be destroyed. So whatever actually creates, our consciousness, it doesn't just disappear. I mean, who knows if it is capable of hanging on to what makes you as an individual, the id or whatever makes you. But yeah, no, it's that shit. Yeah, it makes my brain fucking twitch.
Yes.
God, thinking about things like that messes with me.
Sebastian said, yeah, like reincarnation. I mean, what you said, it sounds similar to, I don't know if it's Hinduism or Buddhism, but don't they have beliefs similar to that? Where you live and yeah, exactly. So, and yeah, I tend to lean towards the different planes of existence. When it comes to psychedelics, hallucinogens and stuff, I sometimes think that the brain might be some sort of antenna, and maybe it's due to the structure of the brain, the complexity, I'm not really sure. But it's picking up on something. Mm-hmm.
the way that I understand it, when you take hallucinogens and stuff, like we're so constantly bombarded with information. Our brains have massive filters up to block out a lot of shit. And when you trip, when you take hallucinogens, it dampens those filters, so you're able to perceive a lot more than you would in just a standard state of mind.
Exactly. It's exactly how I explain it to people. It feels as though, if you've done them, it feels as though the filters are being stripped away and a shit ton of information is being poured in that is normally you're just not cognizant of. And the reason our brain, keeps that information out is because it does kind of make it hard to function. Like, you don't want to be driving a car with, being bombarded by all of this extra information. So for survival or self-preservation purposes, maybe we block that stuff out. But I know exactly what you're saying, where it really does feel like it's stripping away a filter. That's definitely what it feels like.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't be a world leader if you've not taken hallucinogens.
Dude, I've said the same thing a million times. If everybody in the world just took acid or mushrooms, once or twice, the world would be a way better place. Like, people would be so much more empathetic and understanding and open-minded. And
of course, act responsibly, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, talk before dropping acid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, YouTube. This is all educational. We're not telling people to go and do anything.
Condone or fucking recommend the use of any illicit substances.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
It's so funny because a few days ago, somebody had sent me an interesting video on DMT, and we fell down a rabbit hole the other day exploring it. It's funny that this popped back up. Wow. That's something I've never experienced myself personally, though. I
have, but I never went through. I didn't do enough. Like, because you know what I'm talking about. When people say they break through, it's like you blast off into another reality. When I smoked DMT twice with my ex-girlfriend, and I got to everything around me turned into shapes, and it was vibrating, and I felt like I was gonna get ripped out of my own body, and it just stopped there, and I almost reached it. And I'm so sad that I never did. But yeah, no, it's something I want to do at least one more time and get the full experience out of it.
Same, one day. It would definitely be, I'm definitely super interested in trying it. Yo, Frank Bruman, you said, has anybody ever lost time? What do you mean exactly? Like lost a whole entire day, or what do you mean?
I have, but it wasn't related to drugs.
Oh, mine was. I used to take a whole bunch of Xanax and drink, and I'd wake up and it'd be 3 days later. I didn't know what happened.
Jeez.
That was a long time ago, though. But that's not. I don't think I lost the time. I think I just kind of forgot. Probably.
Right.
My saying was always, if I don't remember it, it didn't happen. Because I used to get people really mad at me for things that I didn't remember doing. So.
That's a way to be.
Didn't happen.
One of the things early on, or go on. No, please.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna say, in response to that statement, yeah, I was just I was going through a really distressing emotional situation with a large group of people that I was talking to online, and yeah, I just kind of clocked out for a full week. I just didn't exist. I walked
interesting
to work because I couldn't. I was I couldn't drive, could barely function.
And then you just snapped out of it?
Not necessarily. It took a long. I didn't just snap out of it, but to a certain extent, at the end of the week, I was okay, I gotta pull my fucking self together, and it took a lot, a long time, and a lot of talking with people to figure out and emotionally process exactly what had happened. Which, I mean, long story short, somebody got upset with one of my political takes, and they were a moderator in one of these channels that I was hanging out in, and they got me banned there, and I wasn't too upset about that. But then, They started getting me banned everywhere else. Like every friend, like I had just joined Twitch and I was feeling kind of lost and like depressed, and I was getting upset about how heated things were getting in the comment sections of YouTube, and I was like, this isn't helping me at all. I'm just getting myself in a bigger state of depression. And so I'd finally found some groups of people that we agreed with, or that I had agreed with, and then suddenly they're just banning me, like shadow banning me. They weren't even like giving me, I wasn't even getting told like the reason. And it really, like, because these were my friends, these were people that I considered friends, and had been talking to quite a bit, and it just like it really threw me in a loop. Like I already was like pretty depressed as it was, and so that shit just set me off the fucking deep end.
Damn, that sucks. Fuck them. A little,
That's
Sucked for
rough.
everybody. Sucked for everybody. Nobody came out of that situation a winner.
Yeah. I mean, you're good though, right? Like you've moved on from that. You mended relationships, or at least gotten yourself to a point where you're,
I still get triggered about it, I will say, but like to a certain extent, like I don't know, like because with the streaming on Twitch is another. That's kind of the hard part. Like people will come in and they'll be like, "Hey, do you know this other streamer? They talk about such and such. It sounds like really aligned with what you talk about." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do know them. I do know them, and I fucking hate them. I'm very upset with them. I'm not get angry or get aggressive about this, but they were really, really fucking rude about this situation. Offered me no sort of apology or any kind of effort to try to like work out what it was that was happening. They just said, 'You're done in the community. You don't get to hang out here anymore.'" And so I was like, yeah, like for the most part, I am over it. It took a really long time, but that will happen on occasion where people will come in and mention somebody else, and I'll just be like, it'll kind of like trigger me a bit where I'm like, I'm not trying to talk shit, I'm not trying to hate here, but I do not like that person, and I'm upset about. I don't think they're a good leader, and I'm upset about the way that they handled things. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to rant about that all day.
Yeah, no, of course.
Talking is healing, and so sharing the story is a helpful, very helpful thing. Appreciate that. Sorry, if we got to talk about something else now before I this seems like a good time to. I had a quick question for you, Astral. You said when I came in, you were like, "Oh, you're well spoken," and you like, what about? Because I'm trying to improve my language. This happens all the time to me. I'll come into the live stream and people will be like, "I had no idea. I did not expect you to talk like this." And so my question is, what am I doing in my comments? What am I saying exactly? Or like, is it my phrasing? Do I come off as aggressive in the chat?
Aggressive. Yeah, you know what? I got aggressive. Damn, I wish I could scroll back to it because I thought this conversation was gonna go left field. It's I sensed. And maybe I'm reading into it or I'm projecting onto it, and maybe it's just because, my experience with chat and the different people that drop in and say stuff. But I think it was a bit aggressive. Oh damn! I wish I could pull it up because it was like something you had said, and I didn't take it like so personally or nothing. It was something. I think you had called me a name or something like that. I think, and I was just like, whatever. And so I just thought when you came on, it was going to be much more heated than it ended up being.
I can't do that, and I get what you're saying. I don't specifically like. I tend to try to not call people names and stuff like that, but there is a chance I said that's an unintelligent take, or that was.
Here's the thing, though. You can't really be blamed because Astra is kind of a huge pussy, and it's kind of hard to names.
Yeah, I'm kind of a piece of shit, guys.
He is.
What can I say?
Dirtbag. I love you, buddy.
I appreciate you, bro. Somebody said probably your username. I don't know about that.
Yeah, the jumble of letters does seem to like throw people off. I think they think that I'm a troll, but then because they don't read it, it just seems like a jumble of letters. But I spelt this wrong. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny username.
It is. Now that I'm looking at it, of course that's what it says. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, yes. Oh yeah, duh. And then Frank Ruman, I wanted to get to just real quick. You said you were at a movie theater. Went into the bathroom, came back, and the movie was over. That's fucking weird. And you were sober during the time? That's an interesting moment of lost time. I don't know. Wow, that's weird. But again, tone in text is difficult to really know how you're coming off, So I'm glad you hopped on the mic and stuff. Like, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this has been a really good talk. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. I really try to like I try so hard to like I just don't know how to change my way of speaking when I text for some reason. Like I don't know. I'll
It's
figure it out.
so easy to be misconstrued over text because there's you can't convey the same nuances that you can with speech. So people their own internal monologue when they read things, whatever, they put inflections on it, and they make assumptions, and it's something that's going to happen. You're going to get misinterpreted over text. It's going to happen to
Yeah.
everybody, you know what I mean? I
Mhm.
mean, I didn't see what you guys are referring to. Maybe there is like a specific way that you have of typing or something, but
And maybe it's just the subject matter as well. I'm used to when I'm doing the politics stuff, especially around Trump and whatnot. I get people that come in here really heated, and I think maybe I could have been projecting onto it a little bit there as well. So I mean, I'm used to people being like, "Ah, you're a bootlicker, or this or that, or whatever the fuck," and I'm like, "Bro, you've been here for like 10 seconds. Like, how can you even say anything at this point?" like, so it could have been me as well a little bit.
Thank you for saying that. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I do get this a
I mean,
lot though, so I feel like it was definitely Go ahead. A little bit on me.
I was just gonna say that the vibes in that chat, dude, they get kind of fucking skewed, especially like the serious MAGA people, and then the other end of the spectrum, like the super left people, and then the MAGA people are the worst, dude. Because like you said, that they're literally just to trigger the other side, and they troll, and they like
They
they're
admit to it
just
now too.
they're
Yeah.
provocateurs. They want to fight and get people upset,
Yep.
and that just throws the whole vibe of like everybody's whatever they have to say off.
Yeah, everybody turns all debate bro then and is just like kind of yelling at each other and biting each other's heads off because this person came in, triggered everybody, and then gets to just leave and let everybody sort that out, and all that aggression gets sort of like misplaced.
Yep.
So I was a movie theater. Damn it! Did I miss anything else? So DHD. You say you don't view it as losing time. I view it as a stock participating in time. Wait, what? Good, because sometimes the interesting though, just to speak to the time thing really quick. One of the things that got me early on into altered states of consciousness and whatnot is one of my first times smoking and actually getting high. I was very young. Well, not very. I mean, I was 16, 17, or just right around there, maybe right around 18. And I was at KFC. I was working there. It was my first job. And we went out back. And, I hit a bowl. And I guess I had never been high before. And it was like one of my coworkers. And I come in and I went into the bathroom because I was like, oh my God, what is going on? And I locked myself in the bathroom. And it blew my mind because I took my phone out, and because it felt like I was sitting there for hours, and I take my phone out and it's been 1 minute. So I had to stare at my phone because it felt like the time dilation is really just what interested me so much about like my first time being high. And it was just so interesting. So, I mean, you said, I'm assuming you were sober at the time at the movie theater. But then again, you said the movie was over. So, I mean, it seems like actually time moved at some point in real life. But I don't know, just to speak to the time thing, time dilation is something that interests me a lot. The fact that our perception of time can change, that's very interesting to me. How long have you been streaming for? Or sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just this is a little off topic, but I just wanted to see your opinion on this. I seen an article recently, and I've heard about this in the past, but rather than sentencing people to like life in prison and having them serve out that actual sentence, they're talking about giving people drugs that would give them the perception of having experienced their prison sentence in their mind. You know what I mean? So give them whatever drug it is, and they feel like they're just stuck for 20 years, 40 years, 80 years, whatever it is, when it's really only like 5 or 10 minutes that have gone by. But in their mind, they've perceived that sentence go by. And it's, it's the same kind of thing. Like you said, you smoked and your perception of time gets all warped. I was just seeing how you feel about that. Like, This is definitely a real thing that they could do.
Thought about this because I also thought about this in terms of implants, because I think that brain computer interfaces are going to be coming in the next 10 years. And what if you could just, have a chip in somebody's head and make it feel like they've been sitting somewhere for 100 years, replaying the same thing over and over and over? Can you, what's it called? What is prison supposed to be? But it's not therapy, but yes, rehabilitation. Sorry. Could you rehabilitate somebody like that? It's interesting. I mean, yeah, if somebody really thought they were there and it changed their mind. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Naruto, but like the Sharingan can put you in this thing where you have to keep reliving the same experience over and over again until you make a different decision. Essentially, it's like, could that work? Probably.
I feel like that's a good way to fracture somebody's psyche and just break them as a person rather than actually do any good.
Yeah, and I wonder about that. I don't know if you'd be able to do it effectively with substances. And also, the thing with substances is, even if you, at least, I mean, obviously it's personal for each person, but when you come off of it, it's like, would the person be able to internalize that the same way that spending 20 years in a cell? Like, you spend 20 years in a cell, there's a cost. There's a cost there. Yeah. But does it really rehabilitate somebody to sit in a cell for 20 years? Probably not. So
why the recidivism rate is so fucking high is because it does the total opposite of what it's supposed to. Like you look at like places like Germany, where their prisons, you're essentially living in an apartment, and like a nicely furnished apartment, and they work towards actual rehabilitation where they focus on your mental health and getting you into programs to be a more productive member of society and things like that. And the recidivism rate there is like insanely low, as opposed to here. You stick them in a cage like an animal with a bunch of fucking other animals that it's just boredom, violence, and bad intentions. So, I mean,
it might make you worse. It's like, imagine getting picked up for weed and then you're in the cell with like a murderer. It's like, what the hell?
Exactly. But doing it like, if it were to work and be consistent, where you're doing it like a mental prison, if it doesn't just totally damage people's fucking minds and make them go crazy, I think it might be a better alternative. Like, so I mean, if you're experiencing it where you think that amount of time has gone by, even if you don't have to deal with the repercussions of losing that time off your life, like the torment that you go through from just sitting there and feeling like every second is a day, and you're just stuck there in your own mind and thoughts, and you can't do anything. You're just literally experiencing like purgatory, just nothingness day after day. Like, yeah, like you said, you don't lose that time off your life, but there's, that's still the same like horrific punishment, where I feel like it's, it's an effective punishment if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, I mean, I've if you experiment enough, you will probably eventually find yourself in a mental prison by accident. I've had my experience. Really quick before I go down that, XX, I smoked salvia once, spent 5 years trapped in a nightmare, 30 minutes. Holy crap. Yeah, we fell down the salvia when we were going down the DMT route. We fell down looking up some salvia videos. Very interesting stuff, and it does not sound like a fun experience. Holy shit. Salvia seems like out there.
I guess it depends on the extract that you smoke, because I smoked it quite a few times, but I never did more than 30x. I've talked to people that have smoked like 100, 120x, and they've got some wild, crazy, scary stories. Like, thankfully, me personally, I never had anything like intense and horrific like that. But yeah, no, that's a scary fucking drug.
You said you tripped out what floor sign for smoking a Pizza Hut. Not psychedelic, but Palo Santo wood is hecking amazing as incense. Not always true, though. A lot of prisons do offer classes that get you prepared for society. It's just that people don't choose to take them. I'm talking trade classes. Okay. Oh, good point. Good point, Daedra. And I think that's a really interesting point. There's also the problem about, well, the people that have been transgressed against feel like they have received justice. If the person's out of prison the next day, even though they were in like a mine prison, yeah. Like imagine somebody murders your family member, and then the next day they come out.
Yeah, you don't get the what's the word for it? Like where you feel like you've been vindicated. I don't know. Yeah, no, I totally get that opinion. Because even though that the person that has to go through that will experience it, yeah. To the victims, it seems like they just got a slap on the wrist and they're out the next day.
An interesting experience that I had that helped me, I think, understand maybe people that are going through tough mental states where they might want to, escape or end themselves or something. As I was, I guess, on a bad trip or whatever. And, if you've ever experienced that stuff, you always say, oh, it's in my mind, it's in my mind, And when you're more experienced with it, you keep telling yourself it's in your head, it's in your head. But after a while of dealing with it, I mean, I felt like I was in some sort of weird hell. It was very, very odd. And I kept telling myself, it's all in my head, it's all in my head. It's like, it's going to stop, it's going to stop. But I started thinking to myself, I was like, okay, if this doesn't stop, I could put up with it for a few more hours. I might be able to put up with it for 6 hours. But I started having this thought, what if it never ends? What if I've broken my brain and this is the rest of my life? How long can I actually exist like this? And it really put into perspective, I don't know, if somebody was going through something like that without, being on a substance, how difficult that could be. Because I thought to myself, man, I don't know how long I can exist in this mental state.
Yeah, my I don't know this if this would calm everybody down, but my buddy messaged me tripping, and he was saying the same stuff. He was like, dude, I don't think this stuff's gonna end, man. Like I'm still tripping. And I kind of like, I was calming him down, but I kind of joked. I was like, well, dude, like you got the best deal ever. Then you spent $10 on a hit that lasted forever. That's like the best deal. Like I would love to have taken a hit of something and have it had never ever ended and continued to live life in that sort of trip scenario. And that did calm him down a little bit, and he eventually came down off of it in general. But yeah, the way you described it was interesting too. Where when you said you put yourself in the shoes of somebody else who wasn't under the influence, how can you, move past that sort of experience? Which yeah, it's interesting to think, like with what I said about that week where I just kind of like wasn't there. Like I don't know what snapped me out of it. Like I'm really happy that I was able to like kind of snap out of that, but I don't really know what it was that like got me back together. Yeah, just like that's sort of how it felt, like an experience that just was never ever going to end, and essentially there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing could be done.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very difficult.
And honestly, I'm really, in a genuine way, I'm really happy to hear that you were able to pull yourself out because, dude, mental crisis like that is fucking, it's not a joke. Like it's rough. I've been there. Like I've been there too. I don't really want to get into it, but even talking on this suicidal ideations and stuff, like I've been to some dark places, and it took me a long time to get my head straight. So it's just I don't know.
Yeah,
it is rough.
But yeah, I don't think, again, not encouraging anybody to go out and do stuff, do your own research and, all that good stuff, because I do think some people probably shouldn't mess with this stuff because their brain chemistry. I've met people who they can't even smoke weed because they will have a mental, like, psychotic break. So, everything in moderation and, know yourself and be safe and all that good stuff.
I always tell people if they're going to trip the first time, to have some kind of benzo, because if that trip goes dark, you take a Xanax, it's not going to end it, but it's going to pull you back to reality and calm you down and make a fucking big difference. And it'll
interesting
between like having a mental break and coming out all right. Because yeah, those things like if you have pre-existing conditions like it's psychosis or bipolar or any of that, it could easily just make your whole situation a million times worse.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree. Yeah. I was reading research and information about them testing LSD with people who had schizophrenia and actually getting good results of being able to help. But that goes both ways, like you were just saying, that the idea of it being able to help in the way that it did also leads to an implication that if it doesn't help, it could end up going the other direction.
Mm.
Yeah.
You said if you never came out of it, you would eventually learn how to adapt to society with your altered state. Potentially, this state was I don't know about the one that I was in though. I don't want to it felt like, I mean, it was crazy because there were some people with me at the time and they woke up because I was just, I don't know, I woke them up because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm tripping. And it felt as though, what do you call it? Who is it? H.G. Wells. What are the monsters in H.G. Wells called? Like Lovecraftian or whatever. It was this weird thing where I felt like I was being looked at by a Lovecraftian being that was something that you can't lay your eyes on. This is going to sound way out there, but something that you're not supposed to lay your eyes on because your brain cannot comprehend it and it hurts to look at. And it felt as though it was like moving through me or looking at me, but it felt as though it was indifferent to me, completely indifferent to me. But its existence around me was causing an immense pain and just like destruction of like my psyche or something. It was very out there, very weird.
You said Cthulhu looking over you?
Something, I kid you not. It's like the only way I can really describe it. You guys are saying the weed's too strong nowadays.
Fuck yeah.
So the dispensary stuff. Is that right?
It's definitely stronger. Yeah, I heard that the like average level of potency for THC in like a joint during the era of Woodstock was like what was the metric? Do they measure it in whatever MG
It's
stand for? I
percentages.
think.
It's
Yeah,
that's
or maybe it
milligrams, but
was
I
a
think
percentage. Yeah. It was like 2 to 5%, I think it said THC, and the stuff
yup.
that they have now
They
is like
have upwards of like 80,
30
90
to
now.
40. Yeah, shit is fucking up there.
No,
Yeah,
it's
not
no
100%
joke.
of the
Yeah, there's
science how
like
that works, but yeah, according to the people that like research it, they were like it's like that almost is like essentially like 100 times stronger. It's like a good 80% stronger.
yeah, it's saying it varies wildly, but on average, like just like regular weed that somebody grows really well is 15 to 20% THC, but high grade strains are like 30 to 40%, and then wax, oil, and shatter shit like that goes up 90 plus.
Yeah, wax is what I smoke a lot of wax, and I smoke a lot less now because I realized how much with this comment just said. Yeah, it's like my tolerance level was like I couldn't smoke I'd go out, I couldn't smoke a fucking blunt. People would roll up a blunt and pass it to me, and I'd be like bogarting it because I'd be smoking it so much, and I didn't even really realize. I'd be like, damn, sorry, I'm failing on the smoker's etiquette. I wasn't even getting high, so I was like, I gotta cut back a little bit on the dabs. Fucking love them though. They're great.
Haven't done those in a long time, but I used to. Yeah, I used to. That shit, yeah, will fuck your tolerance right up.
Mm-hmm.
Said I haven't smoked in years. I don't even know how it would make me feel now. I used to dab though, so I had a pretty high tolerance. Well, yeah, now I'm sure just like a little joint, you'll be zooted.
Yeah, that's
You know,
you were talking to them or me, but yeah, that I actually was trying to get myself back to that sort of level. Not zooted, but like I wanted to be able to just like be out in public, and because like I skateboard and ride my bike around, go to the park and stuff, and do photography. So I'll always be running into people Yeah, sometimes they're smoking or like somebody just rolls up a joint, and it's nice to be able to like take a hit or two and get like a little buzzed, a little high, and then continue on and enjoy the day.
I used to smoke fucking like at least a quarter to a half an ounce a day because I used to sell weed. And then something happened along the way where I just was like, I was just retarded all the time and it was just consuming my life. So I stopped smoking for months and months. And then when I finally, one of my boys picked me up and he was smoking a blunt and I took 2 hits and I got a massive panic attack. And to this day, if I take more than like the littlest baby hit of weed, I'm instantly thrown into horrible anxiety. Like every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sucks because like I used to, I used to really enjoy it and like it was good for my like mental well-being, but I can't go near it anymore because I'm fucking terrified of it. Like I didn't know what anxiety was at the time. I thought I was having a heart attack.
Oh damn.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. Yeah, people don't like. I don't know. It's just like that. Definitely was two information that I didn't really like. Was not aware of. I don't think that I thought that I was having a heart attack, but I definitely recall like as I started streaming and doing stuff and talking more about like mental health and these sorts of things. Like there were times recently where I was like like freaking out, and I realized I was like, oh shit, this is what an anxiety attack is. Like I'm feeling very anxious right now. I just gotta do some breathing exercises. Or whatever you do, whatever. That was just for me personally. Like there's things I can do
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
ahead and
yeah.
whatnot, calm me down.
One thing that I find really interesting about psychedelics such as LSD and mushrooms is sort of the built-in tolerance where you can't really, or I mean, you could abuse anything, I suppose, but it's more difficult to abuse because of like the instant tolerance you get. And then also with mushrooms, again, this might, well, yeah, well, some people say you just have to double up, but I don't think you get to the same place. Yeah, you don't get to the same place.
Quadruple up the next day, you might be able to get to the same place, but then you're just wasting all your fucking shit at that point.
Yeah, and not to get like woo woo, but I call it like the spirit of the mushroom, and it's like it kind of talks to you. And there was a point where maybe I was doing it a little too much, and I guess for some context, it was like I lost somebody in my life and stuff, and it actually like helped me work through it. It was like my first time tripping. I spent like 10, well, maybe like 6 to 8 hours crying. Somebody gave me a chocolate, and it was like a mushroom chocolate, and I ate it all. And I don't know how much was in it. It could have been an eighth, but like I mean, I was crying and kind of like screaming and like going through memories, and it actually helped me work through a lot of the stuff that I was kind of holding in that I didn't work through when this person passed. And by the end of it, I felt a huge weight off my shoulders. I mean, it was like, I mean, if you've never done it, it's like when I say seeing sounds and hearing colors, it doesn't really make sense to you. But it was like as I was going through the memories and saying all this stuff, it was like this wave was building all around me, and I'd finally just say the thing, and it felt like woof, everything would go quiet, and this like weight was lifted off of me, and it kept happening in waves over and over. And I would never give that experience up. It was a really, really therapeutic experience, and it really opened my mind to that stuff, and it was very helpful.
Yeah, I think we lost a bit of that.
No, God, I was just gonna say it's really profound and like the beneficial like therapeutic effects that you can get from it from dealing with trauma, loss, grief. There's a lot of things that I was able to process that I don't think I would have been able to otherwise, specifically because of those things. I would definitely never give that up.
If you guys would have seen me, you would have thought I was in hell. You'd have been like, "Oh my gosh, you're never going to do that again. That must have been the worst experience." And it was like, "No, that was actually a good experience."
It's cleansing, dude. It's cleansing to the soul to be able to really process grief and things like that, to be able to let it out and just have that pain. Like it sucks at the time, but it's natural and you need that release.
Astral, I think we've lost a bit of that as a society. Where when you started your story, you were like, "Oh, I don't want to get too woo-woo or whatever about it," and I feel like that's kind of a huge issue with like a lot of what's taking place in our modern day society. Like people are where a lot of the aggression comes from as well. Like people are sort of to a certain extent incapable of doing what you just described, having that sort of self-reflection moment because they look at things like that where if they would talk to themselves or if they talk to some sort of inanimate object, it's some sort of like you're a crazy person, or you're a lunatic, or you're something, some sort of weirdo, and it's like a negative sort of stipulation where it's like this is a normal part of the healing process. Like this is a normal thing for everybody to do, to be able to like interpret and understand and perceive what's going on around them. And I do feel like Christianity really hinders that sort of reality. Most modern religions in general, because they say no, God's real. You pray to Him for things that you want, and you ask Him for forgiveness. Versus the self-reflection of looking within and trying to feel the things around you in the universe and what's going on.
Yeah, and I think sometimes I'm just a little hesitant, and the reason I say woo and stuff is because talking to this stuff with a person who's never experienced it, you just sound like a drug addict, or you sound like a druggie. Like it's like, yeah, bro, you were on drugs, and it's like, it's like you can't. There's no way I can convey to you the experience. But one thing I appreciate, for example, about mushrooms is, so maybe I went chasing it at that time because, it was very therapeutic. It blew my mind. So I was probably doing it too much. And it's almost like the stuff sits you down. Like I ate some once, and I was in the bathroom, and it was just, I was looking in the mirror, and it was like it was talking to me. It was like, dude, what are you doing here? Why are you here again so soon? You shouldn't be coming here like this. And it was just like telling me like, bro, you need to slow down. You need to, what they say is once you get the call, hang up the phone. Or sorry, when you get the message, hang up the phone is one of like the famous sayings in like the psychonaut community. It's like you don't really want to be chasing that dragon. So anyway, it's just the fact that it almost feels like there's a spirit to it where you should respect it and everything. And it will tell you like, hey, slow down.
Yeah, hard to explain to people. Like they seem to not like it. It's almost like, and that's why I say and get a little frustrated with religion. It almost essentially the education system and religion and the ideologies that we have in the Western society specifically are literally putting people in a position where they're growing up to their minds are almost to a certain extent at this point physically incapable of perceiving an outside reality the way that you're describing it, especially, but an outside reality in general of their own beliefs outside their own head.
Exactly. You said my reply would be yes, I was on drugs, and those drugs were therapeutic for me. Well, yeah, exactly. It depends on who you're talking to. Some people are more followers of Christ rather than Christian and are deep into spirituality. Jesus said was a spiritual, non-judgmental guy, there for the broken.
Yeah, like, and I could agree to that, but I do, the negatives that I see coming out of what is Christianity, I feel like sort of outweigh the individuals that actually are capable of using it for good, because of how truly horribly it's being used right now, in particular by Trump and Republicans.
Yeah, Trump, who claims to be a Christian, when he's asked his favorite Bible verse, he can't name fucking one.
Yeah, he didn't know shit about the Constitution either. That clip was funny.
He doesn't know shit about anything, dude. He's a fucking moron.
What does the Constitution mean to you? What did he say? It's a declaration of
a declaration of love and peace and togetherness, something like that. Yeah.
And it was like, well, no, technically it's like sort of the opposite of that. It's like
exact opposite. Yeah, it's fucking. Oh God. Dude, it's sick, and the fucking real serious MAGA people they're cultists. They're literally cultists, and I don't know.
That's what I try. That's what I talk about with this like education system and with like this sort of religion, and what I was saying earlier about like the grooming aspect, where it's just like the way I'm seeing things is that these young individuals are by their parents growing up and being groomed to go, hey, God is real. all the other things are fake, and you as an American have the right to ridicule, make fun of them, and insult them, and you have no responsibility to respect any of those other ideologies, but yet you need to demand respect for your God and your beliefs in this great country of America given to us by God.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's where I'm really like sort of like, okay, that's like it's very heavily maybe that's not everybody, right? But when that's the underlining tone currently of the Republican Party, I'm sort of like, all right, this is actually like a huge, gigantic problem where people who are on the left are kind of justified in their reaction to what's going on, being like, hey, if we don't do something about this, like society might actually legitimately like collapse to a certain extent. Truly,
People
genuinely.
don't realize how like the empires fucking rise and fall. People think that, like, a lot of Americans, they think that our country is just indestructible, infallible, you know what I mean? But like, look at the Roman Empire, you know what I mean? They controlled half the world at one point, and then it just totally fucking collapsed. And every other major civilization's empires, like, we're only, and that's another thing too. People look at America as this long standing fucking thing. Yo, if you measure it in human lifetimes, and let's just say 80 years as a person's lifetime, America's like 3 people old. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're
76.
one of the newer nations. Yeah, for sure.
1776 to 1856, that's one person's lifetime. 1856 to 1936, that's a second person. And then another 80 years brings you, to just about now. That's 3 people. 3 people have experienced all of fucking America's history. When you
Yeah,
put
you
it
hear
in
that?
as that perspective, like it's fucking, yeah, like you said, it's the fucking brand new nation. Like,
You
we're
hear that,
not some.
Republicans? You're third generation immigrants.
Exactly. Like, I mean, obviously, the way the way people work, they typically have kids within 20 to 30 years of their life. So it's a bit more generations. But if you just measure it in total human lifespan, it's nothing.
The weed right out.
What do you guys, XX? Oh, you gotta adjust the bug out. Yo, Frank and X, what are y'all arguing about? X, you're trying to use me as a proxy, as a shield. What is going on here?
I was reading it over. X was claiming that they worked in hydroponics and that there was not chemicals being added to the weed in modern day, and the other individual was suggesting that there were. And I was kind of on Frank's side. I'd be curious to hear about working in the hydroponics situation, but yeah, I feel like they are doing a lot of, like, that's where we got the THCA from, right? Like, it's a
yeah.
It's still weed, is my understanding. But the last time I was at the head shop, they had fucking synthetic cocaine. They're doing a lot of weird shit.
Really? They are.
Yeah, I took a picture of it. Do you want me to post it in the Discord?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah.
Check that out. Synthetic.
About how weed is produced.
I mean, I know they.
But what chemicals do you think they're adding?
So I imagine some kinds of pesticides for sure, and some of it, like, definitely they're using pesticides. But I would have to look into it more. That's why I'm not. I'd be curious to hear Frank as well if they knew any sort of, because I'm not. I get scared to look into it too because I smoke this shit. So if I find out that, like, basically all the weed's tainted with fucking chemicals, I'm gonna be a little bit upset. So I do get nervous about looking into it. But yeah, I do imagine that most likely because of, like, money and this capitalistic perspective, always trying to cut a corner, that some companies probably are synthesizing or creating some sorts of, like, chemicals that we don't really know about that are designed to be enhancing and the growing process in some way, shapes, and forms. But definitely pesticides, definitely some kinds of pesticides are going on.
That sucks.
I'm not saying everybody's doing that, but
yeah, it's definitely happening.
Especially with hydroponics, you don't even need pesticides. Just get some ladybugs. I mean, if you're worried about, what is it, aphids or whatever, you just get ladybugs and they eat them.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned ladybugs. So I told you I used to sell weed. I picked up an ounce, and there was like the fucking quarter-ounce nug in there, and there's these little, like, weird dots in it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'm looking at it. Yo, there was like 8 ladybugs that the shit was so sticky. They must have gotten fucking stuck to it when it was growing, and the bud grew around them. So they were like, they literally turned green. They were green ladybugs just implanted in this fucking weed. And I'm like, oh God, what am I gonna do with this? So there was this dude, I fucking hated his guts. He's a fucking scum. He's dead now, so I shouldn't be talking shit. He overdosed a few years ago. But
Damn,
yeah,
that took
I
a
did
turn.
not.
Okay,
I
sorry to
didn't like
laugh.
this dude at all. Yeah, we were at a party, right? And he wanted to buy some bud. So I was like, you know what? I was like, dude, I got a sick deal for you. I was like, look, because you really could. They literally turned the same color as the bud, and he was drunk. So I was like, here, dude, I'll sell you this quarter ounce for fucking $70. Because this was years ago. So at the time, you know what I mean? Fucking grams of weed were $20, eights were 60. So I sold him a fucking $70 quarter. He was hyped. And I told everybody that was there except for him. So he rolls this fucking fat blunt and he's walking around the party, go, oh, you want to hit this? Want to hit this? Everybody's just laughing at him, like, no, I'll pass. And I just watched him smoke a fucking blunt full of ladybugs.
Bruh. They could have enhanced it, who knows? But hey, at least you know that person was probably doing it the natural way, because that's the most natural way that I know of. It's ladybugs. They'll take care of the pests, at least. I don't know about the funguses and stuff like that, but they'll take care of, I think it's aphids, I think is what they're called. They like get on the bottom of the leaves and they eat the shit.
Civil discourse definitely will open up. I'm not saying that it's an argument or anything in chat, but I feel like it definitely. We were talking about this earlier, and so again, I really like your show. You're pretty amazing to do stuff like this. Like I think, yeah, more people getting up on the mic to talk about stuff would really help. A lot of what is this sort of aggression attitude towards each other, which I'm not saying is happening now. I'm just making observations.
It's a lot harder to keep that energy. Like it's fun to sit there and type and be an asshole.
Yeah, that
yes, exactly. That's what they want. They don't want to have a civil conversation and find a resolution. They want to cause fucking conflict. They want to be fucking shit starters, and that's their goal. So to have like a real mediation happen between two people is just not what they're gonna do.
And we're not talking about anybody specific in chat right now. Just so
I'm not even in the. I'm not even in the chat room. What's up, buddy?
Just in general, that was an idea we've been talking about with this sort of like, I guess, again, I hate labeling people, but definitely a troll, call it a troll.
Oh, without a doubt.
I love my trolls. I love my serious people. I love them all. It's just trying to keep it. I like to think of it as an organized chaos.
Yo, hold on, you guys. I'm playing Arc Raiders right now, and there's a dude in my lobby. His name is Only Two Genders. Yo, you want to hop on you want to get in a live stream and talk about this?
Yo, yes, let's go.
YouTube and look up Astralaria.
Fuck
You're
yeah!
live
This
right
is
now.
what the internet is made for. This is peak internet content, y'all. For real.
Yeah,
like
yo, I'm
and
getting this dude
subscribe
in
to
here. There's
Astro.
only two
You don't
genders.
get
We're getting him
content
in
like
here.
this on other shows.
Oh, don't worry, X. He's not gonna ban you.
You hearing it, buddy? Mr. Genders? Oh, he's coming in, dude. Yeah, we're gonna get you in a Discord call. The stream's kind of dead right now because it's been going all night, but there's still some of us in here. We're having some good conversation.
I posted the synthetic cocaine under stream chat.
Nice. That scares the fuck out of me. Extreme energy, anytime, anywhere. Booger sugar.
let me turn this stat down a little bit so I can hear you.
What the fuck?
Do you find it? All right, ASTRA LARIOUS.
Eventually, Black Hole Radio will be in the SEO better, the search engine optimization. I keep putting it in every title because nobody can spell Astralarius when I tell them about my channel.
You're on PlayStation,
that
right?
is a tough one. I had to look at it when I was trying
I'm
to
gonna
type
message you on PlayStation the name of the channel.
Yeah, because I wanted, when I was thinking of a name, I wanted something that didn't exist. Like when I came up with Astralarius, I Googled it and there was just nothing. And I was like, yes.
I was wondering if I worry about that too with my username for my searchability, but I love the brand so much, and so yeah, I think if you like it, I think that's a more important aspect. Like the viewership is important, obviously, but the show's about like what you're doing, but you to the first part. So it's just like keeping that as like an identity if it's something that you really like believe in. I think is a beneficial thing.
You guys excited for only two genders to get in here?
I'm very excited. Yeah,
Ecstatic.
Looking for
Yeah,
some
I met him in
disagreement.
art. It was so funny because, like I said, I'm playing art graders right now, and I just ran into this dude and I scared him, and his name pops up. It's only two genders. Like, oh, dude, you're getting in here. All right. Profile. Yeah, Adam is a friend.
You said Evie, how long am I gonna be live? I've got another solid. I could probably do another hour. I got a little bit of work to do at 10 o'clock, and then I'll be free after that. I should be done with my work by 11, I think. Well, yeah, by about 11.
Yo,
you guys know I hang out in the Discord and shit, so you guys could jump in the Discord as well. What'd you say, Cece?
I spell this right. ASTRALARIOUS.
I believe so. ASTRAL Astral. ARIOUS.
LARIOUS.
Kind of like Astral and hilarious.
Yeah, I know. I know. I just wanted to make sure. Wait, why did it say I can't send?
You're a hip hop thugster, EVE.
Settings.
Yeah, Evie. What you said about the cocaine, yes. Essentially, when I asked the guy at the store what the fuck it was, that was basically what he said that it was. It was like some sort of amphetamine synthesized through legal processes that they were now able to sell for some reason because it didn't fall under whatever restrictions prevent you from selling cocaine. I was super. Even the people at the store were like, don't get this, buddy. I wouldn't even recommend it. Like, it's fucking wild that we sell this.
Yeah, the designer stuff and the synthetic stuff, I kind of am like, I don't know if I want to mess with that. It's like I already don't really, not really interested in messing with cocaine. So a synthetic cocaine, I really have no interest in.
Like, cocaine's already natural. Like, I mean, I get why people wouldn't want to do it, but like the idea of like people in other countries will chew on like coca leaves, they won't snort it and shit, and it's actually
that's fine
for when they walk around, they're doing a lot of walking and stuff like that, right? So it's just like it has a genuine function. It's a herb.
But when you concentrate it down,
fried.
What?
Yeah, and then
fried.
And then cut it. That's a huge issue.
No.
Snort it through your nose.
Just baking soda, cocaine, and a little bit of water in a spoon.
A little bit of
fried up.
A little bit of fent.
I'm all jacked up on pixie sticks and Mountain Dew.
Crack cocaine and fentanyl and whatever the fuck trank is.
I've been meaning to look into the history of when some of these psychedelics, like either like or hallucinogens like DMT, mushrooms, and LSD, were actually made illegal because it doesn't really make sense to me.
Name Albert, whatever, or you know what I'm talking about? The dude that first synthesized
Hoffman
back in the 40s. Hoffman, yes.
Yeah.
Dude, have you heard the stoned ape theory where like they think that like our complex our minds
I was gonna bring it up earlier.
Came from mushrooms. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some people think we were hunter gatherers.
We will return.
Yeah, they thought we were chasing after
or more closely related to animals than they are to plants. Like in the evolutionary line of things.
That's interesting. I always think of them as in between. But yeah, the stoned ape theory with
much closer to animals.
Yeah, they breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, which is interesting, is just on its own.
Slime molds are wild. They fucking have memory. Like you can see them solve a maze where if you take a slime mold and have a maze with nutrients for them to follow, and then you take one little piece of that culture and you put it in the same maze, well, the first time it just grows like evenly throughout the whole thing, exploring. And then you take one little portion of that and put it in the same maze, it remembers the exact path it took to every single piece of food, and it fucking it navigates it immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, if you want to look that up, that's fucking crazy. Slime mold doing a maze.
Yeah, I fucking love slime molds. Yeah, Japan was doing with the research on it. They
Their metro system, yup.
Yeah. It was pretty awesome. Big fan of slime molds, yeah.
Like that shit like, dude, I don't know if there's some kind of consciousness or intelligence. I mean, the thing is too that like when we think of consciousness, intelligence, this and that, we do it based on our own perspectives. But like, so who knows? Like, if plants, because I mean, that's debated that some people think that plants can communicate. I mean, when they can communicate with chemical signals and stuff, but like if they actually like have some kind of cognition where they think and have emotions or feelings or whatever.
I like to talk to my plants. If you're nice to plants, I think they grow better. I mean, it could be all fake, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, I mean, there's research that would suggest that, like, they, I thought they did. I believe that I've read research that, like, they would do negative things, that, like, they'd yell at the plants and stuff like that, or like play them like bad music and like bad sounds and stuff, and they the plants were doing worse. They would become less healthy.
I thought that it was inconclusive because I know I've seen those before.
There's a chance of that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't really remember the results of it, but I mean, it's possible. And it even could just be a factor of like, we talked before, the energy, intentions and all that. Not even the stimulus that you're exposing them to, but your intentions behind it. This fucking dude wouldn't join us.
Man.
Mr. Two Genders, he won't accept any of my things, and he's got his PlayStation settings where nobody that's not on his friends list can message him. So,
come on, only two genders. Come on, that's a crazy username for a video game, like username.
Yeah, I try to keep the politics out of the video games, but when I do see usernames like that, I'm like, okay, all right, I gotta say something about this.
I tried to
another
black hole. He just wasn't ready for it.
Oh, he'll get sucked in one of these days.
Yeah. So Astral,
sucked in or sucked off, one or the other.
Exactly.
Either way, it'll happen in the black hole.
Some questions about some political stuff. Are you okay with that?
Oh yeah, go crazy.
So like, I mean, this left versus right sort of divide thing, like I think you've seen and I believe can understand my stance at this moment, where I'm sort of saying, look, I feel like the left is getting backed up against a wall, and their fight or flight reflexes are kicking in at that time. And so when we talk about extremism coming from both sides, I do see and grant the left, and again, everybody's going to go ahead and call me jaded for this because I am a leftist, but I do see what's happening on the left, not as justified, but as an understandable reaction to having individuals like what's happening with people from the right coming and physically, not always physically, but even verbally, backing individuals into a corner where they're just denying evidence. They're saying that this isn't true. Like a trans woman is in front of them, and they're basically like, you don't exist. You're not a real person.
Yeah, I agree with you a lot. A lot of the responses, well, they may not be necessarily excusable. They are understandable from like some of the more serious, like right-wing zealots. They're hyper aggressive. They're like it's not even just the gaslighting and denial of people. Like it's just straight up constant berating and attacks.
So I would only push back on the whole existence thing. This might be a semantic disagreement. I don't believe that people don't think trans people don't exist in the sense of like if they're in front of you, they obviously exist and like they're a person existing. I think that they reject their categorization.
Identities.
It is a bit of a semantics thing, but this is also how they're feeling. If you've talked to them, not all of them, right, but individuals who I've brought on to my stream or people that I hang around that are transgender, this is the phrasing that they use. They talk about how they feel like Republicans are speaking about them like they're not even there, like they don't exist at all whatsoever. They're like, my actual existence and life is up for debate at this moment, because they know who they are. And so to hear another individual say, oh, you can't be that, it's hard to not look at somebody like that and just be like, well, you clearly you don't know yourself enough you're so distrusting of your own self, because I would argue Christianity teaches this sort of self-hatred and original sin ideology that then pushes other people to be like, you aren't the fitting in the box of what everybody around me said has to be the typical way of somebody acting, and so therefore that's wrong and needs to be ridiculed.
The ridicule is I mean, that's a bit much, or I mean, I think so I think one of the issues is it's hard to have an honest conversation about this stuff because it is a sensitive topic for a lot of people. So I look at this sort of as a both sides issue, because I think both sides talk past each other. I think there are some biological realities and there are social implications. And you know, a lot of people are rigid in their beliefs when it comes to some of these things. So for example, I'm trying to think of how to tackle this. Well, okay, I guess the whole man and woman thing, since I haven't got a chance to get into this. I struggle to understand what somebody means when they say, I feel like a woman or I feel like a man, because I've only lived in my own skin. I've only lived as myself. Now, I'm a man biologically, but I don't feel like a man because I have nothing to compare my experience to. I could say that I guess I wear men's clothing, I suppose, but then again, I have long hair. That's generally associated with women. So, but I don't have an internal feeling of being a man or woman. If somebody came up to me, people have mistaken me as a woman, and I don't really care. I'm just like, oh yeah, no, I'm a dude. It doesn't really cause me any type of, I don't care. It doesn't hurt me at all. It doesn't make me feel like question myself or anything along those lines. So what I think is happening is it's a lot of people talking past each other. You started this by saying something about violence, because I'm trying to understand what your actual question is.
I guess I didn't really have a question there. I did want to say you would strike me as possibly non-binary based off what you said there. But if you want to talk about that more, we can. To ask a question specifically, what I was getting at was in my personal opinion, the stance that I would take is that the right is definitively more violent than the left, and the left's reaction to these sorts of things, again, aren't justified, but are sort of a reasonable response to what it is that's happening. Like Avani just said, where they were like, oh, it's not okay to get your camera out and put it in someone's face and have a meltdown over misgendering them. And I agree with that, but that's not usually what's happening. That's what I'm talking about. This is somebody that's typically, when people would do that, it's because this person intentionally is misgendering them, intentionally is attempting to insult them and ridicule their life. And so, yes, at that point, somebody is going to get upset and be like, look at the injustice happening before us here.
So, I mean, so speaking from I guess where I'm coming from, I didn't know about anything about transness and stuff like this until maybe feminism movement, where J.K. Rowling or like the TERFs broke away from the feminist movement like 10 or 15 years ago. And like transness just seemed like there's probably some people that are trans, but it's not a lot of people. And what I think the issue is that by saying that you're a man or a woman and trying, I don't want to say redefine what it is, there's a lot of people that already have a definition in their mind and they're kind of set on that definition. So they feel as though, I mean, you're just for example, if you think a woman is just a biological female, then if a man says or a biological man says they're a woman, well, they're not a woman biologically. And I think that people on the conservative side, or whatever you want to call it, that's their viewpoint, is they just don't consider. You said what?
No, dude, I'm trying to get away from the Rocketeer. Yo, let me mute the chat.
Oh shit. Okay. You're good. they just don't consider the category. So for example, Tilly asked me, well, why do you call yourself a man then? Well, because I'm biologically a man. Like, I don't see, this is the weird thing for me, is feminism. It seemed as though feminism was trying to break down gender stereotypes and gender norms. And now with transgenderism, it seems as though that kind of almost reinforces certain gender norms. And that's where my confusion comes from, is I'm a man because, you know, I have a dick and balls and that's just what it is. But that doesn't mean I have to like blue. That doesn't mean I have to have short hair. Like, it doesn't, for me, I don't personally take it that I have to be any type of way. I could be, shit, if I wanted to, I could put on a dress. I just don't really care to. I don't want to wear dresses. I wear the clothes I'm wearing. Like, but for the conservative or for those people, it's like you're trying to redefine something they've already learned, and that you learn very, very early on, distinguishing men from women. It's like, I mean, probably one of the earlier things you learn when you first start going to school, like in kindergarten. Even in first grade, I remember there was a girl's bathroom and a boy's bathroom. This is something that is heavily ingrained from an early age. So I think that's really where the disconnect comes from. I don't think they think that the person doesn't exist. They just don't acknowledge their category. Like, that's really how I see it. Now, you're saying it's understandable. I could say it's understandable. If you act a certain way, people are going to react. Yes, I agree with you. I don't know that the right is more violent than the left. At least as of lately, it does seem as though, for example, I mean, we could point to the Charlie Kirk assassination and then a bunch of people on that side, you know, being like, hooray. Or let's say ICE, people saying, go out and kill an ICE person. Or people saying, go out and do something to the president. Like, I mean, I'm just saying I've seen a lot of videos I've seen a lot of videos and a lot of posts, and even in my chat, like when the Charlie Kirk shooting happened, I was live and the chat was insane. It was my biggest stream.
Debate about whether or not he was a leftist or not, right? Like, I mean, we could talk about that all day. You know, he was raised in a conservative household. He was, I believe, registered as Republican, correct? And his own family and friends were sort of saying that he was not a leftist. If anything, he would have been technically a liberal, right? So what we would really have to look at in that situation when we're comparing violence on the left and the right is, I'm not talking about, like, I mean, and that's one instance too. There are trans individuals are genuinely scared to if they see a Confederate flag, if they see an American flag, even these days, non-white people genuinely are in fear of their lives for being women too, in particularly as well because of these issues. Right-wing individuals are approaching women in stores and it's preventing them from going to the bathroom because they believe them to be trans. Now, that's not on par with a assassination, but that's the sort of violence and aggression that I'm talking about coming from the right, where I say it's so much more. And yes, obviously at a certain point, when you push somebody too far by shooting them in the face, yeah, they're probably going to react back and say, I have a Second Amendment right too.
No, and sure, I can't speak to, you know, you have to just show me like examples, and we'd have to look at it of these people, you know, harassing trans people and stuff like that. I personally think, oh, for sure.
She got fired for
Oh, well, sure. Oh, wow. I mean, when I speak to, I mean, I don't even have to get into the politics of the alleged shooter, just to say that there was one side celebrating it, obviously. I mean, that's right. We could agree on that.
Yeah, and so, I mean, if you're talking about the left celebrating, I mean, the right celebrates death all the time. They're, like, literally...
Oh, and I'm going to call them out. That's the thing. I'm going to call them out. Somebody came in chat and was trying to, like, make fun of the Renee Good thing. It's like, we could talk about the issue, but don't sit here and dance on somebody's grave. I'm not really into that, like, left or right.
Okay.
But...
You know, I mean, so you wouldn't dance on Hitler's grave if you had the chance?
No, not really. I mean, it's just so disconnected from me. I mean, I've read the history. I mean, there's jokes and stuff. Like, I like making jokes about things, which I know could rub some people, you know, the wrong way and stuff. I think jokes should be on the table for everybody. But in general, if we're having a serious conversation, and something that is important to me, especially with the streaming stuff, is I don't want to radicalize people. And my goal when it comes to, like, the politics part of things is to de-radicalize people. And I think that people on the right and the left probably agree on more things than they disagree with, and I want to build bridges. That's what I want to do. And I don't think sitting here dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave or dancing on Renee Good's grave is going to help anything. I don't think that's going to bring anybody together. So that's just my viewpoint on it.
Okay, I guess I could see that. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I mean, I don't think that people who believed in the words that Charlie Kirk said have the capability to come together. They're literally like spreading ideologies of hate and white nationalism and saying that white people should just move to their own area and not deal with other races. And so, yeah, you know, like when
I can't say did Charlie Kirk say that? Because I went through some of the well, go on.
I'll look it up. I posted.
Yeah, because I went through.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh shit! I was gonna say. So I've looked up a lot of this stuff. We did this on stream where people were saying he said this, he said that. We were pulling up the clips and going through them. I'll tell you, from watching Charlie Kirk, I really didn't get hateful from him. At least from the things that I've seen of him. No, I mean honestly, and yeah.
And he
sure
words of hatred with quite a bit of sugar. You know, you can't really taste the medicine with a spoonful of sugar, right?
Sure, and I mean we could talk about him hiding his power level. It's just not what I got. Obviously, I don't know the guy. I can only take, you know, what I've seen and stuff, but the overall feeling that I got, like something that I appreciated from him, and people will criticize and say, oh, well, he was only debating college students and this, that, and the third, but something that I did appreciate is one, he went out there and would have conversations with people. Two, he would allow people that disagreed with him to come to the front of the line and have those conversations. And I think he was polite, and I think that he generally it didn't seem like he was promoting violence or anything along those lines. He just had a different belief. And I think people can have different beliefs without it being hateful.
He would so you see it as a polite sort of thing to do, but that's not even close to what he was doing. He would get these college kids up there and then post these like, oh, I owned them. Like, watch me destroy this woke liberal college individual in these clips, right? And so he wasn't doing anything of politeness or niceness at all whatsoever. If he was some sort of professor or teacher or educated individual going around to college campuses teaching individuals how to debate and have these sorts of conversations, it'd be a different story. He wasn't doing that. He was actively attempting to cause divide between the two sides. You could see it in all of his titles of his videos, all of his attempts to have these sorts of conversations. He would bring up stats and statistics. He was technically propaganda. He, by definition, is propaganda. The definition of propaganda is miscuing facts in an attempt to push a specific agenda, and that is exactly what he would do. He would use crime statistics. He would use statistics in areas that were poorer areas and with specific groups of people, and target and use those to then say, because of that statistic, this is why I believe in these sort of washed down narratives of what he was describing, which was a very hateful white nationalist society.
Yeah, we'd have to look at, I guess, like each individual case. Maybe I haven't watched enough. I just really didn't get that from his stuff. When it comes to the titles and stuff like that, when I see stuff like that, it's just advertising to me. It's just marketing. It's just YouTube. It's just the internet. It's, you know, you're running a business. And that's kind of how I look at that, really, is just trying to get views and stuff, which, I mean, we could say is good or bad, but I mean, it's just kind of sure, but it's the name of the game. I mean, that's a lot of people do it, both on the left and the right. I mean, I think people would, you know, do it. I'm sure there's lefties that have, you know, pictures of Trump or like titles with Trump in it, and it's like, oh, you know, the Nazi or the this or he's bad or he's good, or whatever, like whatever title, you know what I'm saying? I just think that's marketing.
Again, like there's actual evidence of that I've been saying this whole time about Trump using phrases of Mussolini, studying the sorts of things that Hitler did, and actively talking about that, mentioning that he's read Mein Kampf, and discussing ideologies of like what it is that he's doing in the political system, akin to what Hitler was doing in Germany, right? So like it's not an inaccurate, false thing to put in the title Trump is Hitler, but it kind of is an inaccurate, false media agenda pushing ideology when you post this, I owned this woke liberal leftist college kid. And honestly, when I would look at a lot of these clips, he wouldn't even, he said nothing of substance or value. And again, I get where you're coming from, where it's just like, specifically, like the way that I'm describing it as hate is that he would put it into other people's hands. Like when he says stuff like, "Oh, it's okay to have a little bit of gun violence for the freedom of owning these guns," he never thought that that would happen to him. He looked at everybody else below him and said, "This will never happen to me, and I believe that you all can be unsafe to push this narrative and an agenda of the Second Amendment." And so again, not
I can't know.
hateful. Good.
I have to push back there because I can't know that. I can't know that he knew he was never going to be, or thought that he was never going to be shot or something. I've heard that quote thrown around, and I think what he's saying is that it's like, yes, to have guns, like you're going to have, people do bad things with guns, but it is, the price of having them. It's sort of like a car. It's like, well, we need a car to get around. But some people are going to take a car and drive it through a protest of people. I mean,
Okay. You took it a different way. Sorry to interrupt. My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like it's a price of having it. It's like, yeah, it's you're taking a risk. I mean, people can use cars as weapons, but they could also use them as transportation. A person could use a gun as a defense for hunting or for defense or for self-defense or whatever, or they could use it to slaughter a church. You know what I mean?
But he pushed like ideologies of less gun control, and that's what I'm trying to suggest, that is a little bit violent and pushing this sort of agenda of concern, where it's like, okay, because cars get used possibly to drive through areas of protest, that means that now we add regulations to what happens when we do protests. We have individuals there possibly with cars blocking areas and in preparation and being aware, like if you're driving within a certain distance of where this gathering is happening, you're going to get stopped and get questioned about exactly what's going on. And so it's just like, he was not suggesting, like, obviously a car can get used as a weapon, and so therefore we add restrictions and ideologies and things within society to help function that, the same way we should be doing with guns, which he was not suggesting. He was just sort of like, it's your Second Amendment right, even though, again, as I said earlier, completely misconstrued and misinterpreted. He wasn't part of a militia or anything like that. He really had no reason to feel like he needed a gun. And so, like, why would somebody like that push that sort of ideology if not for their own personal gain and agenda?
I mean, I would agree that I think people should have or have the right to have guns. I could agree that there could be, we should try to make it safer and everything. One of my issues when it comes to the Second Amendment, when it comes to guns or gun ownership, is I think it is a really hard thing to legislate, because let's say we do a bunch of mental health checks. A person could pass all the checks. They could buy a gun today, and 10 years from now, they could use that gun to slaughter people. They could just wake up one morning. They could just snap. I mean, at any point in time, anybody can. You could have road rage and just snap and just decide to crash your car.
Boogeyman sort of attitude. Like, I get what you're saying, but like that's like, what? This is what I'm talking about with this.
What I'm saying is, how do you regulate it? Is, I guess, my question is. It's like, yes, I say, obviously, yeah, if somebody seems crazy or what have you, you don't sell them a gun. I mean, if you walk into a gun store and you're like, yeah, I want a gun so I can go hurt people, they're obviously not going to sell you a gun. Like, if you seem like a sketchy person, they won't sell you a gun.
Well, that's when you go to the gun show and just buy an unregulated gun.
Yeah.
Well, even so, we could talk about closing loopholes and things like that. I think it's a very hard thing to regulate.
Well, no, I guess, but why? Why would it be? You could add mental health. Australia's doing it pretty well. Finland, Sweden, they have guns over there. Australia loves guns. They're big.
Do they? I thought Australia. Is there a lot of guns in Australia? I don't think there's a lot of guns in Australia. Am I wrong?
I think they got a lot of like shotguns, and they do have them more so than a lot of other countries, especially like European countries. I mean, the regulations are more strict than here in the U.S., obviously, but they've got a decent amount of guns. Nothing like we do, but same thing with Canada.
I was going to say a lot it depends on what we compare it to. That's what I'm saying. They've restricted it, so there's not that many, which is kind of a good thing.
I mean, if you look at the United States, there's more guns than there are people.
Yeah, like it's a gun fetish culture that that's why I talk about Charlie Kirk sort of pushing this ideology of violence, like this fetishization of guns to
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love guns, dude. And you know what's crazy? So I live in Connecticut, like maybe 15 minutes from Sandy Hook. So our laws were fairly lax. Like, you didn't need any kind of like license or anything like that to buy a long gun. You get a shotgun, a rifle, whatever, with nothing. You just had to do a small background check, and that was it. When the Sandy Hook shooting happened, they fucking overhauled all the regulations where now for any kind of firearm, you need a registration, license, you need to take courses. There's like a multiple week check, the fucking mental health thing. But even with all that in place, I think with the way that gun culture is now, and like there's such a prevalence, like no matter what you do, if somebody's determined to get a gun, they can get one pretty easily, whether it's legitimately or through illegitimate means. So like, there's not a lot of preventative measures you can take now, aside from doing like an attempt to take a mass like confiscation of guns from the public, which is never going to happen.
Never going to work.
Yeah. So there's nothing. Because
because people would literally fight.
A lot of people, it's almost fetishized. The gun.
For me,
people would revolt.
Yes, yeah,
and listen, I
remove the gun culture and remove these ideologies and start educating on how there's no need for these guns. It's this false sort of boogeyman attitude where we're all scared of each other, and that's probably causing a lot of this tension between what is the left and the right. The idea that
and I mean but you know what, that division's intentional, man. Fucking country divided is much easier to control.
The government has intentionally misconstrued the Second Amendment to get each other, the citizens, at each other's throats, so they can maintain power up at the top. And so I get where Republicans are coming from when they talk about Democrats being evil, because I'm like, yes, this is what I've been saying. The government intentionally is actively attempting us to keep each other at each other's throats. And I don't know why I don't know how they got tricked into thinking Trump was going to do anything about that, but
I know.
I try to look at it I got a couple different ways to look at it. One, I like the idea of being able to have weapons to revolt against the government. I personally, that's one of the main reasons I believe in it. Two, I think having the self-defense mechanism. Three, are there really that many gun deaths or that big of a problem with people shooting other people? So in recent years, I just looked it up, over 48,000 people have died from gun violence annually in the US, with figures around 46,000. However, most of those are suicides. So
I was just gonna say that they incorporate that number into the fucking death. So who knows what the actual
So when you guys say that there's exactly, and when you guys say, and then that also includes people using them for self-defense means. So when you guys say there's more guns than people, we're talking over 300 million guns. You've only got 48,000 people dying from it. A large portion of that is suicides, and then a portion of that is also self-defense. How many of those are people going out and murdering other people?
Yeah,
and then when you take
right, it's low. So we don't even need the guns. We don't need them.
No, what I'm saying is going out. If in the grand scheme of things, if you have 350 million plus guns, it's like enough for every single person. And let's say you only have 10,000 people murdered a year with them. It's sure sounds like a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really seem like it's that many people, considering how many guns there are and considering how many people there are, if that makes sense.
It does, and I would say, yeah, well, we should get rid of the guns. It would cause less, probably help with the suicide rate and those other things that you mentioned as well. And so, like, if we don't, that's sort of people's main reason for having a gun, right? Where it's just like this home defense, sort of defending themselves attitude. And if that number's that low, where it's like, oh, maybe adding restrictions and regulations on this could drop it even lower.
But then what happens when, laws only work for law-abiding citizens? It's just interesting because on one hand you'll
don't listen to law.
On one hand, on one hand, well, I mean,
savage and proud,
right? So on one hand you'll say don't lock your door, or like locks don't. I mean, I guess you kind of came around a little bit and said that a lock gives some sort of deterrence, but on the other hand, you think that laws on guns are going to create this huge deterrence from getting guns. It's just kind of, I'm feeling like a disconnect here somewhere, if that makes sense.
Kind of, yeah. Like I get what you're saying. I mean, these things are going to be tough, and we would have to see the things that I'm talking about play out in reality and how they work. And I don't really have a clear answer for what sort of regulations or things that we need to do. Like this is sort of where I would look to more people part of the field, who've studied political science and study this sort of stuff, and listen to what they suggest would be a good regulation, and be like, let's at the very least try that. Let's give that a try and see what happens. And if it doesn't help and makes things worse, we can rescind it and attempt to do something else. But the way things are going, they don't seem good. And I feel like some sort of change is necessary to shift this perception of this gun culture. Because I think that it's bad. I think it's very unhealthy.
I don't know. I guess I just grew up around guns and stuff, and it just was never an issue where I grew up, and there were guns in my house, and I mean, shit, guns I could probably, as a kid, I mean, I think the ammo was locked away, but, I could easily access, the guns and stuff. I mean, I think my parents bought me a gun when I was like a rifle. They supposedly bought for me when I was very, very young, and, I just never had an issue. A little 22, never had an issue with it. You know what I mean? All my neighbors were Amish. Everybody had a gun. I mean, it was like rural Ohio, and there really wasn't an issue with guns. I mean, that's the thing. So I wonder how much, if the issue is so much that we should strip everybody of their guns. And again, the tyrannical government thing is always what I fall back to, even though people might roll their eyes at it. I really like the idea of being able to have the firepower to go against the government. If ICE, or not even ICE, if one day they started saying, okay, every man under 6 feet tall and every woman over 150 pounds, we're going to round up and exterminate, then yes, we should pick up our guns and we should fight, obviously. But if we didn't have guns, we would, I'm just saying
and I'm saying your gun ain't going to do anything against. They're going to be in an underground nuclear bunker and drone you from fucking Mexico, dude. Like, I don't think that our guns.
I disagree. Well, millions of people with guns, I don't think they'll be able to actually fight against. That's the thing. Yeah, will a lot of us die? No, of course. But I don't think they'll actually be able to stop us en masse. That's the thing.
If millions of people decide to fight for the same sort of side and ideology and don't start fighting each other instead, which I feel like is sort of where we're at. And so
exactly, it's almost like a divide and conquer strategy that is very much so working.
It's exactly that.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. Infighting is inevitable. It's already been ingrained into us as a society, especially on the right. But I mean the left as well. They're looking at we should be fucking together, but we're looking at each other as our fucking most despised enemies. Like I was watching, dude. Your chat was making me sick last night. The disdain for people coming from, especially the right wing, like they're fucking deport any lefties, libtards, fucking just constant spewing hate and bullshit. And like, I mean, it goes both ways, but it's just.
Well, that's what I'm saying about
the animosity is fucking intense.
It's a reaction to that. Like, obviously, that's going to trigger people when you're out here saying "hang the left." When the president of the United Nations, of the United States, is going on his Truth Social account, the media site that he owns, complaining about legacy media and all these other sorts of things, and the propaganda out there saying "hang the Democrats." It's like, yeah, obviously, people on the left are going to sort of react to that and go, "Well, we can say the same thing too." That doesn't justify it. That doesn't make it right. But when we talk about what's stemming this creation of extremism and this radicalization, it seems to be overwhelmingly clearly coming from the right wingers.
Absolutely. I totally agree.
I mean, okay, so I guess we're getting off of guns and going to the right-left divide again.
Up to you. You can say on guns if you want to keep talking.
No. I'm trying to think this out here.
Place where guns are good and we want to keep our guns.
I'm pretty sure we all agree.
Evie said about how easy it is to get a gun in Detroit and places like Chicago as well. Like, yeah, that's what this other individual here, Carol?
Chris, just call me Chris.
Okay, Chris. Chris here mentioned about when we were talking about like the government kind of that's sort of what they want. They want people fighting each other. And this is why I get upset with Charlie Kirk and these sorts of ideologies and statistics that he was throwing out. This suggestion, an idea that I see taking place is that they want individuals in these poor areas having guns and killing each other.
Oh, for sure.
I don't get that, but just to push back really quick, I think Evie said, my husband is from Detroit. It's not hard to get an illegal gun, to be fair. Because an Uzi is not a legal gun. You cannot own, without special permits, you cannot own an automatic weapon. Like, normal people generally cannot.
An Uzi has a semi-automatic gun. I don't think it necessarily has to have a fully automatic, whatever you call it.
Well, Mac-10, Uzi. Well, anyway, she said
you can't have
illegal, yeah.
Yeah.
Jumping through some hoops. Yeah. And again, I don't know how you would, and then when you have, I mean, how would you stop people from getting illegal guns?
I mean, it's very difficult. I couldn't think of a solution.
It's just like, if I'm going against somebody with a gun, I want to have a gun.
I get that. Yeah. I mean, this is where it gets really hard to like figure out exactly like what you do, right? Because like the obvious answer to how you stop that is like how they've attempted to stop anything that they've been doing, right? All like drugs or any sort of contraband of any kind, right? Like,
stop and frisk, or
well, essentially you have government forces come in, and take away these sorts of things, yeah.
So profile people, stop and frisk, go into people's places, and I mean, how do you? But I'm saying illegal because the thing is, like, a lot of people on.
Anyways, and so if they did that in the attempt to take guns away from people that were trying to kill them, wouldn't that kind of be a good thing instead of like racially profiling people to stop and frisk them and then shooting them in the face for no reason?
I mean, I'm gonna disagree, but it sounds crazy to disagree with that, the way you framed it. But I think you understand what I mean when I say, yeah, the framing there was a little.
I'm glad. I take that as a compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that. That felt like some good framing on my end. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate you.
Oh, yeah, you were good. You're good at it sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, I mean, you clip me out of context, please.
Yeah, but right, if I sit in an echo chamber, that'd be no good for anything, myself, but also these conversations, and we would never figure out where and what we do with gun control. So I do appreciate the pushback. Thank you.
But yeah, the profiling I think is a little bit different when it comes to something like illegal immigration and something like guns, whereas you would have to literally stop every single person, and you'd have to go into every single person's home and take their guns. And then it's like, then you have the illegal guns, then you have 3D printed guns. I mean, even in Japan, I'm pretty sure has like probably some of the strictest, let me not speak out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure they have strict gun laws. And didn't they have a prime minister that was killed because of a 3D printed gun? Or sorry, a homemade gun? I don't think it was 3D printed.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, you could make a gun.
You can, but that's not as easy as it sounds. You still need metal manufactured parts, I believe, for the barrel specifically, and a few other parts of the gun as well. And so I don't believe there might be fully 3D printed guns with ammo, but they're not as like body armor would stop that for sure. And I have a couple points I wanted to make here. Let me digress on this sort of. I don't think that 3D printed guns are that big of an issue. I'm not seeing it as that concerning of a thing when the guns already exist. That's what we're trying to stop. So these sorts of regulations on the guns would handle the 3D printed guns. And like, you don't have to go into people's homes and start taking their guns, but if you have this society where you're not, and I don't like the term stopping and frisking, but if we had a society that was functioning where law enforcement was actually stopping individuals, not from racial profiling, but just being like, oh, the way you're walking seemed off. It seems like you might be holding something, some sort of weapon or something like that. And then if they weren't, went on their way. Again, I feel like that would be a better society than the current gun culture of school shootings and honestly police brutality, just murdering young black men in the streets. Like, they're essentially state sanctioned killers, told to go out and murder these individuals. Like the Texas Rangers were the start of what was the police force. They were slave catchers, and a lot of those practices and ideologies are still instilled in police forces and a lot of federal government today, like ICE.
And this is a 3D printed gun right here. They're not, I mean, they're getting better and better. I mean, a lot of times you have to buy the what's it called, the upper or whatever for a rifle. Is it the upper or the lower? I can't remember. But I think they're, oh yeah, this is what it was. This is a pretty good piece. Actually, I'll drop this in chat for anybody interested. But this is I think or go on.
I'd be curious to see about and listen to about like what parts were, because I believe one of the restrictions that was made was with the barrel being manufactured, though, even if you 3D printed a gun, there were still like restrictions that people were attempting to put in place to prevent individuals from being able to access the sorts of like metal working that would be required to make these sorts of guns. And
exactly. Now you have to you can make ammo. Now you're trying to restrict the tools that could be used. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat. Well, and that makes me feel a bit because I don't know. But I mean, this is a little, people get together and they
the government, like if the government isn't restricting and making restrictions, then it's not doing anything. It would serve any purpose, right?
Well, the thing is, it's starting to feel like an overreach if you're like, well, we're gonna get rid of the guns, but now we have to restrict every tool that could be used to make a gun. When there's a bunch of tools, I mean, I think you can use hand tools to make a gun if you wanted to. Yeah. Now, is the barrier to entry higher? Oh yeah, I agree with you. The barrier to entry would be higher, but guess what that does? That creates a black market. Why? Because when you get rid of something or you outlaw something, you then you artificially increase the price of it, meaning black markets are going to pop up because it's a money making thing. Then not to try to get too off of it here, but if you have open borders, you know what I mean? They could be coming in from other countries as well, where the restrictions aren't as stringent, and then it comes in.
If you put regulations and having the guns out in public, it would stop that sort of, yes, a criminal's just going to evade that anyways and 3D print a gun, and that's always going to be an issue, but that doesn't negate the need for the regulations on these sorts of things. That's the whole point of what the government would be there for and to do. And if we start to put regulations on these sorts of things and create a culture where the environment isn't one of people always feeling like they need a gun, I believe that would lead to a safer society where people are trusting each other enough to actually look out for these dangerous scenarios and recognize them before they even happen.
It's hard for me to believe you're going to be able to. I'm not trying to say don't do it because it's hard, and I don't like to say things are impossible, because anything's possible. I just don't think you're going to be able to get rid of guns, and the gun culture I think is pretty heavily ingrained in the country. I'm not saying don't do anything because it's hard.
Fucking deadline.
But
Oh, I did. Fuck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, now you're going against my point there, CC, because now you're over here shooting yourself. You're making guns seem unsafe. But come on, man.
It was a mine.
Okay, well, at least we have those outlawed. At least we don't have explosives.
I guess I unmuted you guys.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I feel you. Like I'd probably move to another country because, like, at this point, yeah, I don't think that I can really affect the influence of what is the gun culture in America. And I still argue, I will always continue to argue that I believe it's bad. I think it's super unhealthy. I believe it promotes violence, and I don't think that there's anything healthy around surrounding this ideology of what's happening with the guns. End of statement.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know guns. I mean, guns are made for a specific purpose. I mean, yeah, you can go target shooting with them, and hunting is an actual legitimate use. But when it comes to what they're actually designed for, they're designed for killing things. So yeah, they seem bad because they're what they're made for, and it sucks. I wish we didn't need guns. I wish if everybody in the world could just not have guns, and we could all just get along. But that's just not the case. Go on.
Could be, it could be the case, right? Like you're saying again, this is what I'm talking about with like this boogeyman sort of aspect. you believe it to not be the case because we exist in this sort of American kind of style gun culture. Like, if you went to other countries and looked at how things were functioning there, I feel like China does. Are there any other countries that you look at and like and believe to be running and doing things well?
No, it's only America because we have guns.
Yeah, yeah. I think America's the. Wait, there's other countries? No, I'm just kidding.
Country in the world.
Right. But for the UK, for example, didn't their stabbings go up a ton? I might be talking out my ass.
I would have to look into that. Yeah, like because that was something I talked about with like not earlier but just something I've mentioned as well. Like that comes up with the ideology of like what happens with the restrictions on guns. Then people are just going to use weapons to in some other sort of means. So. Yeah, I guess I'll have to concede a little bit about. I don't think I'll ever change anybody's mind in America about the gun culture. And so what I would really need to focus on is like this attitude of mental health and this sort of attitude of like distrust towards each other. Because, yeah, again, my steps to stopping the stabbings are similar to what it would be the gun control in the sense of like the mental health concerns and the checks. And again, as I've been talking about, like education and acknowledging these sorts of things as a society so that people are aware, so that people are more aware. I feel like the education system sort of really hinders people's ability to connect with each other and like have an understanding of what's going on. And so if we were educating individuals about safety practices, about what was suspicious, individuals could look out and literally recognize before a scenario even happens. That's one of the amazing things about humans. We have the ability to perceive and look into the future, right? Like animals to a certain extent don't have that capability. They're not thinking about tomorrow. They're not thinking about, what they had for breakfast or what they had for dinner or what's going to be, for dinner, right? Like they're acting on instinct. They're eating when they're hungry. They're drinking when they're thirsty. Humans have the ability to look into the future and, say, oh, I need to go make sure that I get water later today or go get some food from the grocery store later today. And perceive those sorts of situations. So if we're educating and introducing people to what's going on, they can look out and recognize and stop individuals from stabbing each other before it even happens. And if we had mental health checks and a good health system in general, prior to that, it would most likely prevent and stop these things as well, because if people feel embarrassed, like they're overwhelmed, they're overworked, they're underpaid, and then they're going out and they're using whatever weapon they have on hand, gun, car, a knife, to go inflict violence. And if we had a system that cared more about mental health and these sorts of things, individuals would seek help versus acting violently. They would go, and I'm not saying that they would admit that they were trying to act violently, but they'd go and they'd be like, I'm feeling upset. They'd go talk to a therapist, they'd go talk to a mental health professional, and people would be able to recognize these sorts of behaviors and go, okay, we don't think that you're violent, but we have questions and we would like you to voluntarily like go through processes of us attempting to help you and in ways that they're deeming as helpful as well. Like, again, I want to say the boogeyman thing again. People can change. People have the ability to change, and we have the ability as a society to reform them, no matter how dangerous of a person you might think that they are.
Thing is, I agree with you almost 100%. That's the thing. I just, it's so funny because I've had this conversation with a handful of people, and, I'll agree and agree and agree and agree. And then at the end of it, they're like, so you want to get rid of guns, right? And I'm like, no. And they're like, well, how can you not want to get rid of guns if you agree with everything I say? The mental health checks, for sure. I think that, I suppose, trying to get people therapy or making the world, just a better place. You know what I mean? Making it so people don't feel like they have to go out and kill people. I can't, sometimes I find it interesting to read people's manifestos, like shooters' manifestos, because I wonder to myself, I don't know, have you shot a gun before?
Yep.
Okay. So when I go to the gun range and stuff, I couldn't imagine pointing a gun at a person. Right? I've shot guns. It's very hard to me. I would never want to have to point a gun at a person and pull the trigger.
You play airsoft?
Never. And squirt guns? Well, yeah, I've used squirt guns, airsoft, but I've also... what the fuck? Are you serious?
Well, no,
Yes.
that's why I'm serious. Yeah, because like that's part of why I believe like that this gun culture isn't like the best sort of thing. And I would be curious because I mean, well, so what you've pointed squirt guns at people, right? But I want to hear you finish your point. I was curious about the. What do you mean? Like I guess I didn't really have a. I have a bigger point that's sort of off trailing from what you were talking about. I'm sorry for interrupting. I see it kind of an issue with like the ideology of squirt guns and Nerf guns and things like that. And I do want to talk about. I'll talk about it in a minute, but.
Well, shit. No, I mean, well, just I guess to wrap up my point really quick, it's just horrifying to think about having to actually shoot somebody, and it's very interesting to me, which might be the wrong word for some people, but to get in the head of somebody that goes and kills indiscriminately because it's just odd to go and just kill random people. Now, speaking of squirt guns, something I find interesting that we might be able to sort of agree on here, I find it fascinating that we simulate killing each other so much. For example, shooters, Call of Duty, Battlefield, all these war games and stuff. We, for fun, run around and shoot each other in video games. And it is fun. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. I don't want to go out there and do it to people, but it has always struck me as odd that we simulate violence for fun. So that might speak to something about, the Nerf guns and the squirt guns that you're talking about. But you could go on with that point.
Yeah, thank you. I have issues with that, right? Like, so, that's why I get concerned and feel like there are studies to suggest that the video games don't cause individuals to get violent, and that's not what I'm suggesting here. I just see this sort of gun culture, and with what you just mentioned, like. I talked about this. So I did a play test for the Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Was doing an updated version of their D20 modern rule set that they had done for the 3.5 edition, and Evil Genius. It's out now. It's called Everyday Heroes. I was part of the playtest for it. It was really fucking awesome when they were making the book and writing the rules. It was fucking amazing. And so I go in and because they were asking us questions, how people perceive the games, and one of the individuals was a parent, and they said, "Oh, I don't." The question was, should drugs and gang descriptions of how those things function and work, like selling drugs and stuff like that, be incorporated into the rule set of the game book? And I was like, absolutely, 100%, for sure. And this other person said, I want to play this game with my kids. And I wouldn't want those sorts of rule sets in there. This is a game I'm playing with my child. I don't want that to be part of it. And I was like, what the whole game of Dungeons and Dragons is like killing the action and the role playing of the fight scenes is really the part that pretty much everybody is a big part of, and that usually invokes and entails you're going to be using guns and other sorts of things in these sort of like action role playing scenarios. And shooting and killing other people. And I was like, that's what Fortnite does as well. Fortnite sort of has this same sort of like attitude where like it almost makes guns a toy. It makes them and shows them as something that isn't. The reason that this rule set should be in here so that you could teach your children while you play this game about morals and ethics, about these sorts of things, and why drugs by themselves aren't inherently bad, but the trafficking and the sorts of addiction that comes along with it is what is the issue. That's the whole point of these sorts of games, to be able to teach that. And when we're romanticizing it and playing it down in these sorts of scenarios, like video games like Fortnite and stuff like that, I feel like it seemed to be a bit of an issue where people are to a certain extent desensitized to death, and where you would find you should definitely come on to this other stream of this other person I talk about, Universal Discourse. They have a lot of qualifications for this mental stuff that I'm about to talk about. They study extremists. It's really good stuff. But so you will find that they can confirm some of this information I'm about to say as well. You'll find that people do and will feel bad about the things that they do. Like they react and they end up killing somebody, or they end up doing something violent. Like the reflection of looking back on that, people will feel remorse. It might take a lot of time, but that is what happens. And I feel like with what is video games and this sort of gun culture and this playing down of this scenario of what death is, it leads to individuals feeling desensitized and then choosing to I guess I am saying that I was gonna say do violence, and now, damn. Do you have thoughts? I'll keep going. I have so much to say about this, but do you have thoughts?
Oh, no, continue. I'm trying to.
Hey, do you,
Or yeah, go.
I just want to ask one question. Do you really think that even kids that they can't differentiate the fiction with like you said Fortnite especially that's super cartoony, but even more graphic games like I feel like it doesn't really negate the impact of actual violence and death. Like I mean, I played video games since I was a little kid. You know what I mean? Like the real graphic shit. I watched violent movies, all that when I was a little kid, and I don't think it had any effect on the way that I view real world violence in any regard. And I feel like that's the case for most people. Maybe I'm sure there are situations in which that is the case, but and I mean, I guess I don't have the facts to back it up, but at least in my own personal experience, I feel like it's our minds are able to draw a line and saying this is just the game we're playing, as opposed to having to witness or even hearing about the real world violence and what comes along with it.
Um, Yeah, to a certain extent, I do disagree, and I don't have facts or sources too much for this one as well. That's why I said come in to talk with me with Universal Discourse on this other stream. They're very qualified and again study extremists and have talked to. There's a individual a reformed Nazi individual. I could look him up and I could post it in chat. Give me a second that they worked with and developed like tests and studies to analyze individuals who did these sorts of extreme actions. And yeah, they're reformed now and they've worked with Daryl Davis. If anybody knows Daryl Davis, I'm a big fan. A lot of the ideologies that
I really like him. Yes.
Yeah, when I talk about this sort of like counter extremism to these sorts of ideologies of where I am sort of to a certain extent, I'm not blaming video games specifically, but I am blaming the culture that surrounds guns. And so to get back to what you said, Chris, yeah, like I would say that this sort of culture does downplay it. And so again, I don't have evidence, but I wanted to give like an anecdotal story, and then I'm sure you'll have some responses to what I'm saying here, hopefully. I stopped using the word death to describe when my phone died after my grandma passed away because it was really hard to handle that. And so that was when my mind shifted, my perception of this shifted a lot because I was like, okay, I'm gonna I would say my phone ran out of battery, and I did begin to start hearing these sorts of phrases and uses of language. Even related to guns, not just death, but like surrounding sort of like kind of a bit of a violent attitude and an aggression just at a base level, even in just very small phrases like, oh, my phone died. Like, that's not really what happened. Death is a pretty hard thing. And so, it ran out of battery. Okay, so like I said, sorry, let me pull myself together there and you can respond to that.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, I understand what you're saying, and going back to way earlier in the conversation, there was something that you said that words have meaning, and I get exactly what you mean by that. Like, death is a permanent thing. It's the ceasing to exist of a life, and the way that we casually throw it around. Oh, my phone died, my car died, XYZ. It does make light of it. However, the inference that's made when we say those things, I feel like there isn't a connection drawn in our mind because the same way that synonyms work, there's words that mean multiple different things, and when you say it in a conversation, you are able to identify the exact meaning that you have behind it, and I don't think it lessens the actual meaning when you're describing the passing of a loved one or something like that. I think that in our own minds that we're able to draw that line, and it doesn't really connect. I get what you're saying though, but I just I don't see it as like something that lessens the actual meaning when we're speaking of, physical death.
Okay, fair. I Again, I don't. All I can really say is I do slightly disagree. And it's not. I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be debatey here, but this is just something I talk about very often. I mentioned that other person, Universal Discourse. I It's to discuss language with them. They're First Nations Cree, of Cree Nation in America. And we talk about their language. Cree does not use pronouns, so they don't say things like you or I or me. Even they just address each other as names. And so I talk with them about language, and one of those things is the English language, and it's sort of aggressive kind of attitude because as we saw with the conversation that we were having when I first came in, these sorts of things I was talking about, like, and I can see now too in the things that I type, and I've always been able to see this, but I don't understand, like, I'm going to do something different to the way that I type for sure, but people get really like frustrated with me and they think that like I'm either trolling or just trying to be a dick or something like that, and I'm like, the things that I'm saying, I'm like, then that does get me even more upset, and I guess that probably exacerbates why they think that I'm doing whatever. But yeah, I'm like, I'm saying all these things and I'm like, no, like, you're misunderstanding me. Like, if I could talk and you'd let me talk for a minute, then I could explain all of the things that I said, because I had to very tightly concise. I'm only allowed 500 characters on which people are then going to complain is too long of a fucking message. But I'm just like, these are big ideas that we're talking about here. There's a lot of things that need to be said to cover a basis of understanding, so that we could discuss this and move forward. And so, sorry, let me bring it back to the point. Language, talk about language. And so I see the English language as a bit of like an aggressive attitude, and I saw that as part of my problem too, and that's what I talk about with Universal Discourse, where it's like, yeah, we have these sorts of like aggressive kind of ways of speaking to each other, where it's just like, hey, you, or even a simple thing like that, where it makes so much of interaction so informal, and we could disassociate from these sorts of things. So I guess, unless you wanted to jump in and make a point, I did have a statement about something called Dunbar's numbers, which was a idea that like humans can exist in only a certain amount of caring about only a certain group of people. So he studied like apes and their group sizes based off their brain sizes, and this isn't like, it's just a theory.
I'm
Just to be
actually
clear.
really familiar with this, but keep going.
Okay, cool, good. Oh, great. Well, I guess for anybody in chat, then, yeah, that doesn't know, I'll wrap this up, and then I'll let you, if you wanted to speak on this. Yeah. So he studied apes and determined that from based off their brain sizes, the group that they lived in was a specific number, because after and above that number, you kind of would disassociate because it was too many sort of people, or in the terms of people, we're talking about us now. He theorized that in the terms of people, to like, or even in those ape groups, that at a certain level you get too overwhelmed by the amount of people that would be around you, and you could watch somebody. This is one of the things that they say in it. You can watch somebody that die or starve to death in the street, and you actually wouldn't care about them, because your social network is already so exhaustive of knowing everybody, that you like would disassociate from that. And arguably, I do sort of argue that that's true, because I ask people, I'm like, I guess the question, and I really want to throw it to you, Chris. The question I would ask is like, do you change the channel when like a Sarah McLachlan commercial comes on, or something for like starving kids in Africa? Do you change the channel and go back to eating dinner, or do you drop to your knees and cry and get your wallet out and give them money?
All right, so I'm not totally indifferent to it, and going back to the concept that you were just talking about, yeah, we have a certain number in our in group, and they say it's tied to like, when we were hunter gatherers, we had our small collective communities, and like you said, there's a certain amount of people that you can feel a connection with before it gets overwhelming and it becomes just numbers as opposed to real human connection. So yeah, I'm not indifferent to, when those ASPCA commercials come on and the sad music, Arms of an Angel. It upsets me. It's not something that I'm totally unaffected by. But I can't say that, like, oh, I see that and I'll instantly throw money. If I had the money, maybe that's another story. But I mean, it's not gonna, I'll be upset while the commercial plays. I might reflect on it a little bit, but I'll move past it. Yeah, and I'll continue to eat whatever it may be. So, I mean, go on with your point.
Oh, I mean, so I mean that was kind of it. Yeah, like I mean, what I would suggest based off of Dunbar's numbers it would be to with the sort of structure of society that I've been talking about and the things that I've been saying. It is a lot, and there's a lot of conversation that goes into it, right? But like what we could do with these this idea of Dunbar's numbers is like, and this is going to be, everybody hear me out. Don't get too lost in any sort of crazy conspiracy theory here. Um, it's not segregation. It's not what you would want is like small state governments to function where it's like, oh, this state, they don't really allow guns. They're a state that is just sort of against guns. They have different regulations and sorts of things and rules and laws in their area, and everybody's like, that's perfectly fine. Everybody that lives there is okay with it. Anybody that wouldn't want to live there is able to leave and be able to, get to another area where they could possibly, where they could own guns and be a part of that. And so you would want these sort of social network structures of government and like you don't want a federal government that's actively involved in the day-to-day lives of everybody. That's not really helpful. You want the day-to-day lives of everybody to essentially be governed by themselves. So when you're in groups like that, you could of certain amounts, you would want a rotation of individuals uh being part of the government, right? And the way you would keep things in check is that, like, at every step of the way, at certain amounts of like numbers of groups of people, you have a step up of like legislation, and it's not necessarily something where you could win the vote by having the most money. It's a situation where you are randomly selected. Like everybody should be educated to the level of being able to be a politician and participate in the system, and we should function this like it's like so I see to make my point more concise and wrap up what I'm saying here. I see the infrastructure of what needs to take place, like politically and economically, as a circle, not like a straight line or a list or a single thing that needs to happen. And so, through anarchism, through communism, through socialism, through democracy, capitalism, all these whatever sort of other word you would like to throw in there, function in a circle where none of them are at the top and take priority, but when each one of those needs to take priority to help the system function the way it's supposed to, it does, and people understand and respect that the other opinions that individuals have. Because yeah, right now, as we've been talking about, we're very divided. The two-party system really hinders people's capability to see outside of because yeah, I do agree with a lot of things that the right and the left do agree on a lot more than they see. Do you have any? Do you want to jump in, or like I said, I'll talk forever. Okay.
No, it's cool, dude. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. So starting off, yeah, once you get to a society that's as large as ours, it's hard for it's hard for people to be represented. Like you said, there's so many people with different ideologies, this and that. If you break them down into small groups where they were all like-minded, it would function a lot smoother. Um, and then, like I said, you threw a lot at me all at once. I'm just
Yeah, I
trying
could
to.
reiterate, or if there was things you wanted to focus on.
I mean, uh, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to think of like what you said in order and a response to each thing.
Well, could I ask?
And then when you
Go ahead.
go ahead. I was just going to say what you spoke about, being able for every single person to be educated on a level where they could function as a politician and understand what's going on in the society. And I have said that for years. People need to understand civics and like how we actually run things and how our system works. Because as it stands right now, the majority of people don't. And the worst thing is the people that are the least educated are typically the most opinionated and the loudest in the room. Where they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they'll scream to no end about what they think is right and how things should be. What were you gonna ask me?
Do you yeah, like what you said. I was gonna ask if you believed in like communism or socialism.
See, I think that social programs should exist. I think that we should go out of our way to assist those that need it. We should be supporting each other as a society. When we existed as small groups, tribes, etc., that was essentially how it functioned. Everybody cooperated in order to, serve the needs of everyone, and that would be ideal. The problem with on a large scale, the things like communism is that corruption and greed exist. It's in human nature, and people will get to the top and abuse the system. I mean, on paper, it's perfect. Communism would work great, but so many people are just have bad intentions or are out for their own personal gain. It corrupts the system.
I'm listening to you. I don't want to. I'm not on camera, so you can't see what I'm doing. I am sending a text right now. I didn't want to be rude. That's just why I'm
You're
being
cool.
silent. Yeah.
No. You're good. Yeah, no, like I said,
I hate to have to do this.
He's got to go.
Yeah, I'm contemplating if I could leave the stream on, but I do have to step out. Yeah, I have to do some work real quick. I mean, it'll be quick, but I need to. Awesome. I did not expect it to go this long. I told myself it was gonna be a short one today.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yo, what is your name, by the way, dude?
Me?
Or if you don't want to give it to me, yeah, you. I know.
I go by Spelt.
Spelt. All right. You said you had a channel, right?
I do. Yes.
Drop it in the Discord, please.
Is there a self promo Discord section?
I need to make one, but you could you could drop it in Hangout or something, yeah. For now.
Okay.
I'll need to make a and then I'll link your if you could drop your Twitch. I don't know why I didn't see your link earlier for Twitch, but if you could drop that too. But I'll drop the link to your channel in. Can you say another chat message in chat here?
Yes.
So I could drop just make it easier for me.
Yeah, I appreciate that you do this. This is what it's all about. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love this. It's yeah. All right, here we go. Boom. Go to channel, copy paste, guys. Give it up for our wonderful interlocutors today. I know there's only a few of us left, but it's been a wonderful, wonderful time. And I closed my chat. Lovely. I'm gonna go ahead and link Spelt here in the chat. Go check out his channel. He's also on Twitch. Is your Twitch linked on your channel by chance?
On my YouTube?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I should definitely do that. Thanks for that. I'll do that now.
Awesome. So you can check out his channel. Definitely go over there and subscribe. I have a feeling he's going to be dropping in and during our future streams and doing more of this, and I look forward to it. And then Chris over here. He's getting on YouTube too. Right? Right?
Yeah, I gotta get that all figured out.
Exactly.
Oh, listen, I know we disagreed on some stuff, but it was a cool conversation, dude. And you gave me a lot to think about.
Yeah, this was great. I'm gonna go call and do another show. Do you want me to just whisper you a link to it? I can post it in chat if anybody wanted to.
I mean,
so which one?
On Discord. I'm gonna shoot you a friend request on here. So yeah, if you want to send that to me.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah. It's Universal Discourse on Twitch. I can post it in the this was the other person.
I gotta get Twitch. I have an account, I think, but I haven't used it in years because live streams really are not my thing. Honestly, Astro's is the first one that I have watched like consistently ever. Like it's just
yes.
I've really never been into streams, but
Okay, I'm not trying to. I'm gonna jump out. Astral said he was trying to wrap it up and end here, and I'm not trying to. Yeah, send me a friend request.
No,
here.
no, it's cool.
Okay, cool. And I'm gonna hop to the other stream, and I will chat with y'all later. This was amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was amazing. I'll be hitting you up on Discord too, bro.
Let's do it. Hell yeah.
All right, guys. Well, you know what it is. I got to run and do some work. Remember, don't get too close to the black hole or you will be sucked in. And hopefully you guys get Discord so you guys can hop in here and do conversations, because that would be a lot of fun. So I got to go. I'll be hanging out in the Discord after my work, and I will be live on stream. I do need to get a nap in at some point, but you can catch me on Discord. So appreciate you guys. I appreciate Chris. I appreciate Spout. Go check out his channel. And yeah, we'll be back here soon.